Hello everybody and welcome to week 2 of season 3 of the Quake Pro League. My name's Ketchup, joined as always by Flea. And I think it's been a while since you've seen our lovely faces. That changes today. And I think I speak on behalf of both of us, Flea, when I say that it's really good to be back, isn't it?
It is incredible to be back. We've been gone from far too long. Yes, there's been some smaller community tournaments and even a LAN to hold us over ever since the conclusion of the previous season, but now the QPL, the Quake Pro League, is back in form, and I couldn't be happier to be a part of it again.
Now, some things are similar, some things are different. For many of you that caught week 1, there are some changes to how things are running now. No longer is it kind of split into the two regions. Now everybody is playing against everybody, but you still get some classics right here. As you can see on your screen, Razy went head-to-head versus Base. It's always a really interesting one when those two go head-to-head because it does truly feel like on his best day, Base is able to take it to anyone, and even if he goes down, it tends to be a 2-1 and stuff like that. We can see here Nosfer and Sparty was the next matchup. And I mean, that was our first experience to see the regions go head-to-head even in week 1. And that's going to be a running theme here, Flea.
I mean, I think that nothing illustrates that better than the matchups we have today, right? I'm just glancing over the series ahead of us, and the only match that features two players that used to be in the previous region, or that used to be in the same region previously, are Cypher and Kilson. Other than that, every single matchup features players who would otherwise never encounter one another during the weeklies, and would only have a small chance of meeting each other back in the final. So this is really exciting, and this week illustrates perfectly how these new mixed brackets are going to go ahead.
And not only do we have the mixed brackets, but we have the new inclusion of the Insomnia map. A map that I really enjoy. It kind of has shades of almost like classic Quake. I certainly didn't play, the old games in terms of player versus player, but whenever you revisit something like a Quake Live or something like that, you look at Insomnia, and it's the kind of layers of verticality, the fact that it's kind of small, it's very teleporter heavy. It kind of feels like we're getting a spice of that in Quake Champions. And gotta say, I've been really enjoying watching the scrims, because that has been quite a popular map that players are no doubt practicing on.
I also love just how early on in the season we're seeing players pick it consistently, right? DJ Wheat already made this point last week, but previously you saw a new map being added to the pool and players would reluctantly start playing it, 5, 6, 7 weeks into the stage. You might see the map being picked once a day, and now we literally kicked it off with the first map of this season being Insomnia, so players have already embraced the addition to the pool, and it's an exciting map to see indeed.
But throughout the course of the day, matchups like the one you're watching right now will continue. We can see Avec on screen, who went head-to-head with Kilson. Avic's going to be our first match of the day, going up against Xenaku, and I think we couldn't have asked for a better matchup to cast, having been away for many, many months. Like you quite rightly pointed out, we did have the Iron Fist LAN, which was incredibly fun, and some of the matches there, I think, were some of the greatest matches of Quake Champions we've ever seen. And what a lovely treat it was as we go into this third season of QPL. I can see so many people constantly being excited for it to be back, happy to see their favourite players. And I mean, that's what it's all about. Quake Champions, it's certainly not an old game at this point, and that's saying a lot for Quake. And people are already kind of missing that competitive action every single week. But of course, shout outs to those forever ongoing community tournaments. I mean, it just keeps the lifeblood of Quake going, in my opinion.
It's also good to see just how invested many of the players once again are, right? You mentioned it yourself, the scrims. For example, we've got Cypher versus Kilson coming up later, and both of these players have been streaming the game quite frequently, just the past week alone, constantly scrimming and practicing against other top contenders in the Quake Pro League. So very clearly we're seeing players take it seriously and elevating the level of action once again.
Well, I mean, you said it yourself a few days ago on Twitter. We normally have to wait until the world finals of a tournament to see Rafa go head-to-head with Cypher. And a few days ago on Twitch, he was just streaming the matches. And it's like, what is this treat that we have access to? But I tell you what the big treat of this day is: Avec and Xenaku, CNZ versus Nosfer, Dramis versus Razy. I'm keeping an eye out on that one. Vengur and Chain, Sparty and Cygib, Cypher versus Kilson. I feel like that's the match of the day right there. And then Rafa versus Base to finish us off.
Indeed, incredible lineup once again, but first of all, we've got Avec versus Xenaku, and I was just talking to Liquid Waz a while ago, and he was pointing out that this could very well be a featured matchup. Avek versus Zeneku to start the day off. This is already a very high-octane match, I should say. Both of these players, pretty similar playstyles. They love to just constantly take it to their opponent, not just sit back, not play defensively. They want to be in control of the map, the items, and just hound their opponent for damage all day long.
It's the contrast of the two players that I love so much. Obviously, the two of them know each other very, very well. You know, they're both in Poland right now. It's where Zeneku's been for a long time. I think it really is one of the elements that allowed him to climb as fast as he did. His access to the best players in EU. I think that's going to make a significant difference to where he is now, because the Zeneku now versus the Zeneku we very first saw, they're not even close to the same player. The confidence is there. He knows what he can do. I think there's a lot of motivation as well. But at the same time, you're going up against someone like Avek, who has been consistently considered like one of the absolute greatest in the world. And when he has to play when the chips are down, this guy brings the pain. And I'm super excited for this to be our first matchup. What a treat, Flea!
I mean, let's just give a quick rundown of their recent results, right? Zeneku was number 2 in all of the Americas last season, or at least in the last stage. He managed to get top 8 on the Quake World Championship, top 4 on the Iron Fist Invitational, and then you've got Avek, number 4 in EU, top 6 Quake World Championship, number 3 in the Iron Fist Invitational. Both of these players have been putting out incredible results over the past few weeks and months, and it's so exciting to see them kick off the day.
It's what progression is all about. One thing I always love about watching Quake, 1v1 esports in general, you get to see that personal journey of so many players, and especially when it's a player that is making their breakout performance. Now, I almost sound broken record using this talking point to talk about Zeneku, but I feel like his story isn't over. It's forever ongoing, and that's why we keep bringing back to, you know, this guy started off, definitely had to find his feet, and then bit by bit started to do well, had that breakout stage finals, which really put him on the map. And then from that point, it almost felt like maybe that confidence was unlocked, and he's been playing better than ever. Curious and Bands, I really want to know what maps we're going to be looking at here. I do kind of feel like it's going to reflect the playstyle of both of them. And as we now begin, I think it's kind of there, really. Awoken to kickstart things, Insomnia up next, and then the final map, Veil of Nath. Like, these are 3 very small and aggressive maps, and it really does match the playstyle of these two players, Flea.
Yeah, indeed. This is going to be a brawl, small maps, constant action. That is what I'm predicting for this. I'm interested in seeing that Avek has started off by banning Athena. Definitely doesn't want to go up against that champion on maps like Awoken and Insomnia. You were telling me before we even started the broadcast how much you can do with Athena on that second map. So Avek wisely getting rid of it straight off the bat. So we now are going to get Strog versus the Doomslayer, then Ranger versus, of course, Sorlek, and then lastly we get the Keel versus the Galena. And again, I think it's very telling that Zeneku loves the big body heavy champions. That's kind of his trademark at this point, right? He won't be running the scale today, Avek banning that champion for the final map, but there will be Sorlek and Keel at play. So indeed, lots of health, lots of armor coming out with a good ability capable of dealing additional damage as well.
It does feel like that Athena ban, a bit of a red flag on Insomnia, I think. You know, I was kind of watching one of Kilson's streams, and it just so happened to be right as I tuned into his stream. He was playing Athena on that map. I don't even know if it was a scrim or whether it was just regular old matchmaking. I think it was matchmaking. And the amount of, like, ramp jumps he was doing, I'd never seen them before, because she's not very popular on that map in, like, your everyday, you know, 4v4 matchmaking and that. So I jumped in on my own and was like, oh my god! She can do how many? And obviously, no doubt we'll be seeing that a lot throughout the course of QPL. Just not this series. But all the other champions that are picked, really nothing sticks out as a surprising pick. The Awoken, it's almost a classic matchup. Doomslayer for his double jump mobility, Strog for the speed and being able to cycle around. And we've seen that dynamic over and over again. But I do think that it kind of fits both players, right? Avek, known for the aggressive plays. If he wants to go in, if he wants to chase you down, a crouch sliding champion is going to be a perfect ingredient to that recipe. And then Zeneku, you know, he can be aggressive as well, but his Doom has always been so interesting because it could be just me, but I swear he does more berserk than other people, you know, and there's a chance that we might see that, you know, who knows?
Oh, yeah. I also quite like the Ranger pick on Insomnia because it feels like Avek, you know, he learned his lesson playing Kilson last week. I don't know if you remember, but Kilson just had that map on lockdown. He just manifested himself as a turret, mainly around the railgun area of the map, and constantly just kept Avek at bay and secured the win that way. And you could kind of tell, I feel like Avek was getting a bit frustrated towards the end because he was doing a lot of damage, but he could never lock Kilson down. And now he's running the Ranger, so he's got that orb to work with. So even if Zeneku maintains control, plays a defensive game, holding the angle and just pushing his opponent back, he has got that active ability to close the gap and get himself up close and personal in the position just where he wants to be. So I feel like that's a pick that's drawing upon last week's experience.
Absolutely. And I strongly cannot wait to see the meta of Insomnia develop over the course of this year. It's a map that I'm sure we're going to see an absolute ton of, but it is a little bit different to the others. And we say that about most of the new maps. We were saying this about Exile because of how perilous it was. We were talking about Deep Embrace. You know, here we are, Deep Embrace, the first map that was banned away. Let's not forget when Deep Embrace first began was not as snowbally as it became. And at the same time, we were talking about Keel being seen as almost this like mandatory S+ tier pick early on. And then over the course of the last season of Pro League, we had Keel kind of drop out of favor a little bit compared to the more agile champions. You know, Athena was rising up from those ashes, if you will. And then Vale finishing things off with a nice kind of standard familiar matchup, I think. And I think players are readying up too, so we'll be jumping in due time.
Yeah, indeed, looks like we are probably close to jumping into the game. Both of the players have indeed readied up, so we'll be loading into the first map of the first series, Avek versus Zeneku. What a highline to kick it off with, Ketchup.
It's just, I'm in high spirits right now, right? I'm sure you are as well. It's been a hot minute since we've been here. We've been talking about Quake. We've been commentating Quake. The players are here now. It's going to be a really good matchup. This is just the first of 7 matchups that we're going to be seeing today. We've got DJ Wheat later on, a whole bunch of familiar faces in chat, whether it's Twitch, whether it's YouTube. Thank you for joining us. Welcome back to Pro League. These players have readied up, and Awoken will be starting in a few minutes' time.
Also worth pointing out, it's been a very long time since both of these players went up against each other in the Quake Pro League back at the very beginning of Season 2, Stage 1, the finals, and it was Zeneku getting a 2-1 win over Avek. Very close and hard-fought series, and I think that that's exactly what we can expect from this matchup today as well.
The map's loading in. I'm really excited, but it's going to be a classic matchup. Doomslayer versus Strog. I think we've all seen this match countless times, but with 2 absolute specialists in the style the champions bring, we can really see, I think, a perfect demonstration of how this matchup goes at the highest level of play. This warm-up is coming to a close. I feel like a lot of people out there are probably going to favor Avek. He's quite a fan favorite, but I don't know, man. I'm kind of expecting maybe even a 2-1 and a close series all round. Avek and Zeneku, Season 3. Let's get this show on the road, and already actually starting things off with a Berserk from Zeneku. That instant kind of activation of fast speed. A risky play, however. Zeneku in a position where he has a little bit... What? Oh my god, what the hell happened there?
The Peeker absorbed most of that shotgun blast. I think Avek probably would have died, but the little robot absorbed so much of the pellets that Avek was only hit by a sliver of the damage he otherwise would have taken, and thus the Polish Prince getting himself an early lead. I also love how you were talking about Zeneku. Kind of feels like he uses the Berserk more than other people, and indeed, literally a second into the map and out comes the ability.
I mean, let's talk about that first play for a minute. You know, we're going to go back to a little bit of familiar here. We're going to get some of these resources together, cycle the next items. Zeneku spawns in. Berserk, it just gives you such an instant set amount of speed that if you use it right at the beginning of the map, you've only just spawned in. You're not going to have a full arsenal of weapons. And even Zeneku on this side, he probably didn't fear the items that Avek was going to pick up on the way. So a relatively safer opportunity to go for it. Yeah, it didn't fully work out, but I mean, it really came down either way. That could have been a first frag for him, and I like those little elements of experimentation. Zeneku's going to steal away this heavy. Unfortunately, probably going to cost him his life. Gets a bit of bonus damage on the rocket, but it's not going to be enough to really put a dent into that Polish prince whatsoever. And here is the Berserk once again. Oh, a little bit early. Oh, tries to go for the speed again, but I think just a bit too early on the Mega there, Flea.
Oh my god, indeed, he was a moment too early for the Mega. Now, I like what Zeneku went for. You get such a movement speed boost when you pop that ability, plus you can punch to send yourself flying in whichever direction you want, so you become so incredibly difficult to hit. And all he wanted to do was pick up Mega and get out, but Havoc, his aim was so on point, and that flick rail piercing his opponent to get yet another frag. Oh, nice little juke by Zeneku right there. Havoc was convinced that he was going to jump across. He did not, he stuck around. Got a nice little bit of free damage as Havoc was reloading that Tri-Bolt. And now the stacks are relatively similar, with Zeneku having the better position on the heavy, so he should be able to secure the armor. He's also got himself the railgun. But Havoc's aim is so on point. This is a good start for the Polish player.
Significantly far behind this early on a map like Awoken because it is so snowball heavy, looking for a couple of extra punches. The goal there really wasn't to survive as much as it was to just keep that Mega away from Havoc. However, these rails from Havoc have been so strong that ultimately you spawn. Oh, a little bit of a 180 to hide his hurt box there. Like that, Zeneku. He's been stealing these items away. Wait a minute. Misses that rail shot. That would have been a kill shot without question. And Zeneku, I feel like with how things have gone, he could be even further behind than he currently is. And he picks up a frag, keeping the timing on the items as well. And just like that, Flea, he's given himself stuff to work with.
Just a moment ago, Ketchup, Havoc was on a blistering 88% railgun accuracy. 16 shots fired, 12 of them connected. Absolutely nuts. He's fallen off a little bit to 80. But that railgun has really been key in his arsenal, and this is actually a great opportunity for Zeneku because Havoc doesn't have the rail. Zeneku knows this. He can take these long distance fights all day long. His opponent can do very little to retaliate, and Zeneku will abuse that as far as he can.
Now, control over the items is what has kept this from being, you know, dare I say, even more significantly different between the scoreline, right? 5-1. In this kind of map, you can snowball so heavily, but Zeneku has done such a wonderful job of just commanding all the items that even if he does go down, he's taking them away from Havoc, which is stunting his momentum. And in other cases, he's able to get himself healthy enough to take yet another fight. Just to talk about these items, right? Havoc has picked up 1 heavy and no mega, and Zeneku has 6 heavies and 9 megas. I mean, that's just unbelievable. The fact we're not even halfway through this map, and Zeneku is in a fantastic position to just keep the pain on rolling. Lovely little rail to open things up. Likely to take this item as well. Expects the drop down. I mean, he's kind of reading Havoc like a book right now, Flea.
That was a very calculated push by Havoc. He sacrificed a fair bit of health to get himself the railgun. Ultimately, it won't amount to much, but that entire push was all to secure the railgun, because Zeneku had been doing such a good job at keeping Havoc on the same side of the map, keeping him away from that key weapon. Luckily for him, Havoc got a fortunate spawn, spawned basically on top of his own corpse, so he was able to pick up his own railgun. And that is going to be instrumental to him regaining control.
Now, it's these small decisions, isn't it, that really sets these top players apart. You'll notice there in the middle of the map, maybe I'll elaborate just a little bit after this mega spawns, but it doesn't look like there's going to be a fight. Right up there near armor where Zeneku was standing, he's looking to see if there was a chance to get damage first. Is there going to be a fight? I'll leave the armor, but now I'm satisfied there is not going to be a fight. Now I'll just self-damage and shut it down, right? It's just optimal plays that just maximizes every ounce of utility from these items. Speaking of which, Heavy goes to Zeneku once again, over the halfway point, but he's slowly but surely trickling this deficit to become an equalizer. There's that rail, and he's really coming alive now, Flea. Zeneku, I'm a little bit worried for Havoc if he just can't stop this momentum.
Perfect split between the items as well. Around 15 seconds. So evenly timed, even as it gets. Beautiful rail. Heavy once again. Going to Zeneku. And look at that monstrous stag that he's working with. All Havoc can do right now is play the defensive game. Land some of those defensive rockets. The railgun, whenever it works.
A very, very scary Pika to go for, because yes, he's going to get a rail, but he conceded a near max damage rocket in the process. And it will be Zeneku once again in a better position for this item. He knows he has time to work with, and he knows Havoc is not going to push in full force. so he secures a frag pretty much for free as he now moves towards his next objective, Mega. 1 frag left to go to make it a 5-5 and beyond with the way things are currently going from the Dire Wolves lad right here. Now a slightly safer peeker there, Flea. Not as risky as the last one, but he still will not get this Mega.
The discrepancy in the items has just grown ever further. Avec has 2 major items. Zeneku, 25. That is absolutely obscene, the amount of control that Zeneku has been able to exert over those key pickups. And it's incredible that Avec has kept this so competitive. Now his lead has been dwindling consistently over these past few minutes. It might be a tight game. Nope, Zeneku can't quite land the shot. Avec is looking for a way out. He will get himself over that railable threshold, but he's going to run into his opponent. This should be something for Zeneku. But no, the rockets send them back, deflect them.
Oh! Oh, Pika versus Fist! Pika versus Fist! They traded out! What the hell was that, Flea? I can't believe my eyes. Fist versus Hyper Blaster. Somehow they both win.
Not a single one of those blasts connected, allowing Zeneku to get onto Heavy, but then, yeah, the Kamikaze did a fair bit, and then they both somehow end up trading, and in the end, that just favors Avec. 2 minutes left to go, 2 frags in the lead. Can he hold on to this, though? He's down below, rockets raining from above. Does he have a way out of this?
Zeneku! Oh, no! I was watching that from Zeneku's point of view. He went for just a rocket down towards Heavy. Blasted himself, did the double jump in the middle of it, which gave him extra height, and I fear that's going to be the mistake that costs him the map.
I saw that rocket hit the ledge, and I was thinking, okay, yeah, that's going to give Avec a way out. He can escape for free now, and then I looked up and I saw Zeneku just toss himself clean off. And he wanted to counter it with the double jump, give himself some forward momentum, but no, didn't pan out that way, and I think that Zeneku now needs a miracle, as Avec is just accelerating the pace of the game again.
I feel so bad for Zeneku. Things were going so well for him throughout the entirety. I mean, for almost a flat 5 minutes. He was just getting all the items he needed, hitting every single rail that he needed to hit, taking away things from Avec. And ultimately, it was looking real bleak for him. But in both cases where we saw a significant difference in the frags, it came from some kind of mistake from the side of Zeneku. Now, that's not to downplay Avec by any means. He's played fantastically well, but you know, when we're looking at the start of that map, the immediate berserk that just didn't work out, going for another berserk that kind of cost him the same situation, and then after the scramble, knocking himself off the map. I mean, if those errors didn't exist, we would have had a significantly closer map. But they existed, and there's no changing that. Map 1 will go to Avec.
Avec still sitting pretty, 71% railgun accuracy, absolutely hasn't faltered one bit, and will continue adding a few more frags to this series. GGs are being called, very respectful. Of course, the boys are sharing a room right now, playing alongside each other. True lads over there in Poland. And yeah, Avec, convincing, right? It was close, up until a certain point it was close, and then that one rocket jump, tragic. If he had managed to land 1, maybe 2 good rockets over there, he would have absolutely gotten back into control. He was only 1 frag behind at that point, and he could have easily tied it up and resulted in an entirely different outcome, but no. And that is just once again to illustrate how one single mistake, one bad decision or error can completely change the course of a match in Quake.
It was just a straight execution error. You know, he's up there looking down on Heavy. He's just trying to pepper down some rockets. To give Avec his credit, he was putting himself in an awkward position. He was as close to the wall as physically possible to make that shot harder. And it ultimately was that position that led to him accidentally sending himself right off the map. Now, I just want to point out the items for one final time. Avec sat on 9 major items, and Zeneku had 30 over the course of that map. And Avec was able to make such a difference in the frags. Zeneku trying to go in for Berserk in a lot of these weird situations. That was my favorite frag of the whole map. But yeah, this was where it all fell apart. Right here, boom, and off he goes. That was
I
it.
hit the the boundary of the wall before dropping into the
Yeah, that's the
water.
kind of thing you do on the warm-up.
Yeah, indeed. See how far I can go. Well, that's exactly how far you can go. Not that you should. Well played, Avik. Well deserved. Kept this cool. Aim was absolutely immaculate, finishing on 72% rail. Now, entering map 2, Insomnia. I think that there's going to be one thing on Zeniku's mind. Deny the railgun. Play this the same way that Kilson did last week. Cement yourself in that key position on the map and keep Avik away from the railgun. And from there, just orchestrate the match. Apply pressure when you want. You're in a pretty good position to take both of the heavy as well as the mega. I really think that that is how Zeniku should approach this map. But Avik, he's playing as Ranger. He's got the orb. He's well prepared. He's learned from his mistakes last week. So this is again going to be a good one.
I always get excited looking at a new map in this kind of setting early on in the season too, because it just constantly has these questions of how experienced is everyone going to be on it? Is there going to be someone that's just been kind of sneakily behind the scenes going into custom game with various champions and kind of maybe coming up with some unique angles, maybe some unique jumps that maybe only them and a few select people will know about? Like, there's so many questions to be answered this early on that I think it's one of my favorite times to see a map, because that experimentation comes through and preparation is everything. Maybe we'll see that going into map 2 here. You know, that final scoreline, it was about 4-13 if I remember correctly on Awoken. With how competitive it was, it's one of those things where I don't think it really reflected how close it was up until that last minute where they just started to snowball away. And I'm curious to see if, you know, one small map into another, Insomnia is about to play Zeniku with the stack advantage. But it will be Avik going in for just the Dire Orb on a map like this. Cannot wait to see how creative he can be with it.
And also, just to be extremely clear, this is being played on an EU server. Saw some comments in chat about that because of the overlay, but no, both players are on around 25 ping going into this matchup. Now we're starting it off, Zeniku's point of view. He's running the sword like he's got the air control, the mobility, and of course that stack to work with as well. Neither player fully committing, Zeniku not going in for the rush this time. They both just want to get their hand on the key weapons. And it looks like it's Avik who's holding down the railgun. Good use of the LG as well. Zeniku can't really make it up there. Usually you can use the air control to maneuver yourself right through that doorway. But the LG knockback has got something to say about that.
It's going to be a powerful room in general to hold on to. However, it will be Zeniku kind of sneaking around the back here. Takes a fair amount of damage just to get the spit on deck. I don't think Avik's going to be too worried about that, though, because ultimately he's the one in control. Zeniku does not have a rail, and he gets completely taken by surprise. And I think, could we see this kind of play for the rest of the entire map play? I mean, it seems like a powerful room to hold on to.
Oh yeah, we could. I mean, Avik is basically doing exactly what I said Zeniku needed to do, right? He's taken my advice to heart and said, oh, okay, well, if that is probably what Zeniku is going to go for, well, I'm just going to do the exact same thing, only start it a moment sooner and hold on to it. And we saw this previously as well, right? Avik versus Kilson, how powerful that room is. I also love how it illustrates the many ways in which Insomnia can be played. We had Cypher Dramas, which was an absolute brawl. I think there were like 15 frags in less than 4 minutes on this map. And then you had Avik versus Kilson, which was so slow and methodical by comparison. And this is definitely going more towards a slower direction.
And for the first time in this map, Zeniku was able to go in and grab himself a rail and a heavy. And it wasn't necessarily because Avik kind of slipped up or anything. He allowed it to happen to go and get some equipment of his own. However, Zeniku leading the charge with much more stack, but you got to keep that Dire Orb in mind! Speaking of which, here he goes, knocked back by the rocket. And with Avik being in position for that armor, that means Zeniku has got to get out of there. You know he's got armor, that's not a fight you can win. Oh, he was ready! Zeniku! He was sitting there because he was looking for the teleporter exit. And then right as Avik uses it, he's not looking the right way! Tragic!
This is just unlucky at this point. Both the first two frags happened the exact same way, right? Zeniku just looking up or left or right and then briefly glancing away the moment that Avik goes for the push.
This whole series so far for Zeniku has just been unfortunate.
That sums it up quite nicely. Now Zeniku finally has all three weapons. The Unholy Trinity in his hands once more.
Oh, knocked into the pillar.
I was on Zeniku's point of view, and he switched weapons just before Avek orbed, and then he had to switch back as Avek came out of using the ability. It's, yeah, a little unlucky, a little sloppy, and it's costing him.
Now, there's so many questions to answer here. I mean, the immediate one, Zeniku, how do you get yourself back into this game? He's having so many issues right now, whether it's the fights that are just a little bit messy, some unfortunate circumstances of looking the wrong way. You know, obviously he's expecting him to be down there and he gets taken by surprise. It happens to the best of us, but he just needs things to get a little bit cleaner here. There are too many mistakes. There are too many errors taking place, and that kind of immediate rail, Avek happily will steal that Mega away. Zeniku will pick up the heavy all the same. But I think that Avek, he's going to be the one that just controls what's going on here. You know, if he wants to play slippery and hard to find, he can do that. He's got a lot of time to make that work, sure, but I'm just a bit worried about Zeniku's champion choice so far. I don't actually feel like the Sorlag has given him as much as we have seen on Insomnia so far, right? Mobility is normally really, really important. And Zeniku, his size and lack of unique movement, he has to take the more predictable entrances, right? He has no surprises. That's what I'm worried about. He's got no surprises.
This is so unfortunate. If he hadn't jumped right there, I don't think he would have been hit by the rocket. He literally just jumped to get a little bit of extra height and just ate one to the face. This is just one unfortunate event after the other. Now, at least Avek isn't hitting 70% rail anymore. Sitting at a much more modest 28% right now. And I think that is giving Avek maybe an in right now.
I've been kind of watching these last few minutes through Zeniku's point of view, right? And it's just been constantly back up, get some resources together, you know, plan that next attack. Avek in position for this heavy, but with it being 10 seconds away, you wonder if Zeniku has some kind of trick up his sleeve. But he's showing so much respect. The Mega is his. Now that will be information for Avek, but he misses the opening rail. Oh, he dies at just the right time for Zeniku.
I feel like sloppy is a good word to describe how Zeniku has been approaching some of these fights. Like, jumping quite far out into the room, railgun in hand, hoping or expecting Avek to either be on top of the other side of the room or trying to escape the room, but no, Avek was just holding his ground for the item. So Zeniku just barging in there with the railgun, really risky pick that absolutely could have gone wrong. He could have died there. So I hope that he needs to clean it up a bit. He needs to be a little tidier around the edges. If he's going to continue making plays like that, Avek will capitalize off of him and will hold on to this lead.
We've definitely seen in the past that where Avek is currently sitting, it does seem like a pretty favorable defensive point. I mean, just look at how many entrances and exits you have. Really, depending on what way you want to look at it. If you want to play a defensive game, you're going to get so much audio information with who's around, where they're coming from, especially Sorlag, where, like I said earlier, she hasn't got the most creative of ways to enter rooms on this map. And that's, I think, something that's really going to benefit Avek in this situation. Now, Zeniku does hit a rail! Avek may be thinking that it was worth going up there, perhaps miscalculating by just a small amount of numbers how much that rail was going to do, and just like that, Zeniku back in this. Is this going to be his chance to turn it around?
I'm so happy that Zeniku delayed that heavy. 2 rotations in a row that I was looking at it thinking like, this is a moment to delay the heavy. And then when Avek stole it the last time, even though he was taking so much damage and got the acid on him, I was like, if you had delayed the heavy, that wouldn't have happened. So I'm very happy to see that Zeniku now delayed that, giving himself more time to move between the items, but it also might end up favoring Avek right now, because Avek did get away with the Mega. Oh, clean, sneaky little angle right there.
And even after the fact that Zeniku had a lovely acid spit to cover both the top and the bottom entrance there, just to make sure he had the heavy, and then Avek says, okay, you know, that's what you're going to do. I just sit here with my rail out, just wait a little bit. But with 2 minutes left on the clock, Flea, I don't know. We're thinking how things are going here. Who do you think's going to win this map?
Difficult to say.
I'll tell you in 2 minutes.
Before that, I was maybe leaning a bit towards Zeneku, which is still entirely possible. But I think he's struggling a bit with projecting presence. That's one of the things that I was thinking. As soon as Avek secured Mega, I was thinking, Zeneku, now you need to, you need to have some presence around the entrances to the room to keep him out. You can't just be waiting in the room until he's already on to you. Ultimately, he made the wrong choice. He tried to set up at rail. Avek came from the different angle, but this is still well within the realm of possibility for Zeneku to take this. He absolutely isn't in such a bad spot. He's taking a lot of damage now. He's got to run. Oh, that hurts.
Could be it. Oh, I mean, you could tell who was in charge in heavy room there, Flea. Zenuku's the one in position. Zenuku has just put acid down. He's hit Avek with it, yet Avek is the one that is just forcing himself through. And Zenuku, with the kind of retreating nature, the defensive rockets, he's the one that's in that room, right? That's meant to be his area to take control over. And Avek just bullies his way in. Such a classic demonstration of his world-famous playstyle. And that has now given him a 2-frag lead. Already one map up, bear in mind. I went years trying not to say that, and it just slipped out. 30 seconds left to go.
We talked about it before we went live. But indeed, 30 seconds.
I cursed myself.
Zeneku needs to find the frag. Doesn't have much time to work with. Looks like Avek is going full on defense. Oh, getting caught looking the wrong way. 14 HP, no!
Hang on!
Good push,
Where is he?
push. And that's just in time for the heavy as well. Zeneku can take heavy. He's got all the weapons, rocket jumping, giving himself a bit of a boost. Oh! I don't know about those railgun pushes. Lands one shot. Can he find another? 5 seconds. Avek just around the corner. He's hearing him. Lands the shot. He has to switch.
Oh!
Yes! The shotgun with 2 seconds on the clock. Tying it up. Beauty.
Absolutely perfect timing to land the frag as well, as Mega is just within his reach. Now, we can't ignore the fact that he did miss those 2 rails. If even one of those rails connected, Avek would not be pushing in the way he is right now. Going for an aggressive push in. Lands the rocket he's looking for, and that's a 2-0 for Avek.
Avek aggression. That's what that was. He says, I can go up the bounce pad. I don't care. I've got the orb. Even if you're going to push me with LG or whatever, I can get straight into your face again. I take less self-damage from the rockets. And ultimately, very, very clever and decisive push. Now, props to Zeneku, though. That comeback was absolutely wild. Perfect on the chase. 2 seconds left to go. Switches to shotgun, right weapon to go in for the cleanup. But then, as you mentioned yourself, missing a few costly rails when securing the Mega, and that is exactly what gave Avek the stack and the confidence of pushing right away for heavy.
It's just a complete turn of the tide. If Zeneku was able to land those initial rails, a perfect call out on where his enemy was going to spawn. He has the rail out because of that. He's ready for it, but he just doesn't get the execution on top, and that was going to be the secret to pushing forward, taking the map in his favor, at the very least forcing Avek away where, that ending was Avek had taken such little damage, he knew he could push in, and if he played his cards right, would secure the map win then and there. It's exactly what happened. Wouldn't have happened if those rails hit their mark.
Zeneku, I think, still has a good shot, securing at least one map, but like I said earlier, I feel like there's something sloppy going on. Wasn't so much the case on map 1, but definitely on map 2. Even when you're just watching the replay right now, right? How did Avek get that last frag that put him in the lead, or the second to last frag that put him in the lead at 9 minutes in? Because Zeneku was holding the doorway, not in the most optimal position with the railgun out. Avek bursts into the room, Zeneku says, oh, damn. He's already on top of me, goes for a bit of a panicky rail, but at that point it's already over. He's just going to get bullied going up the bounce pad. So I feel like there were a few too many instances where Zeneku was just caught. Bad position, not quite securing the entrance into the room, wrong weapon out, kind of awkward switching. Oh, I need to go for rockets. Oh no, he's going to orb. I need to switch back a little too late. Dropped the ball on a few of those instances, and costly fumbles ultimately ended up costing him the match, I think.
I mean, it does make your heart hurt, because in this kind of situation, it's extremely uncharacteristic of Zeneku to have these kind of mishaps, but above all else, I certainly don't know what could be going on here. You never know. But at the same time, it could be just as simple as you can be as practiced as anything, and on the day, things just go wrong. How many times have you played a map where Like, you feel fine, you feel practiced, you jump into it, and for 10 minutes you can't hit any shots, you're fumbling your movement, you fell off the map a couple of times, and it's like, it happens to everyone. Yeah, it could be as simple as it is just an off day, and it's something he's just going to have to deal with as we move on for many more weeks to come. As now, Vale of Nath, this is going to be our final map. We are actually in, so if we can transition as fast as possible. We are 10 seconds in already. Just to let everyone know, actually, it's Mega side for Xeniku, heavy for Avec. And as we go through, not much has happened so far, so don't worry, folks, you haven't missed much.
It's the first bit of damage of the map, actually. LG on LG. Now Xeniku, this time playing what I feel like is a bit of a comfort pick for him, right? The Keel, you talked about it earlier, used to be considered S pick on certain maps like Deep Embrace. Kind of fell from grace, but still Xeniku loves the heavy champs, love having that extra stack, the damage output potential. So I think that's... he still has a very realistic chance of at least getting one frag on the board, but not like this.
Not with a drop down like that, Flea! Oh,
that's the mistakes that I was talking about, Ketchup. The drop down against the LG, the slight little nudge. Avec didn't even do all that much damage there. He just pushed him back on the bounce pad, and that spelled a disaster. Xeniku making these mistakes, it's costing him.
And if we're looking at the matchup, Galena is said by many to maybe even be the most powerful champion on this map. You know, she is a medium champion, sure, but with that much access to health in her back pocket, she's a lot tankier than you might expect. Xeniku may have the stack advantage, but I feel like Galena is still going to be nice and healthy in a lot of these fights, and especially with Avec, just hitting the shots that he's always known for. Now, we've been talking in droves that Xeniku has not exactly had the cleanest day today. Avic's been playing totally fine. And I think that's going to be an even more recipe for disaster, where you're not having your greatest day in the world, and you're fighting Avec, who's one of the best players on the planet, and he's playing the way we know he can. I mean, it's just not a good combination.
Xeniku definitely has to traverse these back areas of the map to hunt down those totems, because Avec already has 2 of them up right now. Third one won't be far behind, and then you've got a Mega in your pockets. Got that instant overstack going on. And Xeniku, that is something to fear. Has to hunt them down, clear them up, and that's exactly what he does. Gets himself a frag along the way, 10 seconds between the major items. This could be the start of that momentum, that control for Xeniku I was talking about at the beginning of this series. That's how he loves to play the game. Just cycle the items, run in between them, and do damage. Hound your opponents.
It's such a shame, really, Flea, because, you know, during that kind of 5-minute stint on Awoken, we saw that Doomslayer and everything was just working, hitting incredible rails, wonderful decision-making, controlling every item he possibly could, and it was like, that's the Xeniku that we know. And from that point, almost ever since he knocked himself off the map, he hasn't been the same Xeniku since.
Yeah. Indeed, feels a little shaky, inconsistent. Now there are 3 totems up right now. All pretty close to one another, so if Xeniku just heads over there once, he should be able to clean them all up in one fell swoop. Nice! Pineapples!
Lovely.
Yep, that's gonna help out massively. But he still has to be careful, because look, all Avec has to do to give himself a free Mega of the start is head over to that lower area of the map, drop down the totem, and he'll be hella stacked. There we go. See, 175 points of health. Doesn't even need to show his face on Mega. He's got his own major item to work with.
And before that heavy got picked up, Avec actually more stacked than Xeniku was, and he was the heavy champ! Goes for the in-between, swaps over to LG, finally gets the damage he's looking for. Avec does get a sort of last resort rail, but as the Mega spawns, not really going to make too much of a difference, and that difference in the items is what we're looking at now. Xeniku taking away some of these light armors, absolutely about to take this heavy if everything goes to plan, but the way Avic's been playing this map, he's not going to let him get away with taking it for free. Now there's a rail. Pushing down, misses the second though. That's going to be the green light for Xeniku to push forward, and should be another frag. There it is, 5-1. Okay, is Xeniku going to be able to secure this final map win?
Xeniku needs to head over to the railgun area of the map again. He's got a nice delay between Heavy and Mega, so he should have the time he needs to just do a little sweep.
Ow!
And indeed, oh, clears it up with his
killed him.
face. That's not exactly what I had in mind, but No, the result is there. Havoc down to 0 totems once more. Gets the first one up and running again, but going to take him a while to rebuild.
I've been watching this map through Zeniku's point of view, and honestly, when he backed off towards those totems, it was like slow motion. It's just, you're waiting for the inevitable, and it's like, no, Zeniku, no, don't do it. And then before you know it, aish! There we go. A rail there for Avec. And not only that, but armor to play with, an opening rail. And Zeniku only has a rail of his own. The pineapples will give him a little bit of extra damage, but he is still in big trouble. And actually, Avec, oh, 2 potential free rails, Zeniku. Narrowly missing the 2 of them. And that's a free heavy for Avec now. Zeniku's gone down. He is not going to be able to challenge it. Nowhere near.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Oh, goodness. It's a good thing that Avec wasn't expecting that rocket to knock him down onto the bounce pad, because that would have been a critical frag right there. But Zeniku stays alive and gets away with an item. And Avec is now the one who's hurting. But Heavy is in such a precarious position. Both players.
Oh, he does it!
Iffy, yeah.
But he steals
At
it
least
away.
He denies it. Yeah, he denied it at least.
I think that would have been less critical for him if he was a lighter champion, but thanks to being Keel, right, that gigantic stack, steals the item away, and then they kind of spawn with an even ground. The only thing that's not even is that weaponry, because with Zeniku only a rail to his name, if Avec catches him at close range, even with these pineapples, oh, and especially off an opening rail like that, it's not a fight Zeniku's going to win. Now, he does take the rocket launcher. Oh, but you're not even remotely prepared to get hit by that rail. Complete back turned.
And just like that, Zeniku's lead evaporated. Havoc tied it all right back up. I think he's starting to feel that railgun again. Ketchup starting to get into the swing of things. Rarely missing shots. And we saw exactly what that amounted to on map 1. And now Zeniku is just massively struggling to get a foothold in the map. Good use of the grenades right there. Helped him in that situation, but ultimately won't amount to anything as Ava gets a perfect frag just before the heavy. 2 totems back up and running. This is going to be difficult for Zeniku to break. He needs to put a stop to this before Avec once again gets that full level of control.
Bit of a flyby rail there from Avec just to get a little bit of that bonus damage. Zeniku incredibly stacked, but I mean, let's look at the clock. 2.5 minutes left to go. If Avec does want to slow the pace down a little bit, he is going to be able to do that. On a smaller map, it does tend to be a little bit trickier, but one thing Avec's always had huge amounts of is the totems. That one time Zeniku went and kind of face-checked those totems, that's the only time, besides spawning there, that he's been in that side of the map. So Avec has never had to worry about not being able to just run back, get the stack he needs. I mean, just look at it! It's incredible!
He just got the Blessed Medal, which I believe is healing yourself for 1,000 points of health during the map. That's ridiculous. Zeniku, this is not looking good at all. I also want to point out just how impressive it is. Avec, his railgun accuracy was floating, I think, in the low 40s earlier, maybe even below that, and he's brought it all the way back up to 60. It's one thing to start with 60% rail, but to just bring yourself up to that point, that just shows that you went an entire period barely missing any shots whatsoever. And it is proving to be fatal to Zeniku.
Zeniku has been struggling off the spawn in a lot of cases as well. He has rarely had kind of even the Unholy Trinity locked in. He'll spawn near one weapon and that's kind of it. He's forced to push forward. The items are at such a weird timing that he doesn't want to just give them up for free, but in doing so, he'll only have a rail, maybe, a rocket launcher. It's a bit different for Keel because, yes, he's got the pineapples on top, but that's still not going to compete with a stacked opponent that has all of the weapons they could want for every situation. And even that retreating Tribolt, it did so much damage to Zeniku that forces him to just not push forward. Even more of it is coming through. It's just, Zeniku's just been permanently behind all map. You know, the moment Avec started to pull forward, he just can't get everything together, and it's been a huge problem for him. Props to Avec for just having that hurt lock put on, to be honest. He's played phenomenally today.
Avek ran out of rockets, rails, and LG. Had 0 ammo for every weapon in the Unholy Trinity. Now, at this point, it won't really matter much. This will be a clean 3-0 for the endpoint player. Congratulations, Avek. Seneku will be calling the GG at that point. Yeah. I mean, this is the Avek that a lot of the fans want to see, right? Let's keep in mind, Avek, number 4 EU from previous stage, came top 6 at the Quake World Championships and managed to grab the bronze medal at the Iron Fist Invitational just a few short months ago. So this is a man who definitely hasn't peaked yet.
Sky's the limit when you're this good.
Yeah.
It's an overarching thing throughout the course of this set, though, that it's a shame that Zeneku wasn't really bringing that A game today. I think he'll probably be the first to say that. I don't think it's unfair to state it. We've seen the constant rise of Zeneku, whether it's in his private games, the scrims, the tournament performances. But I think today was a bit of a reminder that off days can still happen to anybody. And unfortunately for Zeneku, today was definitely not his best. And Avek, it's not going to be his problem. He'll take full advantage and play as well as we all remember and know and love.
Wasn't expecting a 3-0 though.
No, me neither.
Definitely leaning towards a 2-1. Wasn't calling it really for either one of these players. Seneku won last time, but that is already quite some time ago. And while both of these players have improved since then, Avek just looking to be in an incredible shape right now. Riding that loss he suffered against Kilson last week, which was again very close. I think it came down to 1 or 2 frags in one of the maps, so it could have been a 2-1 for Avek back then as well. But this is a well-deserved victory, going to be a confidence boost for him and his team endpoint.
Victories like this are always going to matter early on too, right? You know, how many times do we look at the end of a season and we look at how players are performing and we go, oh, you know, one map here, one map there, and who knows how things would be different. If you can secure dominant victories at the very beginning of a season, then it's just going to help you later down the line, isn't it? But that was the beginning of today. We have 6 more series left to go. We're going to be joined by DJ Wheat for the final 2. I mean, look, you've seen these shows before. You know what's coming up next, and I want to see more of it. We're going to go for a quick break. When we return, week 2 of Season 3, Quake Pro League. Cheers for watching so far. We'll see you in a few minutes' time. What's up, everybody? Welcome back. You're watching week 2 of season 3 of the Quake Pro League. I'm Ketchup, joined by Flea. CNZ versus Nosfer is going to be our next matchup. You pointed this out, Flea, at the start of the day, that the only match we really have, and I'm going to consult the schedule again, the only matchup we have where it's 2 players from the same region is Cypher Kilson as our 6th matchup of the day. Everything else is going to be this clash of regions, and it's great. It's a lovely element to the change. We get to kind of see it in full force today. CNZ and Nosfer, I feel, is like a difficult one to call anyway, because this really is a clash of styles. Like, it's players known for being aggressive versus player known for being one of the most defensive, and it's perfect.
Yeah, of course, it shows in their nicknames too, right? Nosfa, Lightning in a Bottle, used to be his Quake Pro League nickname, and then you've got CNZ, the Drill Sergeant, right? Very disciplined, completely the opposite. Now, last time they played was not all that long ago, actually. It was the Quake World Championships 2021, so the conclusion of the previous season, and it was CNZ taking home the win 2-0. So let's see whether or not he can repeat it, but indeed, this is going to be a difficult one to call.
Going to be some differences at play as we'll take a look at the picks and bans and find out just how different things might actually be. We're starting things off with the Blood Covenant. Ooh, it's good to see this map again. And champion-wise, we almost have this taste of history. As Slash. I mean, we're going to see Slash on Blood Covenant a lot throughout the course of this season, I think. And it's great to see her back. The Athena's banned away, not just because of something like Blood Covenant, but, I mean, if you look at all 3 of those maps that are actually in the run here, she's pretty much good at all of them, so that makes perfect sense. Blood Covenant, Deep Embrace, and then Awoken, that's going to be the pool, and I mean, it's a nice little difference, I think. None of the champions, again, really sort of separate themselves. I think the only one that might do is Awoken having the Galena versus the BJ. That's a kind of matchup you'd see on something like maybe a Veil or something, not necessarily on Awoken.
Yeah, it's something you'd see on Veil or Corrupted Keep much more so than Awoken. Awoken is a map that players like to have some more movement options available, right? For example, Athena, Strog, even Anarchy, Doomslayer, those come into play quite frequently, but Galena versus BJ, especially the BJ, is not a champion you see picked all that often. Now, first map will be Blood Covenant, indeed, Slash coming out to play. We haven't seen much of her in the previous season, right? We saw her occasionally on Molten Falls being picked. Now, Molten isn't in the pool anymore, so I suspect that Blood Covenant is going to be her new playground. Is going up against the Anarchy. Now, CNZ, of course, pretty well known for his air control. Nosfa on the Crowd Slider this time. And then secondly, Deep Embrace, Ranger versus Doomslayer. Very standard picks, once again, both mid-champions. Interesting to note is that there will be no stack differences whatsoever. All the champions are from the same categories.
Kind of took a look at the chat room, actually, while we were looking at the picks and bans and you were kind of finishing your train of thought. People are quite excited to see the Slash again. And I think the reason for that, I mean, it's got to be that we think of certain players that would, I think, really champion, no pun intended, Slash on the Blood Covenant like a few years ago. You'd look at players like Tox, players like even Kilson, and they would bring Slash forward on Blood Covenant in a way that we'd never seen. Where now, some of those elements are becoming the norm. Now, I know that Slash, one of the most execution-heavy champions, especially on this map, because it can be quite easy to get yourself, bumping into things and getting stuck on everything. But at the same time, if you play at this level, there's going to be certain tricks that you can do, because if you want to compete with this champion, you've got to learn them. And I think that's maybe even an answer as to why Anarchy's here, because you've got to compete with that speed somehow.
Yeah. Now, Slash still has a higher degree of acceleration, right? She's faster, just clean out of the gate, but Anarchy, of course, with the air control, has a lot of opportunities as well, especially going up the bounce pad, for example. He can make a lot of use of the mobility there, turn around, avoid quite a bit of damage. So overall, I would still give the edge to Slash just because she's such a staple on Blood Covenant. You've seen it time and time again how players can absolutely dominate with her, but Anarchy definitely not a bad counter pick, and we also know that CNZ is very skilled when it comes to the air control movement, so this should be a pretty balanced matchup, I think.
It's going to be complete, unhinged, high-octane gameplay from Nosfer, and then one of the big things we haven't really touched on, which we're definitely going to see, is that use of injection. And just having that kind of instant boost of health on tap. When you've got light versus light, that's always going to matter. Even if it protects you from one extra rail that otherwise would kill you. These things matter a great deal. And actually, speaking of which, CNZ eats a little bit of rocket damage. Make that 2. Pops the injection. Doesn't go down. But, I mean, this is a far cry from that first series of the day where everyone's got all kinds of stack. They just breathed on each other. And they were both almost dead.
I love how you jinxed it by talking about receiving a little bit of rocket damage and it just takes it direct to the face. But CNZ still ends up coming out on top, getting the first frag, turning it into a second one as well. Nasva, bit unfortunate on the spawn right there.
Happens to everyone, right? You spawn near LG, you just want to pick one up, enemies there, you've got no weapon to challenge, and you kind of have to just accept your fate as Nosfa did. Well, I do worry. Those kind of plays where you spawn, grab a weapon and run in. I mean, like, I know he had the armor timing in his mind and he knew that, look, if I can at least take this armor, I'll be able to turn things around. But how many times have we seen, Flea, these aggressive plays right now where it's almost, I've got loads of time, so it doesn't matter. Now it's a minute in and it's 5-0. I think that matters quite significantly.
On a similar note.
No!
How many times have you seen people hit 58% LG on a slash? Because that's what CNZ has been up to so far. Aim out of control, the tracking sublime. But Nasva is finding his way back into it. He secured himself the heavy. Which means that the Brazilian now has the better stack, or at least did before that rocket. Nasva doesn't have a rail. Kind of dipping and dodging, trying to escape with as little damage as possible. Managed to pull it off quite nicely because CNZ just couldn't quite land the shots he needed. We'll still get the frag in the end and secure heavy as well. I feel like Nasva has been a little callous with some of these pushes, a little too aggressive, not really respecting CNZ enough. You saw it earlier with the Mega as well, when he thought that CNZ was leaving the room, but CNZ just kind of held this ground and then LG Nasva trying to jump across.
Oh, my lord. One single hit from nail gun into rail, and that was a flat. God, what was that? 110 damage or so? Above anything, I mean, if we're going to give a silver lining to this situation, surely it's got to be that Nosfa knows what kind of opponent he's up against. He knows how much damage he's going to take. If I'm playing a Slash, who is one of the hardest to hit champions, period, and he's able to hit me with this much LG, I mean, look at that stack just disappear. It's 10-0, and we're not even 3 minutes in, Flea. Nosfa, he's got to slow things down. Yeah, it's weird saying that to a Slash player, but he's spawning, he's grabbing a gun, he's going in. Yes, he's pushing for items. I can see the idea behind it, but 10 times, man, that hasn't worked. And I don't feel like he's going to be able to get back into this map. How do you recover? 7 minutes to go, you're already 10-0 down. I mean, I don't see it.
And that's what I was getting at when I talked about the respect part. Nasva really just throwing himself at his opponents, making these pushes, like heading for the heavy earlier. Yeah, he denied it, but at what cost, right? That one draft quickly turned into another. And now CNZ has a 9-point lead, barely 3 minutes into the game. Nasva, of course, still has plenty of time to recover. Can easily, or rather, it is theoretically within the realm of possibility. Has the time to work with, plus his opponent has little stack as they're both light, so it's gonna be a huge brawl, can quickly stack together frags, but Anarchy, it's difficult to catch even when you're playing Slash.
It was a bit of an unfortunate life there from CNZ because right as he spawned near Rocket Side, he did miss the bridge jump, so he wasn't able to take the rail, and it knocked him down into the catacombs. So from that point, he was forced to play extremely slow and careful. Eventually caught himself near teleporter and didn't have much, you know, I don't think by choice he would have wanted to go there if he had the high ground and a rail, because that's ultimately what's kept him so dominant on this map so far. And now Nosfa is turning things around, and straight off spawn, CNZ has just not been able to get all of the equipment that he's looking for. Now, he spawned near bridge again. This time he does land the bridge jump, so he gets himself a rail. The rail and the LG combined have just been so paramount for causing Nosfa so much bother.
I like how CNZ has been using the injection earlier, I don't think it showed because we were on Nosfa's point of view, but when CNZ was setting up for heavy underneath the bridge, he just popped it a second before Nosfa came through the room, so he was really prepared for that, giving himself that extra little bit of health just to hold on to the item. I like it. He isn't just popping the injection to recover health or to get out of bad situations, but he's actively using it to buff himself up prior to key fights.
This is an extremely aggressive Nosfa, but it does make sense. We're halfway through, right, and Nosfa went into 3 minutes of this map being 10 frags down. The second you get any kind of advantage, you have to push it. You know, I just don't think time's going to be on your side. With this much down, all it takes is an opponent to start playing hyper defensive, and even one frag taking 10 seconds longer than it should will decide whether you actually make a comeback or not. There's just so much work to do. So I don't think Nosfa's left with much of a choice. Unfortunately, everything needs to kind of work perfectly from this point on. Even conceding one extra frag while trying to mount this comeback now is probably going to make it rather impossible.
I feel like Nosfa was already overextending a bit when the scoreline wasn't this bad, but now he really doesn't have that much of a choice, right? You saw it earlier when he pushed towards Nailgun. CNZ landing that 100 damage direct rocket onto Nosfa, completely changing the pace and momentum of the game and knocking control away from him. That was not a push that he needed to take. But now, yeah, when you're 8 frags behind, you kind of have to start going for those fights, even though they're not in your favor at all. And CNZ is just looking to take advantage of that, right? That is why he is one of the most disciplined players in the league.
Oh, he doesn't manage to get the heavy, though. The plan was to just take it away. I mean, let's look at that. Let's say CNZ just died there, but he stole the heavy. He would have spawned near Mega, and then just like that, the difference would have been huge between the two of them. CNZ has been playing patiently. Even small details. He's up near... He got the hover tank award, by the way. Nice amount of self-stack he's given himself. Finished it off with the machine gun. Thank you very much. I was talking about the safe play here from CNZ, where one element you're going to have, Slash. Oh my lord, is she noisy. All you got to do is listen out, and you can just hear those rollerblades all over 2 rockets. 1 frag. And this is kind of what I was saying, Free. All it takes is 1 frag, really, on top of what Nosfa's already having to work with, and I mean, that's it. I don't see him being able to make this comeback here. There's too much work to do, and not enough time to make it happen. And what do we think this came down to, Flea?
Lack of respect from Nosfa, I think, played a big part in it. Especially towards the beginning of the map. I feel like there were just a few cases where Nosfa really didn't have business showing his face somewhere. Played kind of predictably as well, right? I think we saw 3 frags or so where CNZ would get the kill, you know, more over towards the shotgun side of the map. So Nosfa spawns beneath Mega, and every single time Nosfa just rushes into the LG room, which is right on CNZ's path. And he paid for it with his life every single time. So plays like that, that's what led to the scoreline getting so out of control.
It almost seems like there was an element of autopilot here from Nosfa. Like, perhaps he has played a lot of Slash on this map in preparation. We know that Nosfa does like those high-octane champions. We've seen him on this very map, actually, do magical things. Oh, whoa! Mid-air. But at the end of the day, like, perhaps there's just a certain few things that Nosfa does, like fresh off the spawn early, and he wasn't really too worried about it, so he's kind of just going through the motions, right? He's going through the stuff that he's always been doing, and against someone like CNZ, it just doesn't cut it. It almost sounds like perhaps I'm reaching a bit too deep, but it just seemed like Nosfa was just playing a bit on autopilot here, and it cost him.
Also can't forget that CNZ played this beautifully as well, right? The aim that Nosfa has had to go up against, CNZ is hitting 48% LG, 47, make that 50% rail against one of the smallest and fastest champions in the entire game. That's pretty remarkable, and Nosfa was just unable to push through that, especially, you know, sometimes that disrespectful playstyle, it works out well, and Nosfa is a player who can definitely deliver on it too, but when CNZ was hitting as much as he was, it's just not going to amount to anything.
The defensive plays from Nosfa just in case. You know, we're kind of sitting here chatting about the matchup, but this is a done deal. This first map is going to go in favor of CNZ, but truly, when I look at the maps in play in this rotation, I kind of would have favored CNZ to win this anyway. It's just a map that plays to so many of his strengths. Very positional, extremely patient. Not really much of a risk taker, unless it's something that there was almost no risk attached at all. But it's a level of discipline that CNZ has always had, and that, for me, has been the magic word since CNZ made his namestay placement here in Pro League, is that he is the most disciplined player that we have. So you look at a map like Blood Covenant, which can be defensive, it can be super rail heavy, strong about positions and everything else, and I mean, I think it caters to all of CNZ's strengths, and we saw that rather perfectly. Even at the items, actually. Nosfa had more items than CNZ. Barely, but he still had more, and the difference was 19-5. I mean, that's CNZ written all over.
Absolutely. Now map 2 is going to be something else altogether. We'll be moving into Deep Embrace next, much smaller, much more fast-paced than Blood Covenant. Neither player really picking a champion that is lightning fast. Nosfa, just to remind everyone, will be running the Ranger, whereas CNZ will be playing Doomslayer. So both players have got mobility options in a different way. CNZ has got that double jump, helps him vertically quite a lot. You can easily get onto the heavy, for example. Quite a few large gaps that you can get across as well, from LG straight into the middle. Whereas on the other hand, the Ranger is a pretty powerful pick as well. So many nice angles to just chuck an orb to the other side of the map, steal away a heavy, for example, and also that passive that protects you from your own rocket damage is quite useful on tinier maps like this one.
We can't ignore the fact, though, that this is not something you see every day in the Pro League of Quake. We're 3 minutes in and the scoreline was 10-0. Least of all from a player like CNZ, I'd like to point out. You know, this guy was always known for being hyper defensive and kind of having those almost low scoring maps. This was not one of those cases, but it's going to be the battle of poster boys. And I almost love how we've come full circle now, because let's look at the situation that we're in. Doomslayer made it into Quake Champions. The gang was all back together. But then, in a shocking turn of events, if you load up Doom Eternal now, there's a Quake Ranger skin in Doom Eternal, and it's like, what's going on? What is this blend? What is this? I'm here for it. I love it.
Also worth noting, this is actually CNZ's first showing in this season of the Quake Pro League. His very first match is taking place today. He didn't get to play last week. He had a bye week, so he's coming out swinging. This is a very confident start to the season, I feel like, really showing what he's capable of. We've seen him get better and better, right? Never really getting the best results when it matters the most, but he's always a bit of a dark horse, and he's consistently floating around the middle of the pack, getting decent placements, but nothing spectacular. And I think that CNZ wants to change that up this season, and this is a good way to go about it.
There's always motivation in regards to that, isn't there? How many times do we see players say, I'm happy to be in Pro League, but I'm not comfortable anymore being just kind of a player that goes on by and maybe wouldn't have to worry about relegations in the seasons where we had all of that stuff and that. Now, I want to be known as one of the best. There always comes that point where a player just puts that next little extra bit, whether it's their preparation, the research they do, the execution, who knows? It's where players start to make even more of a name for themselves. And let's talk about this matchup. CNZ on the side of Doomslayer, Nosfa with the Ranger. You know, Ranger having that extra burst of damage with someone like Nosfa, who is so tactically aggressive. That orb is super, super scary. But at the same time, CNZ, it is double jump and double jump alone that will make Doomslayer popular on this map. And the double jump making execution so much easier. You just don't have to think about it. You can put all of your thought and effort into everything except movement, because you ain't got to worry about that movement. Double jump will take care of itself.
Oh, surprising push right there. CNZ caught looking the wrong way. And that will help Nosfa get another frag on the board. Instant refrag coming out, so good play from CNZ. And that is exactly like you were saying, Ketchup, why Doomslayer is so powerful. CNZ would not have gotten that frag with another champion. He picked up the LG and just double jumped across, was right on top of his opponent. And that is one of the reasons why Doom is such a powerful pick on Deep Embrace.
He may not like the LG on the receiving end, but he can put it to good use, that's for sure. As we've just started this map off, and even split really in the items, and I like the kind of push that's taking place here. And actually seems elements of respect coming out from Nosfa. Nosfa knows that CNZ's there, and I just don't think he wants to mess with it, right? Let him take the heavy, I'm going to back off and take Mega. CNZ, I think, is happy that he's not going to have to worry about it. And the split is still non-existent. But Nosfer, I feel, already showing more respect to CNZ than he was in that first map.
I think the champion pick also has something to do with it. Nosfa knows that if he drops a frag against CNZ, the double jump can so easily close the gap instantly. And if he dies, same thing applies. CNZ can once again just catch him clean off the spawn once more. So he just has to be more calculated, more cautious, and give his opponent the respect he deserves.
Nice little choice there from Tribolt and CNZ. Kind of had a strong feeling his opponent was going to get that defensive rail on deck, and Tribolt versus rail can always be better than you might expect. What? Oh!
The moment Ketchup we start talking about having more respect, Nosfa tries to brute force his way through that tiny little murder hole where you can't dodge left or right at all. And that is what gave CNZ the edge in that lightning gun fight and gave him the frag.
You can dodge with your face. That's what Ranger do. It's what he do for a long time. Oh, CNZ almost had that rail shot available. And now we go into a slightly slower matchup here. Information's going to be key. There's the drop down. They trade rail for rail. Pushing through the hole again. A rather bold play, especially Nosfer. I think trying to force him away, but he didn't even have the Dire Orb, so that was even riskier. But is it going to pay off? Steals the Mega. CNZ happy to let him do that because now he's got perfect timing. He knows he's going to be able to take heavy, but actually chooses to push forward. I do respect that decision because, I mean, if he got even one rail there on Nosfer, he'd have got the frag and the item. He knows there's no way Nosfer can challenge that. And at the same time, put a delay between the two, but he's not getting any damage on deck here while taking a fair amount.
Loving the confidence with the LG, just holding down the firing button for a full second, daring him to show his face. CNZ wisely stuck back, but will nevertheless be Nosfa, getting himself another frag. Nice, two rails to the face, and now he's in a perfect position to pick up heavy. Start building some momentum. 10 seconds between the items. If Nosfa can get away with Mega cleanly now too, it's going to start being a little bit risky for CNZ, and he will have to slow it down.
Just goes to show, every decision you make in Quake, there's so many moving parts to it. CNZ knew that it hit Nosfer. Nosfer was weak. Nosfer had taken the Mega. There was no armor on deck. He knows I'm comfortable here, and Nosfer is not going to push in for this heavy. Wait a minute, if I know he's not going to be at heavy, he's probably going to be near armor, trying to pick up a little bit of extra stack. I'm going to push forward and either get damage or maybe even a bonus frag. The idea was there, but he just couldn't hit any shots whatsoever, and by the time he was even at the heavy, there just was no difference. You know, there's no difference in return, and I think that was a problem. Just goes to show how even decision, everything has to be perfect for it to work out. Punishing.
Yeah. Nosfa feels like he's getting his bearing back. Before this last fight, he was at 18% LG, which is definitely not where you want to be at this level of play. So hopefully he can right that sooner rather than later. Grabs the LG, gonna put it to good use. He will.
The fake out!
Yeah, looking a lot more confident and comfortable there as well. Mega should be going his way as well. This is looking pretty good for Nosfa now.
But at the same time, audio is key, and Nosfa knows that CNZ fresh off spawn has just picked up an armor. At the same time, we'll know he's likely to have picked up heavy as well, so he's going to have to play a strong game here. Hit and run. Can't overextend his stay because you do not want to concede a frag right now. If you do it now, CNZ's probably going to take that Mega off you. Big damage, but oh dear. Flying straight into him. Don't think that was part of the plan, and now unfortunately we'll have to give up Mega. He's nowhere near it.
Nosfa was not expecting the bounce to go that way. He had already switched to a different weapon, and then all of a sudden CNZ just got propelled face first into him. Could have ended differently, but oh my goodness, that was something. That was sweet, indeed. Beautifully lined up and executed as well. And now Nosfa double the points that CNZ has. There we go, another rail. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Nosfa's building confidence. This is so much better than map 1.
The items even split. Uh-oh. Oh, he keeps the rails out. He knows that's going to be his ticket to large damage, but doesn't need a rail to finish. Unfortunately for Nosfa, can't get that kind of last-ditch effort. And is now spawning near Rail's side. That's all he's going to have, so Nosfa can't overstay his welcome here. Not even able to pick anything up. The fake out on the orb again. That's not the first time CND has kind of expected him to teleport onto it. The almost 50-50 element that Ranger brings to the table. I'd never get tired of seeing it. But let's talk about this current situation. Nosfa, all the weapons that you can want, misses the opening rail. And CNZ, I like that. Swapping over to the LG just to punish the cooldown and just get that constant string of damage. It's an awkward fight to try and take someone when they've got an LG there.
Both of the items. Oh,
wow.
Yeah, CNC still finds the shot. Oh, I like how Nosfa played this. Oh, he probably could have gotten away with not moving at all. CNZ jumped over but looked the other way. I don't think he had any clue that Nosfa was actually there. And now one frag separates these two players. Good thing for Nosfa is that the major items are almost aligned, meaning that CNZ cannot get an easy full rotation for himself. He needs to sacrifice one to pick up the other, and if he wants to get both, he will have to delay them, and that will require a frag, I feel like. So Nosfa can still kind of keep them separated. Doesn't feel the need to do so just yet though, blazing in.
Now here's what I was just about to point out. If CNZ was the one playing Ranger, then you would in theory be able to pick them both up, and that perfect use of the orb allowed Nosfa to close in the distance. Running out of LG ammo almost cost him his life there, but it didn't. That was a beautiful play to just catch CNZ fresh off the item, and there is enough of a delay between the two of them that if Nosfa gets another one of those orbs, then maybe he can take them both. I mean, it's almost a 1% chance at this point, but that is what Nosfa needed to keep himself back into the fight. The confident play, the perfect execution. And now what's it going to be? The opening rail does miss. Nosfa railable, 83 HP. Has to listen out, and that was a safe orb.
Very patiently played as well. He was waiting until he heard CNZ down below with him before he orbed up.
Smart stuff.
All he has to do now is wait. Hold on to this lead for one more minute, but it is a precarious lead and CNZ's aim is on point. One rail that will already clean up that starting armor that Nosfa had, and he's in such a bad spot. He doesn't have the orb. CNZ knows that all he's got to work with is the rail, and that will not deter him from pushing in and tying it up 10 to 10.
Honestly, in that situation, when your opponent only has a rail and you've got an LG and you've got stack to take it, you're just licking your lips. You're like, bring it on, I don't care. Yeah. I'll take the hit. You're still gonna die, my friend. And unfortunately for Nosfa, no! CNZ is starting to trickle it away piece by piece, and now Nosfa is running out of time. He's consistently getting a spawn that I don't think he'd particularly want. I mean, who wants a rail in that situation? They've got an LG, they're pushing in. It's all you've got. What do? You hit a rail, who cares? You're dead anyway. And the last minute GGs will roll out as CNZ snatches it away at the last possible second. And that is a strong showing for his first appearance here in Season 3. And we're not finished. You know, we still have a map to get through. They were almost completely dead even on damage. 4,660 for CNZ, 4,603 for Nosfa. I mean, that's as even as it gets.
Items were pretty much split down the middle as well, right? 6-12 for Nosfa versus 12-5 for CNZ. So just about even when it comes to item pickups as well. But indeed, CNZ played it perhaps a bit more disciplined once again, right? There was a time I felt where Nosfa was being really calculated with his aggression, but towards the end, it kind of seemed like he was starting to slip up again a bit too much. Pushing in, hoping to get a little bit of tribal damage, showing his face on heavy, I think a bit too early when he had no business being there. And that's the push that I was talking about earlier, right? Trying to force his way through that little hole, that is just recipe for disaster. And then at one point, Nosfa, I think, was 4 frags in the lead before bleeding it back to a tied game. There were some really good plays by the Brazilian though, but I think in the end, CNZ was just a bit too controlled, and Nosfa gave up perhaps a few too many angles here and there, pushing a little too aggressively.
There were some moments of greatness that kept Nosfa in the fight. I think a real standout moment was that phenomenal Dire Orb. where he was able to pick up the heavy and then put himself on Mega. He almost didn't quite get it because he used all of his ammo on LG, but this just says, I think, leaps and bounds of CNZ's perfect style of play. Those final frags all came down to just knowing where he was going to spawn, having a perfect understanding of his opponent's stack, his opponent's severe lack of weaponry, and even when CNZ's about to make the comeback and Nosfa's stuck in that little corner with Rail, like, he knows he's only got Rail, he doesn't want to be there, but how do you get out? It was just commanded so militantly by CNZ that I don't even think any player in the world could have survived that. That's almost checkmate, that was.
Indeed it was. Now, final map, Awoken. Nosfa will be running the BJ Blazkowicz, whereas CNZ has picked Galena. Interesting matchup, right? We talked about it briefly before the series started. Typically, players go for movement-focused champions on Awoken. Not this time. Both are just really focused on the one hand, having that utility of the totems, the heals available, which you can hide in quite a few places around the map, particularly around the railgun area. And then on the other hand, Nosfa is just going for the raw damage with the dual wield. Now, little worried about that, because Nosfa's aim definitely hasn't been bad, but there hasn't been anything either that really screams, yes, he's on point today. You know, his rockets were serviceable. His LG, I mentioned it earlier, starting only with around 18% LG. And that wasn't just after one fight, that was after several minutes of using the weapon. He was still below 20%. So I hope that Nosfa can really find his swing, get that aim on point, because otherwise he's going to be struggling if CNZ gets some of those totems down.
If you're having an off day in terms of accuracy and you're picking BJ, you're not going to be able to maximize the one thing he's able to do, which is pull out 2 guns. And if you're still missing with those guns, who cares? He'll know that better than anyone, though. I know we always see the America side of things. BJ is always much more popular there, so I always love seeing it. But what interests me the most about these champions is it's a map that they're not as common in. Galena, arguably, because we have seen people play Galena in a strong defensive style in this map, but BJ definitely not. So maybe there's something here that we haven't seen in some time, perhaps. But CNZ is going to be the comfortable one. The win is secured. Now the question is by how much? Is it a clean sweep or is it a 2-1? For Nosfa's sake, he's going to want to get this map. But CNZ, I'm sure, would be happy to start things off with a 3-0.
Looks like we're starting it off on CNZ's point of view. He's getting the heavy spawn. Neither player interested in delaying the item pickup. Rockets are good, and oh no, Nosfa. See, that's again, catch up what we've been talking about this entire series, right? That push, you know that rockets will beat you out at that range. And Nosfa, I'm just hoping that the LG, at least that opening surprise burst coming out the teleporter, would be enough to help, but it wasn't. And just like that, he drops 1 frag to start things off with. Good rail, good rail. It's going to be largely negated by the mega pickup, but that second one is definitely going to hurt. And CNZ once again in the driver's seat. I also like how he's using the totems. Absolutely no thought about hiding them. He's just stacking them at the teleporter exit. If Nosfa goes through now, he's got a very, very uncomfortable surprise waiting for him.
And Nosfa, he has used a little bit of that BJ style, you know, where he was railable by about 80 or so. Oh, God! There goes the dual wield. No dual wheel has worked out yet. Unfortunately, the first dual wheel popped actually was up near the armor in the center of the map, and he pops it when he can hear CNZ, and he's pushing in. This is kind of shades of Blood Covenant, but with way less of that utility, and dare I say, understanding of why it's even happening. I am quite worried for him with how things are currently going, and CNZ still playing this absolute top-tier style. I mean, he's on form. He's on perfect form. Misses the rail. Of course I cursed him.
Okay, almost looked like it was going to be a direct, but CNZ dodges it nicely. I like how we've just been talking about, CNZ is such a defensive player, and this map starts and absolutely just runs away with the lead, although a lot of that does come from Nosfa allowing him to do so. 10 seconds between the items. Not bad for CNZ. Doesn't have any totems up though. Nice, good damage. Both players screamingly weak.
Woo! Aggressive push from Nosfa. That's definitely something BJ Blazkowicz would actually do, I think. At death's door, you know what? I hit the shotgun, I'm alive. And actually, The problem with being so weak... Oh my lord! You want to take this heavy? Think again. Knock you up and finish you off.
Time to die.
Oh, look at this. CNC is setting a trap. Rocket Jump is going to save Nosfa, though. The insides, that is phenomenal. Nosfa probably had an inkling that CNZ was hiding around there. Know very well that going up the bounce pad could be a death sentence against an LG as powerful as CNZ's, and so instead he just rocket jumps straight onto it.
Look, Flea, plan all you want. Man has 2 guns.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. With Nosfa's aim, I feel like starting to, you know, get into the swing of things. Nothing phenomenal just yet. We know that he can do better, but this is starting to look solid. The CNZ has been solid from start to finish, and it is showing in the scoreline once more.
Even that dual wield, even with the access to the damage Nosfa will get from it, CNZ had way too much stack. I don't even, if he hit 100%, I don't even think CNZ would have died in that exchange. He had just so much more. Now the aggressive push, whether he wanted to go in there in the last minute or not, doesn't matter because he gets knocked into it. The totem, I mean, that was a scrambly fight, and it will be Nosfa barely surviving, but now... Oh, you can tell Nosfa probably would have preferred a trade there, because now CNZ's weak, but he's on the rail side. Even before he goes down, he could have in theory got a rail, but Nosfa quite rightly doing the push, you know, keep him away, keep him down. He's in mega side now too. Even when CNZ's been dying, it's been favoring him, because he's been getting really good spawns.
I feel like Nosfa just hasn't been able to make much of the rail. And that has been a key part of why Cyril CNZ is now in the lead. Just for reference, Nosfa has done more damage with the Tribolt than he has done with the Railgun. You can't afford to do that on a map like Awoken. 27% Railgun accuracy, 3 shots landed out of 11 fired. When you're up against someone like CNZ who's hitting 75% right now, you're in for a bad time.
Now, I hope Nosfa's aware of this, but CNZ using 2 of those totems to heal himself back up, actually even in stack. And dare I even say more so now, because of that armor he's just picked up. Nosfa had him extremely weak before. That's not the case now. The preemptive use of the dual wield just to keep him away. But that wasn't even a situation CNZ was worried about. The big push and the direct rocket does nothing to stop Nosfa from collecting. As the Mega goes into his possession. Oh my lord, man just can't run onto the jump pad. What the hell was that? Oh, Flea, I'm so confused.
My best guess is that Nosfa thought that he would be on the jump pad and already started holding back. And he just didn't quite get onto it and just walked back.
Moonwalking?
Yeah, something like that. And it hurt. It wasn't pretty. Good rocket from CNZ there.
98 damage. May as well have been a perfect.
Impressive comeback from Nosfa, though. He's only 2 frags behind at this point. Still has plenty of time to work with. Let's take a look at the damage. CNZ's got slight damage advantage. More items picked up as well. Oh my god, the tracking on that.
Lee, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I swear when you dual wield rails, the accuracy goes down. I swear it does. Maybe it's the fire rate messing people up, but who knows? CNZ just matched it, happy to do so, and flawless LG. His LG, this whole series has been phenomenal. Let's think back into Blood Covenant, hitting unreal levels of LG against a Slash. One of the hardest champions to hit, even without an LG on its own. As now CNZ pushing in, Nosfa, the rocket jump, I can only imagine that was. Everyone heard it, especially CNZ. The problem with that is that he's definitely going to know that Nosfa is extremely weak, because BJ just advertised it.
One of the only players I feel like has been somewhat consistent with the dual wield rail was Toxic. He somehow made it work, but other than him, it's so difficult because after years of playing Quake, you're so in line and in tune with that rhythm of the railgun, and I think it really just throws people off tremendously when you dual wield and speed that up. For a moment there, it was a 1 frag game. Looked like Nosfa was going to be able to bring it back. But then that one misplay at the bounce pad, giving up a frag that he shouldn't, where all CNZ had to work with was that machine gun, that set him back so far.
And frustrating situations, they tend to daisy chain into disaster. Nosfer getting knocked forward, actually, put even more point blank with the dual-wield shotties. Like to see it. But when things go wrong, I mean, frustration can set in. I'm not saying that it is for Nosfer, but there's a potential that one thing can lead to another. And if you're missing your shots and then you get frustrated over that, you'll miss even more shots. The rail just doesn't seem to connect, and there's no getting around the fact that rail has not been a particularly strong weapon here for Nosfer. 29%. He's fired 27 shots. And CNZ has not had such problems. 17-9. This was close a couple of minutes ago. And I feel like surely this has got to be that 3-0 secured for CNZ. No doubt Dragonborn going to be very happy with the result today. And of course, both players are taking part. We're going to have Dramas versus Razy later today as well. See if maybe they can take it home.
CNZ's aim has been some of the best I've seen in a while. He has been so consistent, making such good use of every weapon in his arsenal. Just for example, the Tribolt. He's been extremely effective with his Tribolt this map as well. It's not just his rockets, which are great, his rail, which is on point, his LG, which sticks to the opponent. No, he's making the most out of every single bit of his kit, and it is showing in the scoreline as well. CNZ pining for that big 2-0, the 20 frags. Naswa will already call GG. And that will be our second 3-0 of the day catch-up. We saw Avek do it to Zeneku earlier, and now CNZ repeats the feat against Nasva.
I mean, perhaps a taste of things to come. It's always nice to see Nosfer play again, but again, today there was just, I think maybe just a bit of an opponent mismatch. The way the two of them play is so drastically different. That kind of inside look, no, you'll get it, you'll get it, you'll get it. Yeah, there we go. First try, and there you go, just a bonus. Just a bonus. But like I was saying, the two of them play so differently to each other. The thing about CNZ's style is that when he needs to match for aim, he tends to be rather reliable, and today was a pretty firm description of that. His accuracy, especially on map 1, when you're going up against these tiny, fast-moving targets, he made it look like just a non-existent problem. And hitting those light champions, these pros make it look easy, but anyone that's ever played Quake champions knows that hitting them is not even close. So in these kind of situations where you're hitting LG of that caliber, Nosfer not particularly respecting it at the start, and I think the respect was forced upon him later on, and you know, the closest exchange we had was that deep embrace, really. There's just CNZ matched the ferocity, but then added his own flair of it on top, and I don't know, if he plays like that throughout the course of this series, this season, I think he's going to be a player to watch.
CNZ definitely enforced some respect during this series. Nasva wasn't quite giving him enough of it, and CNZ kind of humbled him at points during this series. Now Nasva, I really do hope we get to see more of him, right? He lost to Sparty last week, now he lost to CNZ. This is a player, Ketchup, who at one point was really considered to be a sizable contender for top 3 in the Americas, right? Someone who went into LAN looking like a big hotshot, delivering exquisite results. I still remember the kickoff at QuakeCon 2019, that was when the Quake Pro League officially started, and Nasva was looking like such an incredible threat. But ever since, it feels like he's kind of not been able to live up to the hype, especially over the past few stages, just not delivering what we know that he is capable of. So I really hope, new season, new start, we've got a lot of weeks left ahead of us, that he can make the most out of it.
Hey, look, I'm a glass half full kind of guy, and I think that we've only just scratched the surface of Season 3. There is plenty of time for things to improve. And it's as simple as that. You know, how many players, we've seen players have rough starts in the beginning and then instantly they start to climb back up those ranks. And there's many reasons that can cause players to just have an off day or an off few months or whatever the case may be. The important thing is progression. And progression is what Quake Pro League is all about. Our next matchup is going to be Razy versus Dramis. the Dragonborn continues, funnily enough, and no doubt the folks at home keeping a keen eye on this one. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Quake Pro League continues. See you in a bit. Hey everybody, welcome back. You're watching Week 2 of Season 3 of the Quake Pro League. My name's Ketchup, joined by Flea. We've just seen one DBE player make it through the 3-0, so CNZ sitting comfortably this week. Now it's going to be Dramis. Got a bit of a mountain to climb, I think is fair to say, because his opponent is the one and only Razy. They have had some, I would say, rather unpredictable results in the past. Dramis has actually been able to take it to Razy in community tournaments. To be fair, it's a fair while ago, but results are always there and they stay in history. How that's going to carry in Season 3 remains to be seen. I still think Razy is the favourite. Flea, what do you think?
I mean, if we look at the recent history, indeed, Dramis has been able to take Razy down in some of the community tournaments, but more recently, during the Quake Pro League, we had the Quake World Championships 2021 is the last time they played, and it was Razy getting a pretty convincing 2-0 victory. And of course, Razy is riding a very high streak right now, coming in second at the QuakeCon finals, and then second in the Iron Fist Invitational as well. So this man is really on point, one of the absolute best in the world. And while Dramis has been showing some pretty good results recently, right? He finished, I think, top 4 NA, or rather the Americas, in the previous season. I don't know if he is at that level yet to consistently take it to Razy.
Only time will tell, my friend, because we're about to look at those picks and bans and find out what the journey of them today is going to be. Ruins of Sarnath to begin, Corrupted Keep, and then Awoken as that final destination. Dramis, quite rightly so, banning away the clutch. I mean, that's always going to be a thing. If they let it get in, he's going to pick it. He's probably going to win the map unless you can just play surgically to prevent it. Other than that, though, Scalebearer will be the next best thing, because Scalebearer on this map is also very annoying. Versus the crouch slide, so Dramis not going to worry too much there. There's going to be a lot of comfort. In fact, I think there's a lot of comfort in all of the champion picks, as he has the Ranger and the Athena on top. Razy going in with a bit more of that general utility, I think is fair to say, Flea.
Absolutely, yeah. I love Scalebearer coming out again. Ruins of Sarnath is definitely a map where that champion shines. It's a powerhouse, it's a train, can be so difficult to stop. And we know that Razy is in perfect control of every champion he plays. And he plays a hell of a lot of them. Then map 2, Corrupted Keep, Ranger. By Dramis, not at all a bad pick. A lot of plays you can make with the orb, right? We've seen it time and time again. For example, you throw out the orb towards Mega, get onto the heavy, instantly teleport, and secure both of them, or bully your opponent from an advantageous position. So a very powerful pick there as well, going up against the Galena. Now there's not that many places to hide the totem on Corrupted Keep, it's such a small map, but it is Razy's peak, or Razy's keep rather, so surely he will find a way to make it work. And then lastly, the final map will be Awoken, which will be a very, very high-octane matchup. Athena versus Anarchy, lights, no armor to their name off spawn. That is going to be a lot of damage, a lot of aggression coming out quickly.
I think it was quite a wise move to remove the saw lag from play as well. Razy can be unbelievably momentum focused, and on a map like Awoken, saw lag has momentum written all over her face. So being able to shut that down is a good shout. And when it comes to that kind of movement control, I think you'd rather fight an Anarchy than a saw lag if it's Razy. That's just me, but I just would not want to deal with a champion that can spawn with a stack like that and then just continue to push, especially if you have a close fight or something. But excited to see Ruins of Sarnath. It is a map I tend to see Razy on quite a lot, and at the same time I think it works well for Dramis because Ruins of Sarnath and crouch sliding makes quite a nice combination, but I feel the Strog is going to just give that extra barrier of safety. I feel like although Dramis has a fantastic slash, using slash versus Scalebearer on this map, I feel like it's just a riskier pick, and considering this is already like Razy's a favorite here, safer to go with the medium versus the light.
Absolutely, yeah. Because we know that Ruins is a historically difficult map to play when you're a light champion, right? Because both of the small armors are so out in the open, they're so risky to get a hold of, and if your opponent is in full control and sits around the middle of the map, they can easily punish you off spawn when you try to pick up some armor when you're a small champion. So definitely a good pick on the Strock. I also like that there's a fair bit of verticality where you can make some good plays with the Pika, right? You drop down, send the robot back up, or vice versa. There's a lot of versatility that you have with that active ability. So indeed, I think that Dramus really picked one of the top counters to Scale Bearer on this map. 2 fast champions, and we know that there's very few people who manage or have mastered the crouch sliding as well as Dramus has.
A bit of a fan favorite because of it. I've definitely seen people in the past kind of compare Dramas to Toxic in that regard, where just the execution, don't worry about it. And it's just natural. That muscle memory is set fully in. Now, Razy does actually get the spawn side, chooses to drop down already. So it is a bit of a risky play. And I actually think that perhaps Dramas is, in fact, going to be able to take both of these items. Razy not having a perfect start and actually only has a rail to his name, able to hit the opening shot. But Dramus way better equipped for what's coming next.
Razy was definitely the first to get his hands on a meaningful weapon, but Dramus held on to the better positioning and got away with the items instead. And now Razy is in a little spot of trouble. Will pick up the Mega. A little surprising. I was expecting Dramus to pressure that a bit more. Instead, he went for the LG first, which is, of course, a very valid alternative. But Razy really wasn't all that stacked, had almost nothing to work with in terms of weaponry, and was just kind of dancing around in the Mega, hoping to dodge any incoming fire. And instead, Dramus just went for the LG first. Oh, that's a painful bull rush straight to the face. Luckily for Dramus, he managed to nip it in the butt quite early.
He chases.
Right? The longer the bull rush continues, the more speed gets built up and the more powerful and damaging that impact becomes. So if you have to give the scale a little bit of a kiss, a nudge on the forehead, you might as well get it out of the way as quick as possible.
And I absolutely loved the play there from Dramus. You know that Razy has no armor. There's only one. I mean, you just talked about this. There's realistically only one place you can go to get armor in that situation, and Dramus was looking right at it. Just making the perfect play, forcing you to go where you really don't want to go but feel you have to. Razy pushing forward. Is going to have to pick up the Mega now. Doesn't have rails, so it's going to concede a little bit of damage. Full speed ahead, my friend. Razy doesn't go down. Instead, he survives. Dramus will die. But how do you recover from here? That's the question.
I kind of feel like Dramus misjudged the distance there, because from the way he was positioned, I almost felt like he was getting ready to rocket jump over Razy once the bull rush came too close. You know, it's a pretty common strategy, but in the end, he kind of like just did an awkward sidestep because I don't think he had a rocket available fast enough, and that ended up giving Razy the frag. So good play from the Maestro man. Dramus still has stack advantage, still has that 1 point up over his opponent.
Extremely scary situation for Razy though, because he had just... Oh, that's not going to be it! You're done! You are done. That was such a risky play. I was about to say Razy had no armor to his name. He'd just picked up the armor near where Super Shotgun was, and it was about 15 seconds until Heavy spawned. So really, his only source of surviving that incoming attack was going to be the bull rush. The second that bull rush got no one, I think we all knew what was going to happen next.
I'm actually surprised that Razy persisted with it. I really thought that he would just stop the bull rush the moment Dramus went up the bounce pad. You know, kind of like bullying him off of it, making sure that he gets the heavy. But no. He pushed it just a few steps too far. And of course, going up the bounce pad, that kills that bull rush momentum, right? Of course, Scale can still do some impact damage when you just meet him going up the bounce pad, but it's nowhere near what you can do with a well-timed and well-placed bull rush.
Oh! Now, Razy has spent, I think I'd say, a fair amount of this map without a rail. And that has been a bit interesting, because it has meant that in these kind of odd exchanges where that Pika comes out around a corner, he doesn't have the ability to just instantly one-shot it. So he does get hit by a couple of those Hyper Blaster shots. It's just, every little helps when it comes to adding damage on top, and it's not damage Razy wants! Oh no! What does he get? He gets stuck on something there. Looked like maybe the side of the entryway? Dramus does live.
But he's outstacked.
Oh, okay. The rail!
Beautiful. The peeker in midair, kind of sending Razy off course, and the rail to clean it up. Razy wanted that health bubble so bad, pays the ultimate price for it too. And Dramus is actually playing this incredibly well. Consistent with the damage, not giving Razy just any foothold into this map. good control of the items. Every single time that Razy does get a frag, it has been a labored engagement, and it has always ended with Razy being with a sliver of health. I think this is probably the first time that Razy got a frag and managed to just stabilize back to 100-100 base stack. So this is good for Razy to start building some momentum, but he doesn't have anything to do with the Beaker, has to switch to LG. Luckily for him, the Hyper Blaster didn't connect with all that much damage, but Razy can't really go for the Mega. Oof, I don't think Razy realized that Ramis was taking the long way around to pick up Mega, because he absolutely had the time to just steal it away. I think he was expecting Ramis to like kind of counter him, be sitting on the Mega already, but still, one frag of a deficit, 5 minutes left to go.
I think what I loved about that last frag so much was the fact that Razy had got his stack back up to kind of normal amounts with just regular light items. On the opposite end, Dramus had picked up some important items, and the fact that that was such a surprise sneak attack, he didn't really concede much damage and then got rid of a bunch of items that Dramus would have used to continue his lead, right? So, if anything, a complete reset of the situation. Just like that, you know, a minute and a half, 2 minutes later, Razy! Oh, can't get it though! Taking a bunch of damage. Has to watch out. Misses the rail. That surely has to be the absolute push for Dramus. Surely it does. Razy, so weak, and yet he finds a way to turn the tide. Dramus, maybe kicking himself a little bit about that one. If he knew just how weak he was, perhaps he would have pushed forward.
Rails being exchanged. That's going to favor Razy, of course. He has the better stack to work with. Oh, Bull Rush goes absolutely nowhere.
Oopsie.
Ketchup, I'm really not sure how I feel about the Bull Rushes today. I feel like Razy has not been able to open up that much space with them, and several of the times he's used the ability actually backfired completely, putting himself in a really bad position and allowing Dramus to do a lot of damage and often walk away with the frag too. Now, of course, there have been times where he used it very successfully too, but it's been inconsistent at best, I would say.
There's that kamikaze for a bit of damage on top, but Razy's not going to worry about that. It's just knowing your fights. Even with the Pika on deck, realistically, how much damage do I know I'm going to take? If it's worth it, finish the job. Speaking of finish the job, we swap to machine gun and do just that. And as long as he's going to collect all these hourglasses, keep in mind, remember, I mean, this is Ruins of Sarnath. There are so many hourglasses that Razy, having just used his bull rush, he's got it back. He's good to go. That pain train comes a-rolling for another time. Razy one frag in the lead here. And with plenty of map left, I think for either result to happen. But Razy, we always talk about momentum with this player, and the second he starts to have a stack like this, if he hits the opening shot, you have to worry. However, ooh, nice rocket. But how much damage does he take in return? Dramus pushes down and equalizes. 2 minutes on the clock. I'm liking where this is going.
Rails were on point. Razy actually pulling out the gauntlet. I don't think it's going to work well this time. He's just outgunned in the end. And that will mean that Dramus gets a frag, gets himself in the lead as well. But there are no major items spawning anytime soon. This is so dangerous for Dramus, and indeed Razy senses this, lands the final bullets with the machine gun. And that's the risk of taking fights at times like this, right? Even when you get the frag as Dramus, where do you go from there? Yeah, you've taken a whole lot of damage, but Mega is 20 seconds out. Heavy is 15 seconds out. Where do you go? When your opponent spawns as a heavy champion with a fair bit of stack of his own, you're a sitting duck.
I was a little bit worried, actually, for Razy in that situation, because right as he's sitting on top of heavy machine gun, misses the opening shot! The movement from Dramus! Running rings around him! But he's still taking a bunch of LG, drops down, but way early to be guaranteed on that heavy. Razy disengages. However, I don't think he has full timing on this light. He'll pick it up anyway, and he's good to go. But the heavy is in play. No one's on top. Whoever wins this fight is going to take heavy and pick it up, bring themselves into a great situation. And actually, not just heavy, Mega spawns as well. By taking the Mega, surely Dramus will jump down and snap up that armor. What happens next? 30 seconds. Dramus needs to get some weapons together. He's got to make magic happen! And he picks it up again!
All tied up, 8-8. 25 seconds left to go. Now Razy has to find a way to get into the center of the map. We'll go through the teleporter, but the rockets are painful. They hurt, and down he goes. Dramis, all he has to do is stay alive for 15 more seconds. Whereas Razy has no chance of picking up the Mega. He needs to find weapons to work with. Oh, Dramis meets him face first. And that, I think, will spell disaster. Razy will drop down one more time, and Dramis gets map 1. I think that there's going to be a fair few people losing out on a lot of channel points there.
Hey, look, I mean, people might look at me and you like we're crazy for being like, look, I'm not counting out Dramis when it comes to this specific matchup, because I personally feel like, you know, I think I'm a bit biased towards Dramis because I have always enjoyed just watching his journey. Because he has climbed so far, and I think you kind of have to factor in last season the fact that he recovered from a pretty severe hand injury that meant he straight up couldn't play anything. He couldn't do anything. I mean, it completely put him out of action for a few months. He came back stronger than ever, and it was like the best Dramis we've ever seen. I like players having that kind of just impressive rise to power, because they have to put themselves through so much to reach that point. And, you know, Dramis juggles more than Quake these days too. So if he's able to get even a map against someone like Razy, who is absolutely one of the most undisputed greatest players, sky's the limit, really. If he can win this series, it will be one hell of a statement. But he's got to win the series first. It is just one map. And Razy, very good at taking things a map at a time.
It would be one hell of a day for Dragonborn Esports as well, right? CNZ taking down Nosva 3-0. If Dramis can continue this and take down Razy, that would be a heyday for the organization behind these players. But Razy is a nothing if not disciplined, right? We have seen him crawl and claw his way back from the depths of the lower brackets, from being several maps down in grand finals, still tying it up, securing the win. This is a man who is so calculated, so in control over his own playstyle, that I really think he's going into map 2 no different from whether or not he had won the first map, right? He can absolutely reset after a loss like that and move on as if nothing happens.
And it's a underrated skill to have, not just in Quake, but I think in all of competitive, to be able to disregard any kind of circumstance that might affect your performance in the matches to come. And the best players in the world are able to essentially just learn from what happened last time, if it was a loss, learn the important stuff, and disregard any of the stress that it can bring. And this was something Razy was an absolute god of doing, even when Duel was round-based. He would take it one single round at a time. Even if he had one champion left, he would still play it a round at a time. It doesn't matter what the difference was. And I always took a lot of, I think, just inspiration from that. I mean, how can you not be inspired by a player that level-headed? As we now go into Corrupted Keep, what's it going to be?
Now, a very important factor when it comes to Corrupted Keep is that there's no railgun on the map. And we didn't really touch upon it after the previous game, but there was an 80% railgun accuracy coming out on map 1. And now there is no rail in play whatsoever. So this might change things up considerably, as Dramis absolutely just goes balls to the walls aggressive. He knows he's got the rockets that Razy lacks, orbs onto him, and he is very well aware that Razy has nothing to use at that close range.
Split between the major items, as expected. Now, what kind of situation is it going to cause, though? Razy looking to keep him trapped, but swapping to the rocket, that's actually going to give Dramis that opening to escape. Pretty much unscathed, too. Listening out for that Galena, knows there's a totem on the ground. Another fight coming in. The orb is available, but is he going to use it? Just to simply safely reposition. I respect that choice. And actually picks up some bonus LG ammo just to get a little bit more damage. Razy, stuck up top, does take the armor, but will he get out with his life? That's another question.
That LG was uncharacteristically shaky from Razy there, though. The fight in the red room, Razy was looking good going into that, but then his LG just completely fell off, and that's why he had to give up so much ground. Had to walk out of that and yield control of that item to Dramis. I like the totem just behind the little wall at Mega. Very sneaky, and absolutely catch players by surprise. Oh, Dramis once again committing to the aggression.
Not the worst situation in the world, though, because Razy, being full health before that fight, didn't need to pick up those 2 light health bubbles, so they were a free pickup for Dramis. However, the danger now is distinct lack of armor, and Razy deletes it! On the side of Dramis, not able to get much damage at all.
Be healed in the power of the ancients.
Still, essentially no time between the items. Dramis, I think, has actually used the orb pretty much every single time he's used it. Very little in terms of trying to surprise or confuse his opponent. He just orbs and he goes for it. Something that Razy is no doubt catching on to. And that Dramis is aware of as well. He's no doubt going to stop doing that. Those rockets, beautiful.
Definitely made me feel a certain way. A major push, and they trade weight. Who spawns where? I definitely feel like Razy getting the better end of that. Spawn! Oh, God, that hurts. Oh, my lord. Hang on a minute.
80 damage.
That orb puts him to safety. Can he get away? Oh, he was waiting for the jump pad. He was eyeing it up. I can't believe Dramis even survived that exchange. Oh, my God!
Dramis just wasn't expecting that 80 damage out of nowhere going through the teleporter. But now he is weak. He can't stick around. Luckily, Mega will spawn. And Razy prioritizes the heavy. Won't be there to punish it in time. And again, the Shop Slayer coming through Dramis. He saw the opportunity and he took it. He watched Razy walk right on top of that orb and he said, it's now or never. And it paid off.
There have been, Flea, there have been some absolute moments of clutch here coming out from Dramis. Unfortunately, right there, running out of LG ammo. And that definitely would have been another frag for him, I think, if he had more ammo. But unfortunately not. More self-damage from Razy because did not expect that head-on collision right there. Pushing in aggressive, but that's going to be another frag dropping down. I mean, Corrupted Keep. Such a back and forth snowball heavy map. More rockets in. The perfect call out on the armor. As Razy now in big trouble. Only has the nail gun! And now Razy cannot pick up the heavy either. Dramis is looking good.
This could be an absolute decisive moment. For the first time we see a nice split between the items. One player getting both, including a frag. This might be the moment that changes the course of this map altogether. Because now Dramis can establish full control. He got that frag at just the right moment. The offset between Mega and Heavy was just long enough for him to comfortably get across. And now Razy's in a bit of trouble. What can he do to stop this momentum that's being built up?
But at the same time, the moment this control is established, all it takes is that one fight to turn. And then that offset of items will then favor the person that was down. Razy's the kind of player that absolutely will take full advantage of any small opening that exists. And kind of like right now, it was Razy able to take the item, and he does get as much damage as he possibly can. I really think that was Dramis kind of conceding the fact that he was going to die there. We just need to get as much damage as possible. But now, just look at it, Razy, full steam ahead onto that heavy, because the control needs to go into his favor now. We're over halfway through. Dramis leading the charge. Not by much, though. But, my lord, a 2-0 would be ridiculous, Flea.
At the very least, Razy has managed to kill that speed that Dramis was building, right? He has managed to stop full control and the snowball that you were referring to earlier, which is something you see so often on this map. He's managed to stabilize. And after that rocket jump, yeah, a little bit questionable. Now Razy might just be the one to take over the rotation that Dramis established. Heavy first, instantly just rushing straight onto Mega as well. Will still be Dramis securing it, but he's got to be careful. There's that totem in the pocket. Always got to be aware of that. Razy getting that extra injection, that boost of health, allowing him to close the gap furthermore, and now it's just one kill separating these two players.
Dramis without much really at all to work with. Gets a bunch of nail gun damage, actually. The heavy is about to spawn, but Razy is going to have to pick up a fair amount of those light health bubbles. You chuck the totem on top, and to be fair, this is Corrupted Keep. Generous with those lights all over the place. But just like that, Razy has turned it right on its head. Still quite weak. And no totems in sight. No totems in sight, Flea. Hang on a minute.
Good use of the orb once again by Dramas. Again, he throws it and he teleports to it. Oh!
What?
Oh, Dramas. No, he was not expecting that. The LG knockback gave Razy so much momentum that he flew through the teleporter so quickly and just appeared right next to Dramas again. And Dramas kind of caught by surprise, and of course Nailgun shines at point blank range, and that is exactly what allowed Razy to get the frag and tie it up.
What can I say, man? Razy had a need for speed. Dramas, though, is going to pick up once more. Now, he is in position for Mega, but he is quite early, so I did wonder if Razy was going to look to maybe pepper down a little bit of that rocket damage. I think Dramas looking to shut down the lights first. I love that play, because now if Razy takes damage in that room, where does he go? Where does he go from here? Uh-oh. That hurts. That hurts.
And this is also on the American server, so ping slightly favoring Dramas here. This would be a big win for Razy. So we're all tied up, 10 to 10. Still very little delay between the items, right? There hasn't been a huge delay at any point this matchup, I feel like. Closest we've gotten is like, what, maybe 6 to 8 seconds, something like that. It always is
oh my!
within mere seconds away from one another, and doesn't look like that is going to be changing anytime soon.
Dramas getting absolutely shredded by that machine gun after an incredible rocket to start. This is where things could turn round now. 1 minute and 20 seconds left to go. Razy, merely one frag in the lead. But as desperation will start to set in, and the fact that he's on the item too. Oh, they trade though! Perfect rockets from Dramas. And he's going to pick up a rocket as well. No!
Oh. Razy jumping for the same item, but he had the heavy nail gun to work with. Beautiful rocket to the face as well, and I think that's the first time Dramas doesn't actually teleport to the orb. Won't make much of a difference though. 3 frags in the lead for the Maestro player at a critical point in the game. Dramas gets away with heavy, but it is deleted instantly. Beautiful prediction rocket. Now what can he do? Will Dramas find his way into this? I don't see it being possible anymore, Ketchup.
Doesn't have time. Simply does not have time to make it happen. He's probably going to pick up a frag here, but he's so weak. No armor in sight besides the scraps that he's left with off the back of that one. For the sake of it being Pro League, I'd love to say I think there was a chance, but mathematically I don't think it was going to happen. But what a competitive map it was. This will, however, bring us into a 1-1 in map score. And our final destination is going to be the decider of who wins this series. I'm excited.
Do want to say Razy's aim was a little inconsistent during that map, right? Overall, it was still more than serviceable. I think damage and items are pretty much identical between these two players. Razy did manage to edge a little bit of a lead in terms of damage towards the end, but generally very split and very even game. But there were definitely a few fights where it felt like Razy's aim just went poof, and he just couldn't keep track of his opponent. The LG fell short, and it allowed Dramas a lot more wiggle room than he should have had. So not sure how that is going to translate into the next map, the final one, the decider, but Dramas definitely has an opportunity to capitalize here.
I think pressure is at an all-time high, if I do say so myself. I mean, the next 10 minutes, this would be such an incredible result for Dramas. The statements that it would make, the confidence boost it would give him so early in the season. However, he can't think about that. Anything that is going to hinder decision making or any kind of pressure that can be added on top of you, you've got to discard all of that. It kind of goes back into what we were talking about before this map began, where the best players can take the circumstances, and yes, it might fuel them, but it doesn't bother them, because stress, I think, can be the biggest killer of those clutch moments, because some players just, they cannot rise to it and they crumble under the pressure. This is where that kind of play gets tested, I think.
Yeah. Now, final map. This is going to be an interesting one. We get Awoken, small map, very movement focused. And then we've got Dramus running Athena versus Razy on Anarchy. So 2 light champs, so very little stack of spawn, but with extreme mobility abilities to work with, right? We've got the injection being used by Razy as well as the air control, and then you've got the grapple hooks being commanded by Dramus this time around. So I am expecting, looking at the scorelines of the previous maps, a lot of actions and very quickly so as well.
I'm excited to see how it goes. Razy being able to show that he has got nerves of steel, but if Dramus is able to take this, one hell of a statement to make, as we really have only just begun Season 3 of the Quake Pro League. Remember everyone, this is week 2. We have so many left to go. And I say bring it on. All of it. We're now loading into Awoken, so after the warm-up completes after a few seconds, we'll be jumping in. Thanks so much for joining us so far. If you want to get involved in all things Quake related, just make sure you're getting involved in socials and everything like that. Hashtag Quake Pro League. The Quake Twitter account follows all kinds of content, whether it's Quake Champions related, whether it's the remaster that was released recently. I do believe that just had a content injection as well, actually, so you can go check that out too. Either way, let us know what you think with the hashtag Quake Pro League, and we are just about to start our final matchup between Dramus and Razy. Please take us away.
Indeed, we already saw Dramus, well, I saw Dramus do some very fancy Athena grapples and swings during the warm-up, so let's see how that translates into the map itself as we start off on his point of view. Razy immediately delaying Mega a fair bit. Quite different from the previous map, which had very close timings between the items. And Razy pushing onto the rail, he's paying the price. 1, 2, 3, and down he goes. Dramus wasn't wrong in calling that this would be an aggressive start to the map. And
currently working 5 rails in a row, Fleet. He's hit 5 rails consecutively, and now with this heavy in play, Razy back for now, but how for long does not manage to get the hook. Definitely felt like the intention there was just, you know, get himself back up onto the Mega. But even then, Dramus, what a 50 seconds this has been.
100% railgun accuracy from Dramus up until he missed that one shot. And now the LG is looking good as well. Razy's got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Dramus off to an incredible start. That rocket as well actually helps Razy get a bit of a rocket jump straight up to that platform on top of the bounce pad. But this is unreal catch-up. Dramus is absolutely unleashed.
It's just, you know, I talked about rising to the pressure. Imagine being in this kind of situation against one of the best players in the world and hitting rails like this, on top of the items, on top of the fact that the hooks have been great too. This is just a great showing. Now, doesn't quite manage to hit that rail. Razy long gone by then, but Dramus, can he escape with his life in this situation? He's in position for Mega, but knowing Razy, he's gonna push for it. The last minute side switch thanks to the grapple hook, and Razy drops. Dramus is making one hell of a statement, but got to keep this up for 8 more minutes, man. Easy.
I think that's always in the back of people's heads when they're up against, you know, like the very top dogs, like Razy, Cypher, Rafa, right? That even when you get that early lead, can you hold on to it? Because it feels like they're always chasing. But so far, Dramus is doing an exquisite job. Gets melted before getting onto the heavy, though. Kind of fell a little bit short of the grapple right there. And now Razy not able to convert into another frag.
Oh, and Razy isn't even going to show his face there. Needing only 1 more shot, but just didn't want to take the risk. I do respect that. This grapple has made these engagements so uncomfortable for Razy so far. You know, you think you've got that opening rocket or whatever it is, and he's long gone. The peak rail out of nowhere. And is he still going to show his face? I think Dramus makes the call out. Knows the armor's going to get taken. Has got a grapple hook, though. Just baiting. I dare you to show your face.
Another shot right on point. Oh! Didn't even need to grapple in there, but he's making a statement. Razy. That's a lot of LG damage, too. It's not just the rail that's fire. It's the lightning gun as well. It's the rockets. Dramus. He's a triple threat.
Flea, he had fired, up until right now, he'd fired 19 rails and was on 84% accuracy.
No! Dramus,
what is going on here?
Ketchup, this is not normally, I think. This is very, very insane. Dramas. Perfectly stacked as well. Razy doesn't have a shred of armor to his name. Will secure the one in the middle, but look at the difference. Dramas is about as stacked as you can get on a light champion. And he's controlling the entire map right now.
I do love those Athena tricks, you know. Just the unrivaled mobility. Rocket narrowly misses, but I think this LG is just going to have other plans. And I gotta say, you know, at the very start of this series, I mentioned that quite a few players like to compare Dramas to like a Toxic, where the execution, it can just be like, how are these shots landing? I feel like we're getting a perfect demonstration of that right now. Now, a comeback can be possible, but Razy, forever, always. Always a chance. However, right here, he takes away the heavy, but Dramas gets the rail side spawn. I mean, that's what he wants on this map.
I think Dramas is going to see a bit of a boost to his fan base after this one. This is crazy stuff, but it's far from over, right? 5 minutes, 5 frags, Razy. We know he can do it, but he can't do it when that just keeps happening. Where does he find the angles and the positioning? Dramas, he just reads the trajectory perfectly. And in a whip of time, he just snaps his crosshair to where he knows Razy is going to be and cleans him straight out of the air.
5 minutes left to go. 6 frags in the lead is Dramas so far, looking for more rails, and he will happily deliver. The Mega is spawned, but wait! Aggressive push means again! Dramas takes control. And it's now going to be 7 frags in between these two giants. I cannot believe Dramas has been able to just step things up in this fashion. Razy always going to be happy to try and match that intensity, but he is running out of time, Flea.
It's so easy to get lulled into a false sense of security when you're holding down the Mega, right? Because usually you know that there's only one way that your opponent can come at you, and that's straight up the bounce back. But the hooks, the grapples, they changed that entirely. And Razy deviated a bit too far from the item, and then Dramas just swooped right in and closed the distance. And now, 8 frags 4 minutes, that's a lot more difficult than 5 frags 5 minutes. Razy, he's got to make something happen, and he's got to do it quick.
On top of being hyper-aggressive, that margin of any kind of error or bad position is just being instantly adjusted here. Dramas, it looks like he's in a situation to get hit by LG, maybe a bad rocket, and then he's already repositioned. He is going to drop down here. Now, Razy, if he just keeps it rolling, there is a chance he can turn this one round. It's going to be really hard, but if you ask me if there's any player that can pull off this kind of comeback, Razy has got to be on that list! And hang on a second. There we go. Now the difference becomes not so extreme. Plenty of time to make more things happen.
Dramas has to be careful not to become too confident right now, because I feel like that's what happens. He didn't have to drop down. Razy was stuck in the cubby right there, right? And yet still Dramas dropped for it and just took an open one-on-one LG fight. His aim wasn't as good as it should have been, and that's how he dropped the track, just by being too confident and taking it straight to Razy. Even though he had the positioning, he had the better stack, he didn't have to do it. Now I think that probably was a bit of a wake-up call for him, realizing that he is still vulnerable, that he is still going up against Razy. But still, look at the momentum that Razy is building right now. This is 4 frags. It's doable, Ketchup.
More than doable, my friend. That rail makes things very difficult indeed as another one connects. Goes in for the aggressive push, but wait! He misses out on heavy because of it! Dramas drops, but not before having a last laugh and taking away that gigantic amount of armor. Razy with only a light to his name here. But, slowly but surely, trickling that difference to be not so extreme as it once was. 2 minutes left to go. Here's another big push! Direct rocket! Both players 1 shot away! Does Razy push? Looks like he's going to be nice and defensive. Both players have some small situations. That missile! That rocket made me feel a certain way, Flea.
Sure did. Oh, 6 HP! 1 more tickle of the LG would have done it. And that is a bad frag to lose out on this late into the game. Dramas actually had the better positioning for Mega. I don't know about that one.
He got knocked off, so it is going to waste a little bit of time. How much that means, I'm really not sure. 3 frags to go. We're just about to hit the 1-minute warning. Is Dramis going to make a statement in week 2 of many to come? I cannot wait for this rest of the 60 seconds. I can't wait!
Heavy goes in favor of Razy. He's now got the stack he wants, but can he fight Dramis? It looks like Dramis is really just committed to being as passive and as hidden as possible, and Razy doesn't quite seem to be able to get a read on him.
He has a great ambush weapon for the job, though. He has rockets, 10 of them. And he has all of his grapples, which means he can reposition easily. Razy had to hit a pretty impossible rail to bring himself back into the situation. And here comes the situation now. Razy pushing forward. He has to find him. He's got to get him right now. Dramis can delay the spawns. He does not have much time. Hits the turnaround,
GG.
and Dramis, I think that's going to be it.
Yep. Razy will call GG's in chat. Close, but ultimately it will be Dramis edging out a very impressive 2-1 victory. Was a moment where it looked like Razy was setting up for a comeback, but Dramis just played that so smart, and he knows exactly what he can get away with the grapple hook, right? He sets himself up with the rockets at the ready, an ambush, like you said, and then the moment he hears Razy approach, because we all know the hoverboard anarchy, he makes a lot of noise, he just hooks straight up and out of there, switches to LG, and he says, well, you can't get up here. The only thing you can do is rocket jump to meet me, but if you rocket jump, I've got LG, and I'm going to shut that down instantly, and that's exactly how he played it. So, despite Razy's best efforts, it will be Dramis getting a huge upset 2-1 victory today.
I feel like that has got to be the most impressive map we've seen from Dramis for a long time in Pro League. That opening half of the match, man just refused to miss. Those rails were absolutely unbelievable. Against an Anarchy, a light champion, a fast champion, finding the most unusual angles, coupling that with just bold and aggressive grappling hooks on top. I just think he went into this final map like a man with nothing to lose. Although there was a lot to lose. The series, in fact, early on, where points matter and wins matter. I am so happy that Dramis was able to pull this one off. No doubt he's made himself a bunch of new fans today. And the comparison to Tox, right? This just machine with unreal accuracy, fearlessness. I mean, it's all there. And Dramis, by all means, making a name for himself, you know, crafting out his own element in the Quake history books. But that was a crazy good map.
And you can clearly see from the statistics that were just on screen how differently this match panned out, right? Dramis definitely going for railgun in almost every situation, playing a bit further back, landing those shots, pressing Razy like that. And then if you looked at Razy's statistics, you saw that he did very little with rockets, very little with rail, but almost everything came down to LG. So Razy constantly trying to get in, take a fight at medium range, whereas Dramis tried to keep him at bay and did so very successfully until the end of the map. So congratulations Dramis, congratulations Dragonborn Esports, this is a great day for them.
I can't really add any more to that. I think you've pretty much said it perfectly. But on that note, we're going to go for a quick break, and when we come back, this week's action of Quake Pro League will continue. Final congrats to Dramis. That was a phenomenal final map. We'll see you in a few minutes' time with more Quake. Welcome back, everybody. You're currently watching week 2 of season 3 of the Quake Pro League. We did just see Dramis pull off quite an upset, taking out Razy 2-1. And maybe that kind of rampage will continue. Who knows? As our next matchup's going to be Wenger versus Chain. We haven't seen a huge amount of Chain. I know he did play last week, but in between pretty much the end of our last season of the Pro League to now, I feel like he's definitely one of the players that a lot of us haven't known as much about, sort of recent form, how he's been doing, how much he's been playing. I think, we're looking forward to seeing that progress throughout the course of this season, but one player that we know has been grinding is Wenger. So I think that one kind of answers itself, Lee.
Absolutely, Wenger has been able to put up some incredible results recently, right? Who can't forget he was the grand champion of the Quake World Championships, the conclusion of the previous season. Of course, he also ended up being second in all of Europe during the rankings for the weeklies back then. But ever since in the Iron Fist Invitational, he had a bit of a disappointing showing, and I don't think anyone was more disappointed with that than Wenger himself, vowing to once again do better and come into this season swinging. So let's see how he can make that happen. He already had a pretty good start last week where he took down Cooler 2-1, so definitely looking to be in good shape once more.
Yeah, in regards to Iron Fist and stuff like that, sometimes circumstances are at play where you just can't play your best, and you can really only do the best with the hands that you've been dealt, and he gave it his best shot, right? Whereas, it's been some time from there to now, and hopefully Wenger is now refreshed and no doubt more motivated than ever. Let's take a look at those picks and bans, and we'll find out how the journey will be. Vale of Nath is going to be our first destination. Ranger versus the Keel, and then Corrupted Keep, BJ versus Strog. And then Awoken, we get to see more of the light champions come out to play. Doomslayer was removed, but just take one double jump for another, as it's going to be Nyx instead.
Indeed, interesting. Once again, Awoken, two very fast champions going up against each other, like we just saw, right? Then it was Razy, his teammate running the Anarchy. Now it will be Wenger going up against the Nyx in chat. Starting off though, Vale of Nath, Chain running the Keel. Again, big body champion that we have seen played on this map pretty frequently. Going up against the Ranger. Ranger very powerful with the orb, right? There is so much verticality on the map that is Vale of Nath that you can so easily use the orb to just immediately get from the very bottom to the very top, take away a Mega or something along those lines. And then map 2, Corrupted Keep, we're getting to see the BJ versus the Strog. Again, interesting picks. Strog quite popular because there's no railgun on the map, so Peeker, if you can just stick the robot more towards the ceiling up in the air, becomes incredibly difficult to hit, whereas the BJ is of course a staple of the map as well, right? To dual wield the extra power, the oomph, to just win over situations. We know that that's how Chain likes to roll, and this fits his alley perfectly.
Now, it looks like both players are starting to ready up here, so no doubt we'll be jumping into Vale of Nath sooner rather than later. If we were to sit here and talk about predictions, I feel like it's a fairly safe bet that Wenger is going into this one as the favourite, because he's one of the favourites of all of Pro League. But for me personally, this is a great opportunity for us all to take a look into how Chain's currently performing. How much time has he had to practice? Has he been practicing much? You never really know until tournaments come, the weeklies are here, and the chips are down. And this is where everyone gets tested, as Dramis was able to prove mere minutes ago, really, before we come back from this break. So let's jump in and get some information, Flea.
I mean, let's see if Chain can repeat what Dramis did, right? Dramis, first week lost, I believe, to Cypher it was, 0-3, and now ends up taking down one of the Maestro men. Kind of the same thing happened to Chain, who lost to Zeneku 0-3 last week, so let's see if he can make a similarly impressive comeback, turn it all around for week 2, and stick it to Wenger. Now, first off, starting off, as we just mentioned, Vale of Nath, loaded into it now, so we're about to get cracking.
Warm-up isn't going to last too long, especially with these two and their supercomputers. But now, I mean, Ranger versus Keel, there's not too much to break down in this matchup. We have seen it a million times, especially on a map like this. I think the Keel, the BJ, these are all extremely kind of like America's favoured champions, and it kind of matches their style. They're not afraid to throw down. Chain, always been known as one of those fast, high-octane players. He has developed more of a sense of style over the course of Pro League, by all means. let's not forget, once upon a time, Chain was said by a lot of people to be, second best in all of Americas. He had a real breakout performance. That said, it was some time ago, and I don't think we quite have the same Chain at the moment. I'd love to see him return, Flea.
Now what we do have is Wenger, who seems absolutely lethal. What a start to the match. Rocket into 2 rails and then just a little tickle to finish it off. Wenger, murderous intent, I think, describes that first encounter. Now he does give up the Meg up to Chain, but Chain doesn't have an LG to work with. Ends up taking a lot of damage. Luckily, that heavy champion stack will keep him serviceable. He can still take fights. As now both players are kind of gearing up for the next major item. There's very little time in between the two of them, and Wenger is now very well aware that he's got the upper hand. He knows that he's got a stack advantage, got the positional advantage too, isn't going to let Chain get out. Oh, that one grenade, that is so bad. If that hadn't knocked him down, I think that Wenger would have an easy time just setting up on heavy already, then looping back around to Mega, but that unfortunate pineapple sent him down into the acid, and that is helping Chain out a lot right now.
It did kind of just delay everything, didn't it? Giving Chain a chance to just lick his wounds and pick up the stuff that he needed to pick up. However, there is still enough of a delay between these two items on a map this small that Wenger... Oh, never mind! I was about to say, there's a good chance that maybe he'd be able to get both items, and then before we can even grab the heavy, Chain just rails him right off there, and lovely change of momentum, if you ask me.
That would have been beautiful if it had worked for Wenger. Throwing the orb up, picking up heavy, orbing all the way to the top, and then securing Mega as well would have been a brilliant play from a very, very precarious position, but didn't quite pan out that way, and it allowed Chain to get the first frag on the board for this map.
Heavy definitely going to be this next objective. The question is how much damage you're able to get. Answer, pretty much nothing. I think Wenger trying to play this quite safe at the moment. You know you're going up against someone with an unreasonably high stack, plus all those pineapples on top. Not a fight that you're going to win. And Wenger, was he really 7 seconds early on Mega?
He was. He sure was. A very rare occurrence for a player of his caliber to completely get the timing wrong right there, but no. Put himself in perhaps the most vulnerable position on the map. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. He was just banking on the item spawning on time, but it didn't. Oh, nice little flick by Chain straight up for the verti rail. And now Wenger, once again, caught desperately, but doing a surprising amount of damage right there. The super shotgun works well against a big body like Keel. And Chain was left with just 25 points of health.
Even with that light armor, it's not the most favorable of circumstances. That said, Wenger just spawning only really had a few weapons to his name, so he's not going to want to push into that rather vulnerable position down there near Mega. At the same time, here come the rails. Wenger really stuck between a rock and a hard place. How are you going to escape this one, mate? Answer, you don't. It really was checkmate. One of the worst positions to be in. Now, Chain doesn't quite get the heavy here. It's actually going to completely remove any delay between these two items. If Chain was able to pick up that heavy first time round, he'd have got both items. That sucks. Never mind. Oosh.
I think a big thing what's going on right here is Chain's railgun accuracy. Chain has 90% rail right now.
Yeah, I just
and
looked.
that is as him playing the bigger, easier to hit champion, right? He should not be coming out on top in these railgun fights. These long distance engagements should always go in Wenger's favor, and yet still, Chain somehow is making it very competitive.
I do, however, really like that turnaround from Wenger. Oh, but I like that combo even more. Give me that pineapple. And then the rail, which continues on. I was saying, what kind of Chain are we getting today? I think the answer is a pretty damn efficient one so far.
I hope he can keep it up, though. Little worried that when the rail, or if the rail stops hitting, that Chain might start falling apart. Really hope he doesn't. But so far, beating Wenger in these rail engagements that he shouldn't has been kind of instrumental to him getting this lead. Now Heavy's about to spawn. Wenger is in no position to make a move for it. Might still try to deny it, but he just doesn't have the stack to remain competitive in this situation. It will be Chain picking it up. Decent amount of damage dealt by the Italian Stallion, though. Chain is definitely the one with the better stack, but not to the extent that he can just bully his opponent around. He still has to be careful right now.
So far, the game of patience. Nice little turnaround rail right as Wenger goes through that door, picks up a light armor, and it's pretty much instantly nullified. And Chain having the more favorable parts of the map so far. Here comes that heavy. It's not a heavy that Wenger's going to be able to immediately pick up. I think that goal of getting damage first. I love the position too, because if he just dropped down there, that was going to be a juggle. All day, every day. But no heavy for you. Eat this rail, sir.
Stopped clean in his tracks. Heavy still up. Oh, Wenger.
Oh no.
Not quite sure what he was going for with that orb, because all he has is the rail, so surely you don't want to be within touching distance of a Keel, who has every weapon plus the grenades. I don't know. Was he hoping to just take away the heavy first, or really not sure what the battle plan
was so
there.
far away from the heavy. It just couldn't have looked like a mistimed input, because like unless his finger straight up missed the key, I don't see that being the don't know, but what we do know are the consequences, Flea. And the consequences right now is a sizable lead for Chain, and the stack is even greater. Wenger has a lot of work to do if he wants to win this first map. Is this just going to be the day of Americas today? Is that what we're looking at, Flea?
It might very well be. So far, they have been strong. Promise getting a win. And now, Chain starting off very convincingly as well. Oh, look at these rails. Beautiful. Liking the position there, too, from Chain. Pushing out a bit, just trying to force a more favorable spawn. Wenger will make way with the heavy, but he's got nowhere to run. He has to burn the orb for it, and all he's got to work with is the railgun, so Chain knows that he's easy pickings after that. And when you're already 6 frags down, I don't know about that. This is quickly starting to become an insurmountable lead for Chain.
He's just had this perfect hold on where Wenger is, what Wenger's going to do. Every time Wenger's going to be going for something, it's really because Chain has simply allowed it to happen. I think for a good 5 minutes, it almost felt like that whole mega near heavy area, he just set up shop there, man. Just put a tent up, you know, and lit a little bonfire and cooked some fish.
I think with how defensive we know Chain can play these games, this is going to be borderline impossible from Wenger. He needs to just be hitting so much right now. That's a start. It is a start. There we go. Chain goes for the peak.
However, though,
Chain is
Flea,
just banking on having enough time.
Definitely worried about, though, Flea, is on top of the delayed spawns that we're already starting to see from Chain as he gives himself a bit of information fresh off spawn. He's going to start with a gigantic stack every time. So that work that Wenger's going to have to do, it's just simply amplified. And even now, one good rocket like that to nullify the stack that he's built himself up, it just undoes so much hard work in a situation that Wenger would not only have to secure a frag now, but be healthy enough to push on and get even more against a Keel that's going to spawn with probably more stack than you have. Now, I do like that rocket jump, you know, one of the more, I think, unpredictable ways. Now, with that miss, oh, and the 100 on top, that one rocket might even be the one that wins this map. I mean, that creates a situation for Wenger that's just going to waste time. Gets a frag now, but 45 seconds for 4 frags against Keel. I don't know about that, Flea.
Chain's really just delaying the spawns and always putting himself near a choke point, knowing that if Wenger will push him, he will be able to deal a good amount of damage. So even if he starts bleeding frags right now, what he's aiming for is to deal enough damage, inflict so much pain that Wenger can't just relentlessly charge him off spawn time and time again. And it looks like it won't even come to that as Chain gets himself yet another frag, and that will be the end of the Maestro comeback. Chain doing Canada proud in his first map of the day. Maestro not looking too good today. We were talking about this being a heyday earlier for Dragonborn Esports, right? And now Maestro off to an iffy start, it seems.
I mean, I don't even want to know what the chat room's going to say if this series goes in favor of Chain, because they were already arguing when Dramus won, you know, and it's just this is going to times it by 1,000,000, I think. You know, I think I'll just keep that window unpopped, perhaps. But so far, it's a great showing from Chain. Got to give him all the credit in the world. His damage was really good. The items he held, phenomenal control over them throughout most of that map. You know, looking at a lot of these kills too. Just look at where Chain is every time he's getting the frag. He's always here. He's always near Mega. He's always in position for it. There were some uncharacteristic errors from Wenger. I think particularly that orb near Heavy. I think we're both trying to figure out what on earth the plan was there, but ultimately Chain led by a commanding amount of frags, and he played that defensive game to perfection right at the end, on top of some extra spice, like right there, rail into grenade. Love to see it. Oh, love it.
I just love how that rail just stopped him, you know, dead in his strikes, flying towards Heavy, but nope, shut down. Now, of course, Wenger, he is young, right? It was just a moment ago that he was a sprightly 19-year-old up-and-comer, but still, he is one of the most energetic players in the league, to be sure, and he's a resistant one. He's got that resilience working in his favor. Map 1, okay, didn't go his favor. Let's try map 2. He's got movement advantage over his opponent this time around, running the Strock and Beaker versus the BJ Uncorrupted Keep. No railgun to worry about either, right? And we saw just how effectively Chain used that weapon. So this could be very different and might favor Wenger a lot more.
Yeah, I was really about to say a lot of the same things. The rail was instrumental for Chain to play the way he wanted to, and then you chuck the pineapples on top of that. You know, such a wonderful feature of Keel is that normally you fire the rail, you're vulnerable during the cooldown. Keel is not one of those characters because he's able to fire grenades in between it, and we saw that so much throughout the course of the map. Both of those elements he's not going to have here. The lack of the rail means that Wenger is going to be able to rely on that ferocity, the pace, and we've seen what crouch sliders can do when it comes to holding both items on a map this small. You don't really need to have particularly good execution to be able to slide and pick up both in a matter of seconds, and someone of this caliber, they're going to take it. But how does Wenger keep his head on his shoulders? He does historically do well when the chips are down, when he's under pressure. Yep. This could very well be a 1-1. If it was a 2-0, I would be shocked, because it would just be a weird day, wouldn't it?
Even after that first map, I would still favor Wenger in this matchup, so I do suspect that he will tie it up, but Chain was out of his mind with that railgun. He's lacking it now, but hopefully for his sake, he can kind of transfer that energy to one of the many other weapons still available to him and continue that momentum that he's got. And we are starting it off on the perspective of Wenger, who is immediately trying to get some damage in. Peeker won't really go anywhere. Rockets won't connect with much either. And look at how long Heavy is being delayed. Risky play from Wenger here. Might miss out on the item. Deals a fair bit of damage. Okay, that makes up for it.
The moment you see LG from a knock-up, if the opponent doesn't have much weapons, I get so nervous. What do you do apart from just sit there, sing a song, and accept your fate?
I love the rocket jump that Wenger went for, though. He's one of the few players who consistently goes for the horizontal rocket jumps just to get more speed. And it's a good thing that he did, because otherwise he wouldn't have been able to do as much damage on Heavy as he did. Looks like in the end, played off in his favor. Loving the spawn management there too.
I was just about to say, that looked like some manipulation to me, Flea. Dirty stuff.
Few steps back. And there he goes. Chain spawns right into his clutches. Didn't get a frag out of it, but should do so now. And Wenger is off to a great start.
But this is one of the extra layers that surely would make a champion like Strog lethal on this map. Because if movement alone is able to influence some of these spawns, just a little circle jump into a crouch slide and you can go pretty much wherever you want. We saw that from Wenger just now. He tried to stand in another situation to perhaps maybe even bait out the nail spawn room, and he was there instantly. It's terrifying to deal with, certainly, and 4-0. Look at how quickly he can go from one part of the map to another. Perfect play so far.
I like what I'm seeing coming from Wenger right now. Fearless plays, constant aggression, trusting his own skill fully. Just completely over the first map. He wants to, you know, prove his worth once again. He says, yeah, I lost that first one, but let me show you what I can really do. Let me remind you why I was the grand champion of the Quake World Championships last season and bring it back.
You ever play one of those old beat-em-up arcade games where you fight a boss and then when you take on the life bar, like another life bar appears and it's a different color?
That's exactly what Venger's going for right now.
Just a bit of a... And there you go. Double the size now, sorry. But now 2.5 minutes in, 4-0. Now Wenger looking incredibly comfortable and enough of a lead now that he is able to just stalk his prey. I mean, just look at the way that he's walking around the middle of this map. He's just listening for those footsteps. Springing the traps, catching Chain off guard. Chain, he has to move around. What can he do? Oh, doesn't get the kamikaze. And a good rocket from Chain, actually. That might disengage just a little bit.
Yeah, that could have gone very differently if he had landed the peaker charge right there and dodged that rocket a bit better. But the way it turned out, he was forced to just give up the Mega completely unchallenged. And that is going to help out Chain. But good reads from Wenger. Fair bit of heavy machine gun damage now dropping down in his blind spot. Chain was not ready for that at all. Had his eyes set on the heavy. That's not where Wenger dropped from. Now things have slowed down a fair bit though. I like that decision from Wenger. You might watch it back and go like, man, why didn't he just, pick up Mega right there? He was right there. Well, Wenger didn't have exact timing because he had to give it up previously. So he played that safe, didn't just jump on it and wait, but instead just gave it up just to keep in control rather than maybe throw away a frag. And it's working out nicely.
I also strongly believe that I can't be the only person that saw that instant peaker activation straight up tank that direct rocket. That was a nice little moment right there. Ooh. Narrowly, rocket does not connect, and Wenger keeping a comfortable lead and running away with it. It has just been his ability to stay all the way on top of Chain. You quite rightly pointed out that the pace has slowed down a little bit, but it's not doing much to change the outcome as now Heavy continues. The control over these items. I mean, the entire map, Chain has only picked up one Heavy. He's had 3 Megas as well. I mean, he has not had much of it at all, but Wenger's constant access to the armor. And they're both medium champions, right? That is a rather significant advantage. And when Chain does pick up armor, it's because Wenger wants him to do it. It means he's keeping you on the end of a leash. You're where he wants you to be.
Gotta love those rockets from earlier too. Just blazing into the room, landing both of them. Wenger. Very well known for his rockets, of course. The game has slowed down a fair bit though, right? We saw an explosion in those first 2 minutes, but now both players bit more patience being brought to the table. Wenger, rather than just chasing in, trying to set up a few more traps. He knows that if he messes up and just gives full control to Chain, allows him to get into the groove of things, he is still at risk of losing this map. So he's playing it much more controlled right now.
And we're going right back into it. One nicely placed rocket. Awesome, good LG, just like that, and Chain goes back to square one. This is not a fun position to be in. Still significant time until that Heavy spawns. Chain licking his wounds with those lights, but there's no armor in sight. Say goodbye. Does manage to deal with the Pika, so he survives by an extra few seconds. But right now, he's so low. I mean, surely Wenger's going to be happy to just keep him there. I've taken the major items. I know when the timing is going to be. I know that there's not much left on this map, and I've got 7-0 up on you. Stay weak. I don't care.
I'm seeing so much from Rafa in Wenger right now, especially in that last engagement. As you were talking about, right? He doesn't push just to get the frag, knowing that there's sometimes better decisions to be made. Instead of dropping onto Chain, even though he heard that pain scream coming out from the BJ, he was like, okay, well, you can stay on that side of the map where there's 0 resources, because I'm going to take away the small armor first and then go on to heavy. Because if he had contested further, if he had gone straight for heavy, there was a chance that Chain would have picked up the small armor, and that's the last thing that Wenger wanted. So just very patiently culling his opponent's stack, keeping him in that almost defenseless position for later, thinking several steps ahead. And this is beautiful to watch right now.
If we look at this current situation, even as the lead gets greater and greater for the Italian, ultimately, if Chain has to work his backside off just to get one frag, what are his chances of being able to get 8 or 9 to equalize? Answer, slim to none. You quite rightly said that you think this does favor Wenger, and we've been able to see perfectly why. I definitely think it will be a 1-1 here, the final map to decide it, but momentum will be on Wenger's side after a result like this.
Really don't see it happening anymore. Not on this map, at least. Even if Chain were to get a frag right now, secure the items, get control, problem is the speed, the mobility. Is just so much faster running Strahd that if Chain just has to chase him down around this map, Wenger will be running circles around him, and the only thing that Chain will be able to really do is set up traps, catch him by surprise, lay an ambush, and that just won't work on Wenger when he's got a lead like this. So I'm already going to call GG's on this one.
Oh yeah, I think we all are. Wenger with a dominant showing. Just take a look at some of the stats for those that might be wondering. Wenger currently sitting on 3,500 damage versus Chain 1,700. In terms of control, 10 heavies and 12 megas for Wenger, 5 heavies and 4 megas for Chain, and everything else has been as you expect. It has just been the difference of items above all else. You know, Wenger's been hitting great damage. He's been playing flawlessly. I loved the early aggression, even down to the spawn control. I mean, spawn control at this point is one of the things Wenger is famous for. If anyone that's up and coming and wanting to get into high-level Quake, Wenger himself actually does a ton of really useful YouTube content, and he actually has videos dedicated to popular duel maps where he goes over one by one where the spawns are and how to manipulate them. So, I mean, he really is putting what he teaches into perfect practice here, in my opinion.
GG's have been called in-game as well. Chain will be the one to submit, knowing that it is over. Will tie us up 1-1 in this series. Now, of course, it isn't over just yet. The tiebreaker will seal the deal, and that will be, if I'm not mistaken, Awoken, where we get 2 light champions going up against each other. It will be Chain running Nyx and Wenger playing the Anarchy.
Yeah, we'll just have to see if Wenger can do what his Maestro partner could not. You know, the exact same map with the exact same champion. We're going to roll out the final 20 seconds of this map. Have a little bit of a chit-chat. You know, I totally forgot that there was actually an animal spine there, or ribs, or whatever it was up there. Been a long time since I saw the ceiling, so thank you very much, Wenger, for giving us a bit of a comfortable tour. 8 seconds left to go. Chain, not right there, dude. We'll never sit down again.
He's taking us through the scenic route, Ketchup, just giving us some of the sights on a corrupted keep. Indeed. Now, final map. Will have the railgun in play once again, and that was decisive for Chain's victory in map 1. So how will Wenger approach this? Is he going to try and really deny the railgun, which is something that you can absolutely do on this map? Or is he just, you know, going to continue playing as if that never happened, trusting that he can now rival the pressure put out by the rail?
Up until that final minute where the GGs were called, and we're kind of going to ignore stats after that point, Wenger did have double Chain's damage. This was his map. There was no point where Chain had an inch to come back because Wenger would just snuff it out. You quite rightly made the comparison to Rafa here, where it's not really about frags at a certain point as much as it is just controlling a lead. And you don't always need to get a frag to have that lead. You can soak up everything on the map, shut down their ability to get anything, and then what are they going to do when the next item spawns? They've got no stack. They can't fight. You've taken all the lights. And now you're on Mega and they're out of position. It's just a nightmare scenario to be in. And on a map like Corrupted Keep, infamous for its snowball effect, that was just a perfect masterclass, dare I say, from Wenger. As our next map, final stop, we're going into Awoken, Battle of the Lights. That rail needs to be nice and limber, I think, because as you pointed out earlier, on Veil, that rail was instrumental to the map win that Chain was able to get. And is it going to simply work the same way? I mean, Awoken has more moving parts.
Curious to see how this is going to pan out. Because Awoken, I think, is widely considered to be one of Wenger's favorite and also his best maps, right? But then last week, I believe it was his matchup against Cooler, where Awoken absolutely didn't go his way at all. It was a surprising result. So let's see how he approaches it this time. Now he has to deal with the Nyx, right? So he's playing against a champion that has massive mobility around several parts of the map. You can manipulate the center area so easily, from rockets to the center. You can get from the LG up to the platform. So many little things you can do. Plus she has the Ghost Walk as well. So you kind of very often have to kill her twice. First to force out the Ghost Walk, and then you need to be able to track her accordingly and finish her off altogether. So Wenger definitely has his work cut out for him. But Anarchy is a champion we've seen him do beautiful things with, and I'm expecting to see more of the same now.
I strongly feel like this is going to be a matchup of Chain paying that close attention to Wenger. You know, you just look at these champions side by side. Nyx will offer a similar meta to that of a Doomslayer in that there are so many walls and pillars on Awoken that it may as well be a double jump and not a wall jump. Now, there are certain maps where that really comes into play for Nyx. I think Blood Covenant tends to be another one where it may as well be a double jump. That means that Chain is going to be able to play a little bit slower, perhaps, and with the noise that Anarchy makes, the fact that Wenger is going to have that high speed. Chain already opening with a missed rail, however, he does manage to land a second one and a third one. That is potentially a taste of things to come. Third rail to land already, and forcing the injection out. That was not something Wenger wanted to do. He had to do it. Oh, my lord.
Wenger needs to give Chain respect when it comes to the rail, and I am surprised he started off the way he did. First challenging Chain while he didn't have a rail of his own, just taking on the fight with the machine gun, and then choosing not to use his injection, not to go for the health bubble down towards the telly, but just push on through. So risky. You know how well Chain has been hitting, and Wenger has to adapt to that very quickly.
However, with the sheer amount of rails that have been landing so far, only one frag has been conceded. Wenger has plenty of time to turn things around, and these aggressive pushes, you go against someone that's rail heavy. If you have enough of a stack to work with, you can push in anyway if you're bold enough. However, Wenger, once again, forced to use the injection. That's now 2 injections on this map, and both of them haven't really been by choice. I think if Chain can keep this assertive style, who knows? Maybe we could see not just one upset from Dramus and Razy, but maybe another in Chain and Wenger.
Things have slowed down a fair bit. Wenger still unable to get a railgun. Finally will secure the weapon. But can he go hand to hand with Chain? And he's been hitting like an absolute titan. Wenger hasn't landed a shot with the railgun yet.
I actually loved Chain's play there, Flea. Really wanted to sit around in that rail battle as long as possible to make sure that whatever he picks up will just undo the rails from Wenger. I think so many players, they would look at an item and pick it up without question. It's kind of like what we saw earlier. I just love the optimization. You have to make those micro decisions, just keep an item to make that divide even greater, and that's what Chain was doing with that rail just now. However, speaking of which, Wenger does get himself some control at last.
Slowly staying in control of that center area of the map. This is how Wenger wants to play this map. He wants to control the flow of the game, listen out for Chain, and then pounce. Rotate the items, but just center yourself around that middle part of the map because you've got so many routes to attack from. And then just wait for the right moment. Now Chain does steal away the Mega. Good plays by the Canadian. There isn't enough of a spread between Mega and Heavy yet for Wenger or whoever gets in control to easily rotate both of them and incorporate them into the same cycle. So Chain perfectly making use of that. And now he is the one who actually has the stack advantage.
Next item in play being the Heavy, taken by Wenger, but Wenger has not had the most successful rails so far. He really hasn't, actually. Let me take a look at these stats. Wenger sitting on a meager 16% rail. He's hit 2 out of 12. And with Chain not having such a problem and they're both lights, I mean, that's only going to go one way! Hello! Goodbye!
Just like that, Chain. The railgun, once again, proving to be disastrous for Wenger. Yeah, he tried to even steer out of the way in midair, but didn't pay off in the end. And now he's pushing again, and again
Oh
it
my
goes
lord,
wrong.
the push.
That's a repeat of the first frag catch-up. Chain just going for the heavy with the railgun, and Wenger pushing him with nothing but the machine gun. And yes, Wenger gets a good amount of damage with just that starting weapon, but all Chain needs to do is land twice, and that's exactly what he did.
Especially with Chain being as rail heavy as he is, the main source of it so far has been just covering his back with the Ghost Walk. You know, so many times you hit a rail, you're just a sitting duck. Nyx does not have that problem. Now Wenger took away the heavy. That is going to be one small victory, but can he escape? Hits another rail back to back, and he knows he doesn't need a rail for that. Pull out the old faithful. Groovy. Woo!
Oh! Not even the air control could save him there. Wenger plummets into the icy cold waters of Awoken, and now Chain is really building that momentum. The spread between the items is nice and wide, and he will be able to secure both of them once more. And Wenger, like you pointed out, Ketchup just isn't landing the shots he needs to keep Wenger, or to keep Chain stack in line rather. Good use of the Ghost Walk as well, Chain. Very nice variety between evasive and aggressive. Really liking what I'm seeing here.
Yeah, still working on 14% rail is Wenger so far. Does get some LG. And again, not to be a broken record, but you look at a map like Awoken, it has been extremely one-sided for Chain so far. However, on a map like this, 4.5 minutes to get 4 frags, you know Wenger has it in him to do that.
Yeah.
So is that just going to be a first half? Who knows? But Wenger has been making some rather questionable decisions here. It almost feels like absolute frustration setting in. And if he's missing those rails too, that's just going to make you feel even worse. Oh no, and he's early on the heavy. Wenger, I mean, things are falling apart for him.
Wenger is just not taking the fights that are suitable for him. Partly, of course, because Chain is not allowing him. But if we just look at the weapon usage, Ketchup, Chain, 2.7k damage. 2,000 of that is solely by the railgun. That really has been his bread and butter this entire map so far. And Wenger has kind of been playing into it what feels like a bit much. So he wants to just apply pressure, get up close and personal. That's how he wants to play those final 3.5 minutes. And if he does, he really has a good shot at bringing it back. But he can't be roped into taking these railgun fights. Landing another shot, he was still at 14%. Gotta boost that. It's just not high enough to go toe-to-toe with someone like Chain.
I think nerves of steel from Chain to just sit there and not let himself be known. But here comes Wenger. 1,000 miles an hour, and he is working comfortably on a comeback. This change of style to be more aggressive, it is night and day, Flea. Wenger knows that he's spawning, he is pushing right in. Yes, the rail has been your ticket to success, but let me take the one playstyle that just shuts that down. Point blank in your face. And if I can keep a strong stack, who cares if you hit me?
This is indeed exactly how Wenger is supposed to be playing this. Now, rockets like that, they are going to help buy Chain a lot of time, give him a lot of breathing room to secure some weapons of their own. But Wenger, he is so hell-bent on not giving Chain the railgun right now. He could have gone anywhere after that engagement, and instead he goes for rail. Every single time it feels like he loops back around to railgun, just to try and deny that. And again, he's going for rail. Yeah, he goes for Mega. Doesn't make a move onto the LG yet, but instead back to the railgun. He's trying to catch Chain out. Both players know that this weapon is about as important as a major item at this point. And they are playing around it.
Chain is wise to that plan. He's caught on that Wenger has been living on that left side of the map. So, he spent the entire time getting his basic stack back up on the right, picking up the LG. The question is, what can he get from this? Because without the rail, I do heavily favour Wenger in these exchanges. Just look at the resources. He's got more stack, he's got injection, he's got all the weapons he could possibly want. Chain does not want this situation, but is he going to be able to get a rail? He is surviving for now, but the question is how long? Wenger is outdoing him everywhere else. Can he find him, though? These hourglasses are going to be critical, Flea. A big push, but he's knocked away by the rocket.
Ghostwalk has been used, won't be up for another 20 seconds. This is a huge opportunity. Can he get it? He will.
Okay.
All tied up. This is beautiful. And what a time to get the frag as well. Just before Mega spawns, just before Heavy spawns. Even is able to incorporate the run through Railgun into his trajectory just to make sure that Chain isn't there doing anything funky. Faking out a rocket jump. Solid plays from Wenger. Chain is challenging this, but he doesn't have the stack to fully commit. He knows he will have to give up Mega. He doesn't have the Railgun either, so he can't do save damage from a distance.
I feel like Chain's goal is going to be, I need this rail. It is critical that he picks one up, but I just don't see Wenger allowing him to do it. As we go into sudden death, or maybe even now the Heavy's been taken, this is his chance. But he's still expecting it to be shut down. Chain, in theory, actually would have been able to pick that up. But Wenger, the one time he actually would have let him take it, Chain thought he was there. The mind games are real, Flea. Here comes sudden death. The rail does belong to Chain, but is it going to matter now?
I clenched the moment Wenger went up that bounce back. That could have gone so wrong, but it won't, and it will be the Maestro man securing the map. In the end, a few seconds into overtime, Wenger proves his worth once again and will, at the very least, get a 2-1 victory today. That was nail-bitingly close.
Literally one frag. There was one frag in it. But to reach that one frag situation, we absolutely have to give props, I think, on both sides. Humongous props for Chain for those rails and being able to just match that complete amount of damage. And the fact that he said, right, over 2,000 damage was done with just the rail on its own. But, gotta be said, an even bigger shout out for Wenger for instantly acknowledging what is going on and how to counter it. Because this was a night and day adaptation and it wasn't even close in terms of the two playstyles. That's a world champion mentality right there. To, in the middle of a map, figure out what's going wrong and fix it and win it in the fashion that he did. That was impressive stuff.
I do think it didn't have to be that close. Yes, Wenger adapted nicely, but I also think that he could have gone into that one perhaps a bit more aware, you know, thinking back about map 1. Because he definitely did throw away a few kills just pushing into Chain's railgun and expecting to come out on top of a fight where his opponent was just landing every shot. So there were a few of those situations where I think if Wenger had been a little bit more passive and not gone for these fights and then just took the aggression up close and personal as soon as he got a rocket land and LG, probably wouldn't have been as close of a game, but nevertheless very impressive indeed on the adaptation. Nice turnaround, beautiful comeback. Chain fought like a lion. Map 1 was sick, but in the end it will be Wenger edging out the victory, so congratulations to Maestro.
You know, I feel like we've been having so much fun here today, Flea, that I've blinked and we've already gone through, what is it, 4 series? Because we have Sparty versus Cygib up next, and it kind of feels like we've only just started the day. On that note, we're going to take a quick break, and when we return, Cygib and Sparty is going to be the matchup. Thanks so much for tuning in so far. This is the return of Quake Pro League. See you in 5. All right, welcome back. I'm currently watching week 2 of season 3 of the Quake Pro League. My name's Ketchup, joined by Flea. Our next matchup's going to be Sparty versus Cygib. So, a matchup of two players that, I mean, I'm thinking just off the top of my head, but I swear they have not played all that often.
And you would be very right in saying that, because I had to dig deep to find out the last time these two players played each other. It was all the way at the kickoff of the Quake Pro League. So QuakeCon 2019 was the last time they played, and it was Cygib winning in a 2-0 fashion. But ever since then, they really just never managed to meet up. Weeklies were split, obviously, based on the different regions, and then when it came down to the finals and the lands, they just never ended up being in the same part of the bracket or meeting each other soon enough. So yeah, this is a rare treat.
It's just one of those things, isn't it, where you could talk about results that happened back then, but is there even any point going that far back? Because different maps now, different play styles, players have learned so much between the cross-region play, the split region play of the seasons before this one. I think there's so many moving parts that we really could even treat this as a first time, because these are two different players that we had once before. Now let's talk about the picks and bans in regards to that, because it looks like Veil of Nath's going to be the first. Heavy versus Heavy with the Heavy removed. Can't say I'm surprised there. Keel versus Sorlag. Awoken, again, a popular map with the Strog for Sparty. And Athena coming out for Cygib, and then Deep Embrace. Removing Clutch as the last play. That one's a bit weird to me, but fair enough. We do get a regular standard match after that with the Ranger versus Doomslayer, so here we are.
Yeah, indeed. Clutch being banned by Sparty going up against Cygib. We know that Sparty is not the biggest fan of the robots, to put it lightly. Definitely wants to avoid playing against them, but Cygib is not particularly known as a Clutch player, and it seems like, I don't know, it seems like a very odd ban indeed. Now, other than that, things do make a lot more sense. Like you said it yourself, the Scale Bearer ban, the Galena ban, yeah, pretty standard stuff. Veil of Nath will be two heavy champions going up against each other. We've got Sorlag versus the Keel. Map 2, gonna be interesting. We once again get to see Athena. We've seen her used to great effect earlier already, and now we get to see her once again on Awoken. Sparty will be trying to counter with Strog, another very popular pick. We've seen just how powerful he can be. And then the last map, Deep Embrace, a very standard Doomslayer versus Ranger. Exactly what we saw earlier between Nosfa and CNC as well.
Now let's talk about predictions. I feel like we don't have, in regards to these two against each other, we don't have the largest amount of information to go by. However, Sparty's always that kind of player that you expect to kind of just rock up. I think a rather significant thing is going to be how he feels depending on ping, depending on server. Remember, we are doing cross-region, but the ping is not always going to be perfect. That goes without saying, and we've seen it before. But I think that might even be perhaps like the biggest contribution towards Sparty's performance, because if he's playing in a setting that might frustrate him, there is a chance that it might affect his gameplay. However, when Sparty's on, he is phenomenal, so it's hard to predict. I think we could have a 2-1, but I feel like I've got to go for Sparty here.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. Cygib, of course, his previous match was against Rafa, right? I feel like he always gets Rafa straight out of the bat when we start a season or a stage. It's always him having to go up against Rafa very early on, but indeed, now he will be facing Sparty. It's pretty difficult to call because Sparty, like when we looked at the last stage, right, during the weekly, Sparty ended up in the 9th place of the European side of the bracket. He had to play Kron in a relegation match just to keep his spot in the league. But then afterwards, he managed to get top 10 for the Quake World Championships, for the finals of the season. So indeed, he sometimes gets up to these incredible runs, and we saw that last week as well, right? Sparty taking down, I believe, Nosfa, it was 2-1 as well. So this is going to be a tall order for Cygib, especially because we have seen him do such great things, right? Where people were talking about, oh, is Cygib going to, kind of challenge the Hang for number 2 in the Americas? And then to kind of fall off again and not really have results really showing for himself when it came to the finals. So let's see how he approaches this today. I'm inclined to agree. I think that Sparty will take it, but Cygib can always surprise.
Now we're checking things out from Sparty's point of view first, and Sparty, one of those players kind of known for those bold beginnings, right? Like he'll go in with almost an immediate game plan and just try and execute. And sometimes it's the most incredible play that makes you go, oh my lord, look at that. And then a couple of things will go wrong and it can spiral out of control. I hope that doesn't happen today, because when he has that lockdown, the items are paramount. Like watching Sparty play the game of control can be like a perfect dance. Oh! Okay.
Yeah.
I think Sparty's reaction dumped it up for all of us there.
I love how long the major items were up there. Both of Heavy and Mecha were just sitting up and players completely focused on one another rather than collecting resources or anything like that. No, they just wanted damage, they wanted the frags. And it was Saigip to get the first one of the bunch. Now there's essentially no time between Heavy and Mega, and this is good for Sparty. This is really good for the player from Sweden.
Saigip does manage to get one bonus rail off in that, though. I think would have been happier with the two. However,
I actually thought Sparty kind of misplayed that by dropping down to Heavy so early, because it looked like he was going to give up Mega completely up until the Tribal still got him the frag, but strange play by Sparty, strange play by Saigip, just manhandling his opponent, point blank range with the railgun, but okay, apparently we're just going for the strange plays today.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been a bit of a brawl so far, hasn't it? Sparty drops down towards that Heavy. From this situation, the battle of the Heavy champions on Vale can be just ferocious. You get a frag, they spawn, they pick up a weapon, they run in again. Here's the instant turnaround though, Sparty. Now he is going to be able to pick up that Mega. He'll know that he dropped down to the bottom though, because if you're going to stop the acid damage over time that quickly, there was realistically only one health bubble you could have picked up for that. And I like how Sparty instantly put himself in position as well.
This might be the first time in the entire history of the Quake Pro League that all of the players' frags have been with the Tribal. Sparty has got 2 frags and they have both been with the Tribal, which is something I don't think I've ever seen before. But hey, if it works, it works. Fortunately, it's not working there. Didn't have the weapon at his disposal, and that allows Saigip to build a bit of a lead. 2-0 up.
Sparty putting lots of reliance on that rail at the moment, but even if he hit those rails, it wouldn't have stopped Saigip from putting himself back into position of the center of the map. Here comes the Heavy, and Sparty's not quite been able to get the damage that he's after. You know, the intentions have been there, but it hasn't really stopped Saigip from taking a whole bunch of these items, in fact. Saigip's bit by bit starting to bring himself back into this match, but Sparty, believing in the rail all the way through, does get a frag on the board.
Champion pick wise, I do feel like Saigip has been getting much more out of the Keel than Sparty has out of the Sorla, right? Of course, the movement is always a passive, it's difficult to really map that, but I don't feel like Sparty has really been able to outmaneuver Saigip consistently, and also hasn't been able to do that much damage with the spits, whereas Saigip has been making very good use of those pineapples.
Trobolt has been his secret weapon so far. And I do like the Trobolt in that one situation. You know, if you position yourself right and you just listen out for the jump pad, it can almost be a free trail of almost max damage. But 4 for 4 and gigantic stack. And we have had this kind of change around once more. Sparty loving that rail at the moment. But the Heavy's been something he's kind of struggled to stop Saigip from taking. You know, he's been trying to shut it down, trying to get damage. But ultimately, Saigip has just picked it up. And wait a minute. These pineapples are making things very difficult for Sparty to dance around, but he is managing to do it. Even getting some bonus rockets through the grate. Any amount of self-damage here would be disaster. And he is on Mega! Uh-oh! Oh.
Super solid by Saigip. Knew that Sparty had nowhere to run, just dropped down to the LG, already primed on the doorway. Didn't take much more than a lick of damage. Both players massively favoring the railgun. Sparty 800 damage, or make it 900 with the rail. Saigip over 1000. Now if you compare that to their other weapons, which are 400 at most, clearly shows that both of these players have been favoring just the instant damage, the hit scan from the railgun from a distance.
Sparty's denial is going to be rather more challenging than it should be, purely because he just doesn't have a rocket yet. With where he spawned and where he went, there just was no opportunity to pick one up, so left with the tri-bolt alone made it much easier for Saigib to run in and take what he needed to. And now they exchange their rockets. The verticality belongs to Saigib, but he takes a lot of damage, but he's able to get himself the Mega. Sparty, he's got to be just toast here. Surely he doesn't survive.
What?
Surely he doesn't survive, let alone get the frag. What?
You're talking about surviving. Sparty damn near got the frag right there. Just none of Saigib's rockets connected at all. Oh, there we go, finally. The spit coming in clutch. But he's got to be careful, because the refrag, yeah. Exactly what happened. Saigib read him like an open book, pushed him over at the rocket site, and he's still hanging on to that one frag lead.
Oh!
Sparty, a little bit careless right there. It's a good thing Saigib didn't have a rail. Ultimately won't matter much. Still gets away with the frag, but takes a fair bit of damage for his trouble.
I think Saigib's choice to drop down there, LG in hand, you know, if the Sorlag's going to come from that staircase, she's going to be in the air, she's going to be bunny hopping, LG is just going to give you so much damage in return. That's one thing a bunny hopping Sorlag hates, it's good LG. However, wonderful damage there for Sparty, timing that Mega. And this is one of the things that makes or breaks some of these close fights, is that Sparty keeps such a surgical timing on the items that if you're early, he will punish you for it. And then not only will he punish you, he'll take it.
Another engagement over on the heavy side of the map. Saigib. Absolutely brazen. All Saigib had was the tri-bolt ketchup, and yet he still pushes like he's armed to the teeth. He just challenges Sparty with nothing but the tri-bolt, and Sparty went and left the room to prioritize the Mega first. So Saigib kind of got away with something huge right there. I think if Sparty had held his ground, especially after picking up the heavy, that could have been a tight game already.
Now, rather than the first half of this map, which was often Sparty waiting for Saigib but just trying to get damage as the heavy spawns, it really is now Sparty being the assertive one that says, you know what, I'm comfortable. I think I'd like to pick it up instead, thank you. The rail comes down unreturned. In this case, though, Sparty back on the Mega, but with no armor to his name. This is so scary. That light isn't going to do anything to stop the bleeding.
That was 5 railgun shots, one after the other. Just nothing that Sparty could do against that. That was pretty nuts. But off spawn, he's got a whole lot more to work with. He does have to give up the heavy. He is massively outstacked. Sparty, you have to be so careful now. I don't know. Careful. The only thing that he's got working in his favor is the fact that Saigib doesn't have weaponry to work with. Now, luckily for Sparty, Saigib had already moved away from the teleporter exit. If he was still there with shotgun in hand, that could have been a kill for Saigib.
So much of this fight so far has taken place near heavy as well. Yeah, the absolute power struggle to pick it up, and Sparty's not in a great position! Saigib spamming down near teleporter just in case. And he will be correct right there as he gets himself 2 frags in the lead now. And in a rather comfortable position. The opening rail for Sparty's good. But again, without a rocket, it's going to have to be LG only. Not going to be a problem for Sparty, though, as he's happy to answer back. But he has 55 seconds. Has to get a frag here to equalize, bring us into that sudden death. Saigib surely has to play a defensive game now.
Meanwhile,
Needs
all
this
the
heavy.
pressure is on Sparty. Oh no! Sparty. Just absolutely going all in on that one, but Saigib, his LG has been sublime so far. I don't know about that one. If he had picked up heavy, or if he had a clean drop on heavy, sure, maybe, but that's not what happened right there, and that was a desperate push almost when he still had time left, and now Saigib will just take him down clean from the sky, and that will secure map 1 for Saigib.
Now, it all happened so fast right there, but I do think that fight was a little bit tragic there for Sparty. So Sparty, he gets himself up towards where the power-up normally spawns, fires that initial rocket. It seemed to me like he was just so convinced the rocket was going to knock Saigib off the platform, because by the time that first rocket came out, Sparty had already pretty much repositioned himself to aim downwards, right, to get more of it on deck. Before he's even realized that Saigib is still up there, Saigib gets that damage, and then he really can't compete. It was just a real unfortunate kind of penultimate fight, because if that worked out for Sparty, then who knows where it could have gone from there. But at the end of the day, it will be Saigib picking that one up. Looking in pretty high spirits all the way, the Saigib. I think he was having a bit of a laugh, chuckling to himself a fair few times. This was a rather chaotic map, and the number one thing you can't let happen is just let it stress you out. In these kind of maps where everything's going everywhere, you're heavy champions, you got grenades flying everywhere, you got the acid spit. I mean, what can you do? You just have to roll with it and do your best.
I mean, Ane has been having one hell of a day, or a night, depending on where you live, right? First, Dramas beating Razy 2-1. Then Chain nearly taking down Wenger. And now Saigib coming out swinging as well. So the Americas are absolutely delivering, coming out strong today, and I love to see it.
Now let's look at our next map. As we're jumping in, Awoken has been such a popular pick so far, and maybe could be popular throughout the entirety of Season 3, the way things are currently going. I do believe it will be Saigib rocking the Athena. He's already got it in the menu, but I do remember seeing it in the graphic. And if Saigib can keep that ferocity and just match it, keep on going.
It is indeed Saigib. Saigib will be playing Athena, and Sparty will be switching to the Strog before we jump into Awoken. Also, Saigib with the trademark confidence in chat. I see it every time. I look forward to it every time. Production asking whether or not the players are ready. Saigib just saying, born. He was born ready. At any given time, he is up for some Quake, and you love to see it. After that map 1, he can get away with that kind of confidence, and I look forward to seeing what he can deliver in the second map of this series. It is Awoken.
You see, I've tried stealing that. When I'm around with my mates and that, and they ask if I'm ready to do something, I'll go born. And there's just like a silence, and I'm like, what? I'm born. Like, what do you mean you're born? I'm born right now. It doesn't hit the same way. It doesn't hit the same way. I'm not American enough, perhaps, to make it work. But
indeed,
going into this next matchup, I feel like Saigib is nice and confident, perhaps. It's a style that will, I think, clash heads with Sparty, because Sparty can be rather bold. And bold being a rather generous term, because he is fearless. Always pay attention to that start of the map, and I'll do the same thing here. I love watching what kind of game plan Sparty has, even in the opening 10 seconds, because it's always something a little bit against the grain, and it's always to do with some kind of weird item thing. Whereas Saigib is so combat heavy. I mean, he still does to this day now, some 2v2 activity, loves to fight, loves to throw down. And even though he's a talented dueler, I think that can go against a lot of playstyles. Because look, no matter how chaotic things are, if you're someone like Saigib who is happy to frag whenever, he'll just match it. And I like watching it.
Looking forward to see how Saigib will play Athena. There aren't that many people who are willing to commit to her at the highest level. Because yes, she is incredibly powerful, so versatile. But once you miss the hooks, or you run out of them, find yourself in a tough spot, she's got nothing going for her. It's not like she's Nyx, who still has, the invisibility. It's not like you're Anarchy with the injection, Slash with the crowd sliding. You are in a really, really bad spot if the hooks put you somewhere you don't want to be. So, Saigib, high risk, high rewards. So far. The rocket in midair.
On the spawn rail too. Delicious! Off you go.
Okay. Sparty is like, okay, I've seen what you did with rail on map 1, hitting those 5 in a row. Now it's my turn. Let's see how you like it.
A rather significant push in there. That second rocket, I don't know how it did as little damage as it did there. Saigib, by all means, should be dead right now.
Saigib, yeah. Was looking for health. 86 points of health won't be enough to survive a rail. And Sparty, very confident, holding it down. Sparty really is doing exactly what I said, Ketchup. 5 shots fired, 5 shots hit, 100% railgun accuracy so far. He is showing everyone that he will not be upstaged. He will not be outdone when it comes to the flashy rails.
That rocket was lovely. Again, just so close to being a kill shot, but that one... straight up overkill, if you ask me. 6-0, and we've only just started the map. This is one hell of a turnaround here for Sparty. There's that rail, looks for a second, narrowly misses it. Pays the price, but at the end of the day, though, it's not a massive loss for him because he still has a light champion with barely any stack. But yeah, the Mega was picked up, and you got the light, but who cares? Sparty has the damage and is happy to repay it in kind. Oh, that hurts! That hurts! My God, Sparty, calm the hell down, mate.
It's always a difficult position that you're in when the beaker comes out, right? Because what do? Do you try and take down the robot first, and then you kind of have to trail after filing your last shot, or do you just go straight for the person? Saigib went straight for the person, didn't pay out this time. Machine gun is good. Oh, that rocket somehow finds its mark. And Sparty, what? This is like, what, the third time that both players were extremely low, and somehow Sparty finishes it off with a rocket? Godly plays.
It just goes into the absolute fearlessness that you talk about with Sparty. You know, he's confident. Oh! Confident in his own abilities. Rocket jumping all over the place right there. And with a map like this, I mean, 11 frags. He just lost the last map to Saigib, right? And in this position now, 11-2. We've only just started the map, for crying out loud. But what's it coming down to? Phenomenal combat skill. Some absolutely delicious rails. And not being overwhelmed by a champion that is often so good at overwhelming you. Now, doesn't have a rail there, so he's not able to get that kind of uncontested shot, which we see so often from strong players. Saigib, lovely weapon choice to go right back there into the rocket. But 4 minutes down, I think Sparty, he can transform things if he wants to now. He can play a little bit slower. He can play a bit more defensive. Saigib has this mountain to climb just to equalize at this point.
I think that is one of the biggest things that Sparty will have to look out for. That he doesn't make a mistake that his teammate, Toxic, or his teammate, his fellow Swede, Toxic used to make quite often. Constantly throwing himself at his opponent even when he had the lead. Being too aggressive, showing too little respect. And then before you know it, the scoreline was out of control. And the win was out of reach. So Sparty absolutely should not be afraid to just slow things down when it's getting out of hand.
And it is starting to, isn't it?
Yeah,
Sparty is critically weak. There is one light armor nearby, but it's going to be an obvious one. Did set himself open for that free rail. Now, Saigib didn't manage to hit it, luckily. So Sparty does have breathing space here. Be an entirely different story if he had to concede that damage, but there's the 5-minute warning. Sparty able to bring himself back up and stabilize. Catches Saigib by surprise, but he's launched pretty much to the moon. And there's rockets everywhere. Saigib lands a frag. Looks like it's in perfect time for that heavy. Saigib actually looks like he was delaying the heavy slightly. Here comes another push. Sparty with the rockets! Unnecessary air assault.
Absolutely. Now Sparty, usually his railgun is the big surprise. It's incredible at times, but now his rockets have been absolutely phenomenal. The flybys, the pressure. I mentioned it earlier, right? Several situations where both players are extremely low, and Saigib is just looking for that last tickle of shoddy or machine gun damage, and then somehow Sparty reads him perfectly and places a rocket from around the corner.
Oh!
Yeah, strange for Sparty to stick around right there. One headshot finishes it off. Feels like we're playing a very different first-person shooter for a second there. One headshot, one kill, but Sparty, I think, was just hoping to steal away the Mega there.
That was a risky push there from Sparty, though. I mean, on one hand, you've got the Pika to absorb the rail, but pushing in with just a rocket launcher, I'm not sure about that push. I don't know any situation where he would have been able to win that fight. However, misses the rail too, but with a lead like this, Sparty, the goal is going to be to protect it at all costs. Now the drop-down rocket's really good, misses the rail though, Saigib! That's definitely going to be a head shaker. Any amount of time at all is time that you can't afford to lose with this little left on the clock. However, Saigib still in a decent amount of control here. The rails are fantastic. In position for the heavy. But what's going to happen next? Sparty takes one bit. Forces the push. Saigib out of there, but he gets caught by a bunch of rail. But without having a rail, Sparty is just not comfortable.
And that once massive lead that Sparty had has been dwindling. Good push. And again, Peeker coming out for good measure. Doesn't get any use out of it, but still. Sparty is modulating his aggression quite well. He is not challenging unnecessarily so, but he is carefully picking the engagements where he decides to push. So he will drop a frag, but he gets a decent spawn. He knows that his opponent is not that healthy yet. All he needs is one weapon, the rockets, and he makes the calculated push to go in aggressively. And he's still at a point with the scoreline where he can afford to do that, knowing that there's still 5 frags between them. He's got a bit of a buffer to just try and keep his opponent stack low and maybe trade a few frags here and there. That's all that he needs to do to hang on to the lead.
Once again in that position, you know, the Pika, sometimes it's going to work and sometimes it just definitely will not. Saigib, the brave push once more. I think staying true to his decision making, believing in himself. These kind of weird situations, I think your decision making gets really tested. Oh, so much rockets that just were not hitting their mark for Saigib. That has to be infuriating.
I think he ran out of LG. Had to swap to a different weapon and then just couldn't clean it up as quickly and as cleanly as he should have been able to, and that's a huge win for Sparty. Because now we've got 80 seconds left to go. 4 frags, so 20 seconds per kill. Saigib, he does have the better stack. But he needs to land the damage as well. He can't be missing rails anymore.
Oh,
nice,
almost got a double whammy with only one champion on screen. No!
Oh! He just misread the situation. He didn't realize that Sparty was still behind that corner. If he had known to catch up, if he had known, it would have been an easy rocket, the easiest rocket of the day, to just get away with the free frag. But no, he misread it. And that is going to give Sparty the win on map 2.
It has to be said, Sparty's rocket placement throughout this map was unbelievable. The amount of times, even today, we have seen Athena, the aggressive pushes, these last-minute changes of direction, you know, these moments where you're expecting something that doesn't happen, right? That really is as simple as that. Sparty has just got so many close-range directs, or almost 100 damage anyway, by just knowing when and where Saigib is going to use the hook mid-fight. And this is what I mean about him just happy to throw down and have this chaotic nature to him, where he's able to put a lid on a champion that is notoriously hard to get a read on. And it was impressive all of the 10 minutes.
Interesting to see that the rockets continue to be so difficult on this map sometimes, because Awoken, you've got that tiny little layer of water, right? But then the surface is below it, so the rockets can often fly a bit further than you'd expect, making it at times very difficult to get an accurate reading on where exactly you need to shoot. And so you feel that the rockets fall short or fly a bit too far, but that's just the nature of the water. It's always been a bit of a stage hazard of sorts. Now, congratulations, Sparty. Tying it up 1-1 means that we will be heading into the tiebreaker to decide who walks away with the win. Last map will be Deep Embrace, where we get Ranger being played by Sparty versus Saigib running the Doomslayer.
Honestly, with a map like Awoken that we just had, with how back and forth and Wild West almost everything was, I would like to see Deep Embrace as soon as possible. It could be even more of an intense back and forth. But what we learned from Awoken is that Saigib still playing without fear. Same thing for Sparty. But when we've had these like clutch engagements, these last minute kind of almost scrambles of we're point blank and rockets are flying everywhere, Sparty's the one that's coming out on top in those situations. So, you know, in theory, if we're looking at who has the advantage on Deep Embrace, I'm kind of liking Sparty here.
Could very well be the case. He's, of course, riding that high. He's got that momentum after that previous win. Now, Doomslayer is, of course, a tremendously strong pick, right? You have got so much So much utility of that double jump around the heavy, around the lightning gun. You've got a lot of easy routes of access to get all across the map and take your opponent by surprise. But then on the other hand, you've got the Ranger. And we saw that exact matchup earlier today as well, with both of the champions having their mobility really shine through. Still remember a few of the orbs that were placed earlier, right? You throw it out all the way to Mega, jump onto Heavy, teleport and get your opponent completely off guard, or even take away both of the items. So that orb is something that will always have to be in the back of Saigib's head.
Now I'm actually going to take a peek over into the old chat room, because I want to see who people are favoring. I'm going to have a look. So I'm going to say it right now. I want you to let me know, who are you thinking about right here? Are you thinking Sparty or Saigib? So we have some time to kill because Sparty's just gone for a game restart, so we've got a few minutes. And I do feel like people are going to be split here. Not necessarily if you're American, you'll vote Saigib and vice versa. But for me, Sparty and how he was able to handle Awoken there, I just think there's elements that you can transfer onto Deep Embrace. Deep Embrace does tend to be a bit more of a snowball heavy map anyway. But let's have a look. I can already see Sparty a few times. And someone in chat censored. I'm not going to repeat that. Sorry, I refuse.
I'm taking a look at the actual predictions that were made, and so far it seems to be that a majority is favoring Sparty. It's not a huge majority, but it's sizable, I would have to say. Let's see, can I get an exact percentage up? Here we go. Oh, it's flipped! I think someone just dropped a massive bet on Saigib because there was a sizable advantage for Sparty, and all of a sudden it's Saigib who's up by a considerable amount. So right now it's 55% Saigib versus 45% Sparty. Now I am curious, which one of you just went all in on Saigib? Come on, be honest, be upfront about it.
You know what? As we still wait, just to give everyone some information, Sparty's still going for a client restart, so that's why there's a little bit of a delay here. There's only a few more of these matches left to go. And that's kind of wild to me, because genuinely normally when you have this many series in a day, like understandably there's a lot of maps to get through. So it can be a chunky old broadcast, right? Today in particular, perhaps it's been because we've been away for so long and it's been many, many months since we've been here and commentating and talking about Quake and having a good time. But I kind of feel like I've blinked and missed it. Sparty has just reconnected to the lobby, so we'll be jumping into Deep Embrace as soon as we can. But it's been a great week too for me. And even that, Sparty versus Saigib's our current matchup. But just to remind everyone, after this map, we will commence Cypher versus Kilson, which for a lot of us, I think, is match of the day. That's the one I've been looking forward to the most. And then after that, we finish the night with Rafa versus Base. So this map to decide whether Sparty or Saigib's going to take that win. It's merely a taste of things to come, as we have two really high-profile matches left to go. And there's weeks all over the place left of Quake Pro League Season 3. I mean, I think we're quite spoilt here.
Plus, we'll also be joined by the cream of the crop, Big Daddy Quake, right? Silver Fox DJ Wheat himself is going to be joining us on the caster desk after this series, as we have our two featured matchups. As Ketchup just said, Cypher Kilson, but then also we have Rafa Base to end the evening. But now, everything said and done, we are in game, we're going through the warm-up right now, so just a few more seconds before we find out who takes home the final map between Saigib and Sparty.
There's not much for us to break down about this matchup on this map, really, that hasn't been said a million times over. Ranger and Doomslayer, they are nice kind of traditional medium champions. Deep Embrace, mobility is key, just like it is in Awoken. And really, for the same reasons Ranger and Doomslayer work on Awoken, do they work on Deep Embrace, right? It really is as simple as that. If you've played Quake Champions once or twice, you know what you're about to see. But let's see how Saigib and Sparty can apply those tools, because Awoken, that was chaos. Chaos in motion. Is Deep Embrace going to be the same thing? I think probably.
So far, no full commits, but Saigib definitely has the upper hand. Sparty, all he's got to work with is a rail, and hang on, he somehow makes it work. Saigib, no doubt, was feeling mighty fine about that situation. He had all the weapon advantage, he had the positional advantage too. Sparty stuck behind the pillar with nothing but the railgun, but you can never count out the party. As Sparty landed all the shots he needed, 75% railgun to get that first frag. Now Saigib was very quick to pick up on the fact that his opponent was low. Super Shotgun was all he needed, and we've got a tied game and exactly the kind of brawl that you predicted, Ketchup.
All you need is a railgun and control over center point of a map in a good frag position. You know, that absolute kind of train of damage can always continue. Oh, there's the rail by Sparty. The objective is going to be that heavy absolutely. However, Saigib, fresh off a stack of the light armor, is able to pick up that LG and then push directly forward. Sparty, what? So nearly stole it away.
Okay. Quick thinking by Saigib to go for the gauntlet right there, because, you know, if you go for something else, decent chance that you miss the point-blank shot. And so he just went for the gauntlet. He knew, he felt Sparty's presence, knew that they were basically touching, and Gauntlet is very consistent at that range.
I told you, Flea. If Saigib needs to fight, if he needs to think quick on his feet in the middle of a brawl, I mean, sweaty 2v2, right? This guy has all of the little tricks up his sleeve, and that kind of gauntlet will be just similar. I like that adaptation. Saigib was expecting the run back, didn't manage to get the rocket! Sparty! So nearly exploded. But he got the rail that he was looking for. Heavy's going to be the next objective. Saigib, LG, doesn't even put time out to pick up that rocket because the armor is what matters most here. Now Sparty does drop down and steal it away. Saigib gets the frag, but at what cost? Man's weak and does not have a lot of resources to fight for this heavy. Or Mega is more accurate.
Saigib's got to be careful not to get frustrated, because I feel like several of the frags that Sparty has made so far really shouldn't have happened. They were situations where Saigib had the clear advantage and somehow Sparty ended up walking away with the kill. And that is something that, you know, it can start gnawing at you. It digs away if that keeps happening. Saigib has to keep his cool. And I'm sure he will be able to. Oh, look at that. That was another one of these situations that almost went awry. If Sparty would have landed that rail.
Ooh, that's been some impressive. Oh, God! I lost my train of thought off the back of that orb. I was going to talk about the rails and the LG, and then before I know it, Sparty with the return fire. Saigib, unfortunately, a rather autopilot drop down. I think it's kind of feeding into what you were just talking about, Flea. Saigib has plenty of time on this map. You know, there is plenty of time to make stuff happen. He does not need to throw away some of these frags.
He definitely needs to play this patiently. Be calm and collected, not make drop downs like that.
He's getting
again,
these frags
that was another
too.
Risky.
He's getting frags, Flea, but they're not clean.
Yeah.
So it does kind of allow Sparty to spawn and then go right back in.
And that could have absolutely been a kill for Sparty. The way he dropped down there. Mega is up. Oh, good read from Saigib. The orb, is he gonna go for it? He will. Always a bit of a risky orb, I feel like, you know, because if you go just a step too far or a step too short, you just fall straight off the map.
And even then, once you've orbed there, you're kind of stuck in no man's land. Yep. There ain't no cover there. Now, Sparty does manage to get himself a rail all the same. The frag lead, now 2 in the favor. And with the heavy in play, Sparty, amidst all the chaos and all the action that happens, one thing he's always got in his mind is that item timing. He always has time. You'll rarely catch him slipping when it comes to these item spawns. And now Sparty, wonderful amount of damage to just knock Saigib away, and even then to boot, Sparty's able to pick up the Mega. Saigib is in a horrible position, and Sparty happy to just return it, and now he's in position for Heavy to just continue this cycle. Sparty with the item timings, that is where he is at his absolute deadliest.
A little too aggressive on the push again by Saigib. Could have gotten away. Survived there. They decided to challenge. And when you double jump up, you are such an easy target for the LG. And now things are starting to get out of control. Sparty has got a consistent rotation going on.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Yeah. That was just the last-ditch effort to get some sort of damage out right there. Yeah, Sparty can just kind of get out.
He ran out of ammo! Flee! I was watching that from Sayyib's point of view. I saw the click. I heard the click.
Yeah.
Feels bad, man.
And it was an opportunity because Sparty just delayed the escape too long, right? I think he could have gotten away far earlier, and then he was like, wait a minute, he doesn't have railgun. I can just, you know, there's nothing he can do. But then by the time he moved, Saigib had actually closed the gap already. So Sparty did give him that opportunity. Still, Saigib. Yeah, I don't know about this catch-up.
It's feeling like the beginning of the end, Flea. Saigib is being incredibly reckless, fresh off the spawn. He's kind of just going for the most immediate passage. He's going straight forward. Sparty is prepared for it. He knows what's happening. I think he can almost sense the frustration in his opponent. So, you know, he's making the perfect calls every time. But Saigib really making it easier than it should be. Sparty is not going to have any issues with that. He's just going to go through what he knows. He's going to hit those shots. And this entire time, the item control has continued. Saigib now has the heavy, sure, but hasn't got an LG, so there's going to be a lot of reliance on these rails. And if he's caught in a close-range fight, he's only got the rocket to his name. Even this fight is going to be weird, because without an LG, you just can't compete. He is getting outgunned every time.
Good orb. And a rail to boot as well, and make it another one. This should be done and dusted, and indeed, Ketchup, you called it. Too impatient, too reckless. I think that really just describes the way Saigib played it for the past few minutes, and he didn't yet have to push as relentlessly as he did. He absolutely did have the time to still slow play his way back. Just follow the textbook. Disrupt your opponents. Make off with an item, get them both, and then just mount a comeback like that. But instead, it seemed like he kind of jumped the gun, went too aggressively, all in a bit too often, and Saigib lost to the rail and the LG that Sparty had to offer.
And this is going to be a few more bonus frags. There's 2 minutes left on the clock, but rest assured, this map and series is a done deal with Sparty. I think going to be happy with that one. Definitely seemed a little bit frustrated with how things were going in map 1. Able to more than get himself back up there. But really can't be understated. Sparty going into this one ready as anything. And just playing through. 100%. Saigib just made it a little bit too manageable for him, I think. Yeah. I've been watching this map from Saigib's point of view the whole time, and you know, to give him his credit, this is a snowball-heavy map. When you're really far behind, it is hard to get yourself back up on there. But there were a fair few times where Saigib, you know, he spawns, he grabs a weapon, he goes right on forward. Sparty's already there because he expects it. And there's just a few moments where you just feel like maybe it wasn't worth the push.
I like what I'm seeing out of Sparty though. Aim on point. I mean, it's rarely ever isn't.
65% rails so far, and he's fired 52 of them.
Damn, 52 rails. Yep. That's Sparty, all right. Oh, juicy one. Juicy for frag.
Mom, get the camera.
But as I was saying, I'm liking what I'm seeing out of Sparty. You know, last week he managed to take down Nosfa. This week, taking Saigib down a peg as well. Sparty looking really good.
We have an unreasonable amount of frags as well, by the way. 23 to 13, make that 14 as Saigib gets a few, I guess, last laugh situations, but the reality is only one player is going to be winning this series today, and Sparty's looking incredibly strong. And this is the Sparty that we know, right? Like, he has been known in the past to have some defeats that are kind of heartbreaking, very similar to like a Tox, for example, where just a couple of things go wrong and a what would be wonderful map kind of slips through his fingers. But in this season so far, Sparty's been looking real good. And those situations just aren't happening anywhere near as frequently. I know it's early days, but even then, I mean, yeah, that was a over 6,000 damage duel right there. Impressive stuff.
I really hope he can keep it up, right? Because we saw Sparty at the end of the previous stage having to fight for his life in the Quake Pro League, right? Taking on Chron in a relegation match. And now look at him, seems to be thriving, has already won both of his first opening games in this season of the Quake Pro League. Not cleanly, right? No 3-0s, but 2-1s is all it takes. And the players that he's gone up against have absolutely not been easy whatsoever. So this is a very solid start for Sparty. Now Saigip, yeah, he went up against Rafa last week. Sparty this week should have been a much more manageable opponent, and indeed the scorelines were closer, but ultimately he will drop his second series in a row. There were some real signs of life and that typical Saigip brilliance in there, but overall there were a few too many mistakes, impatient, challenging when he shouldn't, especially in the last map, and that allowed Sparty to walk away with the win.
I think Sparty having that 63% accuracy with just about 3,000 damage on the railgun alone was impressive, and everything else was just the cherry on top. Big congratulations for Sparty for being able to secure that one. Probably be feeling pretty good about getting these early wins, as we truly have only just started Season 3, and many more months to go and many more games and opponents to face off against. So that's going to be the end of this series. And now, drumroll, we're going into our final series of the day. Our next matchup is Kilson versus Cypher. My match of the day, and I'm pretty sure it's many people's match of the day, will be joined by DJ Wheat. 5-minute break. See you in a bit. Featured match number 1. I don't know about you, but I'm excited. My name is Ketchup, joined by Flea. This is week 2 of season 3 of the Quake Pro League. Our first featured matchup is about to begin. It is a heavy hitter. It's Cypher going up against Kilson. This was so many people's match of the day, and this is our second to last series of the day. Afterwards, we have Rafa versus Base. But this matchup in particular, I cannot wait to get stuck in. Not just because of the caliber of players, Flea, but the maps. But I tell you what, it's not going to be just the two of us talking about this. Let's bring in DJ Wheat. He's here.
Yo.
Hello.
Yo, good morning,
back.
afternoon, evening, wherever you may be. What's up, guys? Good to see you again.
Missed you.
Great.
I missed you guys. I missed Quake, and like this matchup is an example of what I have missed over the last few weeks that we've been off air. It's so nice to be back, and I can't believe this is only week 2, because if the results of earlier today and even last week are anything like, I mean, we're in for a treat, gentlemen. We're in for a real, and so's the audience, obviously.
So Flea, this matchup of two players that have been, I think, militantly practicing. There's been so many streams, hours upon hours of content to absorb. Now season 3 is in full force. Everyone has kind of ramped up their practice time. Some of those practices have become live streams, and Kilson and Cypher have been two of the absolute main players that have been doing that. Razy's been streaming a ton. Rafa's been streaming a ton. I mean, like, if you want to watch Quake all day, every day, you pretty much have some kind of top player to watch. But with the two of them now going head-to-head, what excites me the most is we can bring in the picks and bans whenever production is ready. We have got the new stuff in here. Insomnia, map 1. Blood Covenant as the final match between the two of them. I mean, is Kilson going to be that? A lot of people are saying Kilson is the best at Insomnia so far. Is Cypher going to challenge that, do you think?
Could be. We've seen just how powerful Kilson is on this map, right? He played Avek on it last week, just completely held down that rail room to great effect. But then on the other hand, Cypher also played this map against Dramis, turning it into a completely different battleground. It was a brawl from the first moment onwards. I think they had like 15 frags between the both of them before we hit the 3-minute mark. So this could be a very different approach by both of these players.
Yeah, this is great. I'm, last week seeing Kilson play Insomnia the way he did, we talked a little bit about the meta of a new map, right? How it changed. You think about Deep Embrace and how that went back and forth and that evolved over time. But it does seem like Kilson is the one who has kind of defined what the initial wave of this meta is going to be. Ranger in the middle area on Insomnia. I'm sure we'll talk more about it, but Kilson last week after he won, we asked him like, hey, you're looking really good. How are you feeling? And he said, like 70%. So if we get 80% Kilson today, I'm really excited. Now, Cypher, on the other hand, great player. I do like a lot of the maps and the picks for him, but I haven't seen him on Insomnia yet. So I kind of automatically have to give that one to Kilson. And then the other two, I'm really excited to see where we might end up going here.
Now, I don't know about you, gents, but my spider senses tell me that we might see Athena banned on Insomnia quite often. At least, maybe this early on. Because whenever you've seen the scrims or the streams, whatever it is, that champion just seems to be so powerful on Insomnia, and it mostly does actually come down to the ramp jump possibilities. The sheer amount of creativity she has across the map in situations other champions will need to either use their abilities to get across or maybe some kind of self-damage with a nail or a rocket. She doesn't have that problem. And in the hands of a really talented player, I can kind of imagine her being a bit of a nightmare. But who knows? Maybe that will change. As of right now, it's Ranger versus the Sorlag. So now that's the picks and bans. Starting with you, Flea, and I'll ask Wheat afterwards. Let's talk predictions, because I think this one's a bit challenging, isn't it?
This one is very difficult. Last time they played was in the previous stage, right? Season 2, Stage 3 during the weeklies, and it was Kilson who won 2-1, but it was an extremely close game with very low scores. I don't think either player went above 4 frags in any of the maps they played. So it's curious to see if we're going to see another slow-paced defensive series like we did last time, Overall, I am somewhat favoring Kilson right now. His performance has been just absolutely on point, and watching him on Insomnia last week was just a revelation almost. So I think if he gets off to a good start on that map, Cypher is going to be struggling.
I'm going to double down with Flea here. I also think based off of how Kilson looked last week, especially with this map in the rotation, I kind of give him that one. But based off of previous results and where these two players are at, think that it could still be split to a 2-1. I tend to lean a little bit more towards Kilson. But I'll tell you what, if Cypher did manage to take this one 2-1, which I think it will be the map score period, I think that'd be a pretty big impact here on the entire season.
I mean, before I bow out and tune into this matchup with the rest of the Stream Monsters, I kind of have to agree with you two. I think the big decider here for me is the map pool, the fact that we have got Insomnia first, but also Blood Covenant as our final map. We're looking at the champions there. You know, Kilson being able to have that slash means that Cypher wasn't able to play it. We know the legend of Kilson using slash on Blood Covenant being some of his greatest, I think, tournament performances. He's had some incredible maps there. I just think the kind of stars are aligning for him. But on that note, I'm going to peace out for this series. Flea, DJ Wheat, take it away.
Awesome. Thank you, Catch Up. Flea, I'm just super stoked for this matchup. Like I said, when any Quake player just performs what, you know, spectators and commentators alike would say out of their mind, and then they're like, yeah, I really wasn't feeling it today. Man, that sort of just makes me feel a certain way. Great. I can't wait to see 100%, 80%, 90%, whatever that might be. But truly, with Cypher and Kilson going at it, you've got two legends here. And I think that we're in for a treat for sure.
Absolutely. Now, chat, make some noise. These two players also have a huge fan base in the Quake scene, right? Kilson was in here just before his match started, getting cheered up with the focus chant by his friends and followers, of course. And then you've got Cypher, 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 right? You've heard it a million times before. So, chat, make some noise. Let us know who you think is going to take this. We've also got the predictions up, Wheat. Let me take a look. It looks like Kilson is definitely being favored over Cypher. 61% for Kilson. That is not what I was expecting. I hope that we didn't influence chat too much.
No, I you know, honestly, I think the chat, they don't listen to us too much. But that's okay. I don't know. Either way, that is pretty close, Flea, you know, compared to some of the other predictions that we've seen. So a lot of fans coming out here, and we are officially live. Starting off with Cypher, playing that Sorlag. And key areas that you're going to want to keep an eye on in this matchup, as Kilson's going to get that first frag, quick orb to kind of get out of the LG of Cypher, and Kilson's up 1-on. And look at where Kilson's at. He's going to probably spend, or try to be spending, a lot of time up there in that middle area. You control that railgun, you can get clear shots, you know where the spawns are, so just keep an eye out for that. If it's the first time you're kind of watching this matchup, what I'm excited to see is how will Cypher use Sorlag if Kilson has control, and how will Cypher control if he is currently the one holding on to that control grasp on the match.
Getting rail is so important on this map. I think that's one of the key things we've already seen, one of the big takeaways so far. And that's exactly what Cypher did after respawn, right? The moment that Kilson left, he went all in, secured himself the railgun. And now both players are adopting a pretty disciplined, slow-paced approach to this matchup. Definitely not the way that Cypher played it against Dramas. This is much more like Kilson versus Avik. And Kilson is doing the exact same thing he did back then. Carefully picking his angles and just murdering his opponent with the railgun Wheat, and it's working out brilliantly.
Wow, even went in aggressive off the spawn with an orb, and then two more rails, and Cypher running away. And you mentioned how crucial the railgun is, not only to try to take back control there, but also to run the spawns the way that Kilson is running them right now. He's up by 3, and we're just a minute and a half into this game. Cypher just looking for some sort of a break, and Kilson is not willing to give him one with another frag into the heavy. And he's going to make it 4-0. And he is running this a little bit different than he is. Oh, are you serious right now? Like,
he's at 100% rail after 16 shots fired. That is absolutely unheard of. Sometimes you have like 100% after maybe 5 rails. Kilson did that for over 1,000 points of damage. That is nuts.
Oh
Sweet.
my This is right. Remember we were talking about, oh, Kilson's like, I'm playing at 70%. If he wins this, I'm gonna ask what percentage were you at today, because that is bonkers, Flea. And even now, oh, he missed a couple shots, down to 94%. He's obviously been putting a lot of time into practicing the angles here. They are perfect when it comes to the rail. There we're gonna have another orb coming out, and I just don't see a pick that makes more sense than Ranger on this map, and Kilson continues to show that for the second week in a row.
That was the first bit of damage that Kilson has done with the rocket so far. He had 0 damage with LG, 0 damage with rockets, 1,500 damage with railgun. 2.5 minutes into this map, just completely ignoring 2/3 out of the Unholy Trinity and making it all about that rail. And Cypher just doesn't have an answer to it. Cypher doesn't have a railgun right now. All he can do is sit down there, hopefully take away the heavy. He won't be able to and just dies.
You know what's going to get real interesting, Flea, is that eventually players are going to go up against Kilson, and they are just going to be like, this map is not allowed, or they're going to have to ban a character, and it's going to probably change the outcome of other maps. It's not like this is the only one that Kilson's good on, but clearly players have an advantage, and another nice frag to make it 10, but clearly players have an advantage if a new map comes out and they put the time and effort into it. There's a champion flow to figure out, there's angles and shots to figure out, and Kilson has clearly put into the time, right? That might change as we go on to map 2 and map 3, especially with Blood Covenant being in there, but I mean, Kilson is the major boss that I think every player needs to be looking at and thinking about taking down when it comes to Insomnia. This is just absolutely just top-notch Quake. It's pretty rare when you have a 10-0 score, but I'm so excited about what I'm seeing right now.
I like how you were like, players are eventually going to say that this map is a no-go against Kilson. I'm pretty sure that it already is. After today, it is clear that that's result.
Last week, Flea, honestly, I was like, there's no way that this map is going to come in if anyone watched the tape from last week, but I was wrong.
Well, I mean, you don't always have the ability to ban the map first. It comes down to the luck of the draw sometimes, so expect to see it more often against Kilson, but I think that no one is going to allow it in the pool as long as they can avoid it.
Yeah, well, Kilson's given a course here on why. 13-0. We're halfway through. Make it 14-0 with another mid-air orb coming out. And Kilson is giving away free lessons right now, Flea. And Cypher is no pushover by any means. And that's why it's even more insane to see this type of play versus such a seasoned player like Cypher. Now, is it possible he hasn't put in the reps on the map? Absolutely, it's possible. But this is just unheard of. At this point, could you imagine if said, Flea, did you see that Cypher Kilson game where at the 10-minute mark it was 0-32? And nope, it's not going to happen because Cypher picks up his first frag. Let's see what he can do with it.
I mean, there is still time. We've heard it quite often when it comes to Quake, but is there really? Wait, is there really still time for a 16 frag comeback against Kilson, who is playing like this? I very much doubt it.
I mean, you know, you'd have to essentially match a 76% rail that Kilson is still shooting now after all of this time. And what's pretty clear to me is even when Cypher's been able to win these battles, which unfortunately is a bit because of just brute force, as we have more rockets coming in, Cypher is, once again, kind of getting in the face of Kilson, and that seems to be yielding some frags here. But 3-17, Kilson has clearly been able to find the frag and then figure out control. And, you know, Kilson has a huge lead now, so it's going to be a little bit tougher for Cypher, but we haven't seen Cypher really show how he could be controlling on this matchup yet. There's another frag. I mean, he is bringing it back, but still 3 minutes for several frags. This is not good.
He just needs to be able to match the intensity with the railgun, but that's so much easier said than done.
Yeah.
Especially given how good Kilson has been on that front himself. And Kilson knows that if he just plays this carefully, sets up with just a super shotgun, a rocket, and the orb at hand, even if Cypher just catches him off guard, he can still cripple any momentum that the Belarusian player might have. See, again, just carefully lining up the angle. Cypher was making a play for the Mega right there. Kilson says, nope, back down you go. And that's how many seconds burned, Wheat? Seconds that he really doesn't have?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And Cypher now on the heels once again of Kilson, but very, very low. Taking that middle area, and Kilson with another rail to bring it back in his court. Now, I wanna say, you know, what do you think in terms Ranger? Right, I think we can both agree. Clearly, a phenomenal pick here on Insomnia.
Yeah.
Like, it could just the way to go. The question is when your opponent gets Ranger, do you think Sorlag is still a good choice here? And you know, this is coming down more to map knowledge, map shot knowledge, and just control. But what do you think about alternative champ versus Ranger here? So I guess what I'm asking.
I mean, I feel like Ranger and Sorlag have almost become a bit of the meta so far. We've seen this duo picked so often on Insomnia already. So far, Ranger has been dominating that, and I'm fully with you, Wheat. The utility that Sorlag has been adding is quite limited, especially when you're out of control. There's just not that much that the air control has been doing so far, and neither has the spit. So thinking about alternative champions, Ketchup, for example, mentioned earlier, Athena, I think could be a very powerful pick on this as well. That ramp jump gives you a lot of freedom here. Nyx, I could also see working quite well. And depending on which parts of the map you play on, something like maybe, I don't know, a BJ or a Keel holding down these small choke points could work out quite well.
Yeah.
Problem is that there's still a lot of these, you know, longer angles, right? Where those big body champions just kind of fall apart when it comes down to these railgun engagements. So it is really difficult. The Ranger seems to be the S pick or the S tier pick on the map so far.
For sure. SSS tier pick. It's unreal. So I also have another question. I'll hold it for when we get to the final seconds as we are here. But Cypher is going to land a nice rocket there. But one more frag he does manage to get. That means the final score is going to be, what was that, 6-25? I missed.
Yep.
I missed there. 6-25. So when was the last time that you saw a professional shoot 74% rail with 55 shots fired?
That's been a while. That's been a while, right? We saw a similar amount of shots being fired earlier in one of the previous matches. It was a Sparty or Cygip, I believe, on Deep Embrace that was, but they had nowhere near the same level of accuracy. So that is absolutely insane. And I think it's just a testament to how familiar and comfortable Kilson already is on this map. He has clearly put in the time and effort to learn the angles and to really familiarize himself with the optimal positions to take for these railgun fights. So brilliant plays by the Germans so far, extremely well-deserved victory, and things are not looking good for Cypher. Now, I don't expect any of the other maps to snowball the way that Insomnia did, but I don't know. If Kilson can keep up some of this momentum, Cypher could be in trouble. I also hope that Cypher switches his champion, because right now okay, yeah, never mind. He was on a different champion in the lobby, so
you know, look, map knowledge, it's something that it takes time to build. You don't play a map one time and then suddenly like, I got it, right? I mean, these players can break these maps down in such an intense way, but there's a lot of ways that you're figuring out. You're figuring out the angles, you're figuring out champ picks, you're figuring out control and how to regain control. There's all these elements, and clearly Kilson isn't late. But yeah, I think Cypher just needs to erase the whiteboard on this one. Say, all right, we have to start, right? I know Awoken. I'm familiar with Awoken. I'm familiar with Blood Covenant. I've been playing it for like 15 years now. He just has to put that map behind him. Unfortunately, this is the advantage that any player can get when a new map is thrown into the map pool. You pick it up early, you start to master it. I'm not saying like that's how someone's going to advance further, but you rack up a few of those wins early on, and it's beneficial to what could happen in the, you know, the end game of it all, or just to give yourself a little bit more wiggle room over the course of the season. But Cypher is a player who can lock it down, who can bring this back. Not saying that's what's going to happen, but I think like the real match starts right here.
Absolutely. Now, Cypher is, of course, a veteran of the scene, an absolute titan who's been around for God knows how many years. He is not going to be too bothered by that, right? He will not carry that into map 2 or 3. He will be able to reset, know that, okay, it's a new map, I'm not that experienced on it yet. Kilson clearly is. Now we're going back to the more familiar territory. Here I can just go back to the fundamentals, play the maps that I know, and hopefully for him it will amount to something more.
Yeah. And I think it will. I mean, I think as a player like Cypher, he's like, all right, well, whatever. I can't have expected to put my best foot forward if I wasn't quite ready for that, and everything could change right here. So we are going live through Cypher's eyes. He's going to get spawned over by the Mega, and we'll see what's going to happen as he's like, all right, want to get that rail, maybe even keep it out of Kilson's hands, although that's pretty tough to do here. Consistently over, well, I guess no, he already has one, so it doesn't matter anyway. Cypher, though, answering back with a couple of nice rails, taking a play out of Kilson's book, and already Cypher feels, I think, a lot more comfortable on a map like this, one that he's played many, many times. He's got a lot of experience on. Another great rail. Is he going to be able to follow up with one? Does get right up in the face of Kilson, and then the machine gun to get the frag. Also, the Mega off to spawn there, and Cypher's on the board, 1-0.
Now, Kilson only has a railgun to work with. I think that Cypher is aware of that as well. Now, he does get himself a rocket, and is slowly making his way onto LG. I think Cypher was trying to set a bit of a trap right there, just waiting on LG, seeing if Kilson would show his face, but Kilson very careful, not going to be caught off guard. Is playing the way he likes to play. Keep control of the center area of the map. I think that's really just one of those things that summarizes Kilson's playstyle. He likes to position himself like a turret and orchestrate the flow of the game from there.
Agreed. And you made mention earlier about the very close game that they had the last time they played, and this pacing is very indicative of that game that you were speaking of right now, which is great. I mean, two players that clearly respect one another, and that's exactly what we're seeing unfold here. But Kilson is playing, I mean, he has completely changed things up from the last game, and he obviously knows that he's probably not going to be able to do the same thing that he did in map number 1 on Insomnia. So I like the respect that we're seeing by both players.
Such a slow opener. Cypher still has that one frag of a lead, but that's essentially nothing over a 10-minute game. Oh, Kilson dropping. Will he be able to get the frag that rail would have killed? Both players are weak. Cypher has to get out of there. I see no way in which he survives. That is a bad situation to lose a frag in, because now Kilson took away Heavy and Mega. There's a nice delay between the items, 10 seconds.
Oh!
That was much closer than it had any right to be.
Yeah, I mean, I thought with the peeker coming out, he's in a perfect spot. Now, Cypher did pick it back up to tie it up 2-2. But you're absolutely right. That was just not the place. And I thought Cypher actually had a great bead with his LG and was going to be able to pick up that fight. But Kilson played it very well, shooting those rockets and getting the bounce. And it was nicely done. We're 3 minutes in. We're tied 2-2. And I expect this one to stay close.
Fully agree with you there. Both players approaching this extremely methodically. Good amount of tribal damage right there. I like what Cypher did, using the wall as cover to push in and get close, right? As Kilson was still firing that second tribal shot. Ultimately didn't amount to much. Oh, wait, I don't know how I feel about these peekers, though. I feel like Cypher is taking a hell of a lot of risk. Just deploying the robot in the middle of the fight like that, leaving himself vulnerable to damage. It can work out, it can be a great distraction. We've seen him do a lot of damage with it too, but it can go wrong so easily as well.
Oh, the rocket and the oh, but Cypher does pick it back up, tying it yet again. He is very, very low. He'll pick up the light and a health, get back up to about 79. And I agree, Flea, these peakers have not been the most incredible things that we have seen. And you know, I'm not sure why they've come out the way that they have with Cypher. But I think, you know, being safe, like Kilson's definitely going to try to capitalize on that if he can. Now has to back away as his armor stacks down to 6. We do have heavy up, but Kilson is there. Cypher fires the rail, but knows he has got to get out of there. Kilson with the advantage. Now there's a great rocker into the peaker. Rocket, and it's not going to stop Kilson from getting that mega though. And Kilson's got pretty nice control right now.
Finally, Cypher secures the LG. He had been going without that weapon ever since the last frag lead. He was unable to take any fight at medium range. So all he had to do was use cover, go for a rail, send out the peaker, but he really was unable to just go toe-to-toe with Kilson because he lacked that one weapon. Oh, beautiful by Kilson. Perfect read on where Cypher was going to go. Luckily, Cypher did do a fair bit of damage still, but it wasn't enough to stave off Kilson's assault. And now it is the German player representing Team Big who's got the lead.
We just hit the half-minute mark, and oh, there it is, the LG to clean that one up. Kilson takes a 2-frag lead, largest lead since we've seen since the beginning of this matchup. And although we hit the halfway point, Flea, it felt like this match has already been going on for 10 minutes. Like, that is the pace that we're kind of experiencing right now. But again, it stays that pace. LG from Kilson into the rail. Cypher, though, keeping at it, and it will not work out for him as Kilson just switches to the machine gun to take him out. And this lead, I'm a little worried for Cypher here at this point. Another great pair of rockets to take him down to sub 25. And Kilson's playing this one nice. He is feeling more and more comfortable, and he is capitalizing on those frags. Once again, controlling that middle really well.
Still 56% railgun accuracy by Kilson. Cypher comparably at 53. But overall, the damage has been going in Kilson's favor, and even more so, it's been the item pickups that have really been ending up in the hands of the German. Now that's a really good rocket from Cypher.
74 damage. Like, how?
Yeah.
It was great. The pillar was his friend, and he can't pick up the heavy off of that, though, Flea, unfortunately. I mean, he could have, but it would have been a huge risk. And coming in, sliding around the corner, bounced around by a bunch of rockets, and does the dance around the pillars to pick up the frag. And this is going to be a crucial moment. The Mega is scooped up, and there's the LG for Cypher to get another frag. He's very, very low, though, needs to be careful. But Cypher desperately needed that frag to try to keep it closer, not let Kilson gain any more of a lead.
I was really worried that Cypher didn't pick the LG in the previous fight. I don't know why he didn't. He could have saved himself a lot of stack, I think, with an earlier switch, and now he's trailing by 4 whole frags. Kilson is just counter-punching, it feels like, and very effectively too. Seems like Cypher is the one who ends up in the bad situation, the bad position, and Kilson just has to pluck the results.
I kind of like this aggression coming out by Cypher. I mean, it's working. He has been able to yield a few frags off of it. He's going to take away that heavy, but then get tagged with a rail from Kilson. Trying to fire those back up. That peaker does go up. There's just a little bit of damage before it's railed. The scoreline is 3 in favor of Kilson. Cypher still needs several frags to try to tie this one back up, and the clock is ticking away. I expect to see Kilson try to slow it down a little bit, but Cypher, I think, very comfortable with this champ here on this map, and there is a great LG battle for him. Huge amount of health and armor coming off of that one, and this could be the moment for Cypher.
Absolutely, that frag came at just the right time to secure both of the major items. Just has to be careful because he doesn't have a railgun yet. Can't really go for the long distance fight, doesn't have to. Yeah, Kilson kind of whiffing his shots right there, Cypher rather, dodging in between them. Oh, caught off guard! Kilson setting up a nice little trap. Oh, that rocket. Kilson kind of played himself right there. That last rocket gave Cypher the speed boost to fly through the teleporter, and Kilson was not expecting him to come through so quickly. Oh, out comes the punch.
I mean, we're seeing like a completely different Cypher in the second half. He is hitting more shots. He's being very aggressive, but not, not like dumb aggressive, like smart aggressive. And I like to see that, as he should take advantage of that movement that he's got here as well. Oh, a beautiful rocket from Kilson through the window and greets him on the other side, tying it back up with a minute left to go.
That was immaculate, that rocket. Absolute beauty. And now Kilson, once again in the lead. Oh, Cypher, perhaps a bit too careless jumping into the room. That's a lot of LG damage that he cannot afford to take, especially because Kilson has got an item to fall back on. Cypher doesn't. Kilson can easily loop back around, go for the small armor, go for the heavy now too. Cypher doesn't really have that luxury. He has to throw himself at that item. Pays off. Now he has to fight Kilson once again, and Kilson has the Berserk available, so he can just pop it and run away if he needs to. Yet he won't.
I think it's over. I mean, like, without a rail, and there it is. It is over 10 to 12. And in that last moment, there were so many just like moments in time where if Cypher did have a rail, he could have at least taken the shot. But he had an LG, he had a machine gun, he had a rocket, and Kilson knew it, and he was able to just position himself. So what are you going to do? I can dodge your rockets from the time. Cypher did try to go in. He did try to get a little bit more aggressive. It was an excellent match. I thought for certain that the momentum that we saw Cypher pick up in that second half was possibly going to take him to a victory, but he doesn't. Kilson shuts him down with that absolutely gorgeous rocket through the window that nailed Cypher to take the 11-10 scoreline and then finally get another frag for the win. That will give him the series. We're still going on to the third map, but that was what I expected out of a Kilson Cypher matchup for sure.
I hope we can see that rocket from Kilson's point of view still. I'm not sure if we will, but that would be sweet. And now, yeah, indeed, Wheat was a much closer game. Back and forth till the bitter end. The lack of a railgun, I think that was indeed a big deciding factor in that final minute. Cypher had a few opportunities to deal damage, but he just lacked the weapon to do so consistently. And Kilson, meanwhile, played a very strong defensive game. And of course, this is Kilson we're talking about. He's never just going to pick up shop and run, stay clear from his opponent. He is going to be bombarding you with rails, with rockets, everything he can to disrupt that flow of the chase. And he did so beautifully. Cypher, much better showing than on map 1, of course. I think there were a few situations toward the end where he was perhaps a bit too reckless, right? Like that push into the mega room, for example. You know, you take a blind jump around the corner. If Kilson's there, that LG, it's like you're hitting a wall, Weed. You just freeze in place, absolutely momentum, completely shredded, and you take so much damage. And then Kilson has mega to fall back on, a small armor, and the heavy. And that really just sentenced Cypher to that loss. But still, looking much better than he did in the first map. So he's got a good shot at bringing it back for map 3 and at least securing himself one map win.
That's 6 to 25. Yeah, the other thing I just wanted to mention, Flea, because you brought it up earlier in the match, we had a couple of peaker, uses that really, the one by the rail and then the one in the middle right in front of the jump pad, and those were pretty early in the game, and they certainly improved. I think Cypher was realizing like Kilson was just going to move in on him when he did that, but it did have an effect overall. So it's unfortunate for Cypher there, but it was still a great game. That comeback was real. Also just goes to show how Kilson played that one perfectly to make sure he was going to be able to get that frag and then capitalize on a great shot. But going to Blood Covenant, we've got the Visor versus the Slash. What do you think about this one going into it?
Very interesting matchup. I think that Cypher is going to be so careful that he doesn't fall behind again, because if he has to chase Kilson while Kilson is running Slash, it is going to be hell, Wheat. He has nothing in terms of movement ability. He's just playing a normal medium champion, doesn't have anything to close the distance. Yes, he's got the piercing sight, so he can try to set up some traps, shoot a few prediction rails, line up, or shoot a few prediction rockets and line up the rail rather, but still, Kilson is so hyper aware of the map that if he gets the lead, I think he can just run circles around his opponent and steer clear of Cypher till the end.
I also expect Rail to be a big player in this one too, as both players seem to be pretty warm up, but can make the difference here. And a big aggressive move coming out by Cypher right here from the beginning. He knows his opponent's low, but so is he. The LG can't finish him off, switches to the machine gun, not gonna happen. Heading on over to the heavy now. Does manage to get a little bit more, a few more shots, but you're already seeing that movement come into play. Cypher incredibly low. He's going to stick around, maybe go for that Mega, and he will, as Kilson is going to pick up the heavy. But some fast-paced action here to start us off. However, nothing on the scoreboard quite yet as we hit our first minute here on Blood Covenant.
I'm pretty sure that Kilson heard the Mega pickup, knows that there's a sizable delay. If he gets the frag here now, which he should,
oh yeah,
Cypher might be in trouble, because Kilson should have the time to secure them both. He's even going to deny the small armor here. Oh, luckily for Cypher, Kilson doesn't have rockets, so he can't rocket jump up and go for the next item in a straight line. So that should still allow Cypher to just put up a blockade, secure the Mega for himself. But if Kilson had one rocket right there, I think we would be seeing a very different situation right now.
Yeah. Yeah, and he did finally get himself some rockets, and I'm just watching through Kilson's point of view. It's just, you know, the speed here and just how comfortable and how much he's gliding. It does make me worried for exactly what you're talking about, which is if Kilson continues to increase the scoreline, it becomes very difficult. Kilson's going to land a rail from the bridge and then just make his way on over to the Mega. Cypher's going to be there to fight for it, but two beautiful rockets, one up the pipe, and then the other one sticking Cypher to the wall, and that will be Kilson's second frag here on TM6.
Oh, man. Knocking him down with the railgun, too. Cypher is lucky to escape that one, but he won't for very long. And now Kilson should be able to secure both of them, I feel like. I don't think Cypher is even going to risk pushing Mega. Indeed, he's in no position to do so, and he knows this. I also really can see the utility of Slash coming out when Railgun has been so important for both of these players, right? Because with Slash you can so easily do the bridge to rail jump and get it consistently. It's like a no-brainer. And while it is possible to do it with other champions like Visor, it's tricky and you need to have a really good lineup, solid strafe jumps to make it across, so it's not a reliable strategy for Cypher at all. And that's been helping Kilson a lot, just to get that railgun time and time again.
Kilson does give up the Mega there, but lands a rocket in the process. He's a bit lower, and we are seeing Cypher land these rail angles that are helping him out. Kilson kind of sliding underneath, but he, like, having 3 frags on this map is a really nice pillow, right? I mean, Cypher is going to need to nail those rails. And there's the rocket jump up to the top. He's given chase now, trailed with a little bit of damage. Rocket coming down, but Cypher does land in the blood and gets the LG frag, making it 3-1. Cypher's on the board now. Can he capitalize, Flea? He's doing what he needs to do, but I think he's got to be aware of what Kilson could do, run away with the lead. So hoping he could at least scrap 1 frag here off of that frag, convert 1 frag. We'll see what happens.
I like what you said about the frag cushion on a different map with different champions. 3 frags, it's almost negligible at times. It's really nothing comfortable. But on Blood Covenant, when you're playing Slash against a Visor, yeah, that is a pretty comfy pillow indeed. Now Cypher did, of course, get that 1 frag. Oh, Kilson playing with fire right there. He was railable. But Cypher missing the shots that mattered the most, and it allows Kilson to convert beautifully. Sudden burst of aggression. Cypher, no, that ain't it, boy.
Oh no, he must have thought he was much lower than he actually was, but that's the worst kind of frag to give up, right? You absolutely did not need to do that, but that was the choice that was made, and that will make it a 4 frag lead. And that pillow's getting fluffier, Flea, and that is a scary thing as we're about to hit the halfway mark of this matchup. Now, Cypher, won on the board, but once again, you die. He doesn't have a rail right now. He just did grab one, but right, you've kind of got to start all over. And when you're up against a champion that's got speed on their side too, it's just they're not going to make your job easy.
I fear for Cypher. Massively so at this point. Especially when I look at how calculated Kilson has been going about this. The rails that Kilson has been landing, those are the kind of rails that you would expect the visor to hit, right? Like him just setting up, perfectly lining up his crosshair where he's expecting his opponent to be, and then just landing the shot like that. That is what you would expect Visor to be able to do in this matchup. That is what Visor needs to do to be competitive. But instead, it's Kilson doing what Cypher needs to secure the win. I really don't know if there's anything he can do, even though there's 4 minutes for 5 frags. Still plenty of time, but yeah. How do you break Kilson at this level?
I mean, I really don't know how Cypher did all that as aggressive as he was, but it worked. He was low. He got the frag. He made it a 4 frag game now, and this one step closer. I was about to say, Flea, like, I'm a little worried that Cypher's just kind of like just letting it go at this point, but he clearly has some sort of a plan here as he's keeping himself alive, looking through his eyes now. Those rails are just going to be crucial. Mega's up, but Kilson's going to grab it there. Piercing sight comes out, and he's waiting for him, trying to line something up, but the Tri-Bolt's coming pretty big for Kilson too. I think he's the only one who's really done anything with it in this match.
And then when the piercing sight does come out, it's Kilson who walks away with the damage still. That's like Kilson realized that the sight was deployed, so he just stood still. Knew he was in perfect cover, knew there was absolutely nothing Cypher could do, and then at the very end, just as it expires, he fires a Tri-Bolt, hoping that Cypher will go in for a peek, and exactly, that's what he did. Kilson is just controlling everything about this matchup at this point, and what can Cypher do? He needs nothing short of a miracle at this stage.
I completely agree, because with every second that ticks down, suddenly speed is the real enemy of Cypher. And it's frustrating. It's been there before. I know every single person watching has been in this situation, pro or casual alike, where you're too far behind. The clock is running out, and you're up against someone who's faster than you, and that can traverse the map much quicker than you can. It is beyond frustrating, and it continues to play so well. There's a nice rail in the air, but the LG cleanup by Kilson, that's going to make it 2-7. And at this point, I have to ask if it's even possible when you're playing against a Slash to come back 5 frags.
Yeah. I'm doubtful. Kilson is he's not dropping a beat. Hasn't done so in a while. Again, Railgun is just dominating everything in Kilson's arsenal. 700 damage with the rockets, 500 with the LG, 1,700 with Rail alone, 51% accuracy. Kilson is just using that Rail to the fullest effect, and he's done an exquisite job at denying it from Cypher. He knows that Cypher doesn't have the same level of mobility, right? He's not playing against the Doomslayer, he's not playing against the Nyx or an Athena or anything like that. Cypher has to take the long way around to get Railgun, or essentially use a rocket to jump across. Kilson has been perfectly denying it, and here, he's going to do it again. He's got the weapons that he knows Cypher doesn't have, he just rushes in, does a bit of damage, and Cypher has to go for the Railgun, and Kilson just punishes him for it.
I mean, look, if you're keeping tabs on QPL Season 3 here in 2022, and you don't have Kilson on your radar, if this second matchup, first week versus Avik, second week versus Cypher, a complete dismantling of both of those players on Insomnia, and now a secondary follow-up. Now, Avik did take a map, but wow, is Kilson just really showcasing an incredible amount of skill and dedication to this season already. And I'm really excited to see what he is going to do. I mean, it's obviously way too early to call anything in this in this season, but you better be keeping a close eye on Kilson if you haven't been already. So there it is, the final seconds of this match. 2-12 is the final score, and I did not think we would have a 3-0, but gentlemen, here we are. Kilson takes it 3-0 versus Cypher. It was a wild matchup, even on that first one, 6-25 on map 1. Let's bring Ketchup in and catch up with him, find out what he thought. Ketchup 3-0, went to Kilson. What do you think?
I mean, I'll be completely honest. On that first map, I went downstairs to make a sandwich, and then when I came up, it was 4 minutes in, and it was like 14-0. So that was a big moment for me. And then the remaining maps, that second map just displayed such clutch from Kilson, and I'm going to be honest, it really made me feel kind of nostalgic, because you look at a map like Insomnia, which some players are kind of comparing to ZTN. And then you look at Blood Covenant with this Slash of this caliber. It kind of just made me feel semi-nostalgic, really, looking at Kilson play maps of this caliber the way he's famous for. And I think that really is all I can say. I think there's no getting around the fact that it was a shocking result. I did not expect it to be 3-0. Most of us expected 2-1. But Kilson just continuing to bring that A game. And this is why, when Kilson's on form, it feels like he's world champion material.
Absolutely, and I mean, we've seen Kilson hoist the belt in the past, right? He has absolutely been a top contender. Results speak for himself. I mean, last time in the previous stage, he was #1 in all of Europe at the end of the stage, and then of course he managed to get a top 4 finish in the Quake World Championships as well. So he's really just continuing that legacy and pushing ever further on. So Kilson is looking to be in incredible shape moving forwards.
Can we just take a moment to call out this pleb in chat who just said, wonder who would win an actual balanced Quake where there's no speed demon champions? What are you talking about? Get out of here. These two guys are amazing. That was an amazing matchup. Shut up. Come on. It was a great matchup. The comeback by Cypher on Awoken was really nice, but Kilson in top form. I mean, he looked great. He is the European to beat right now. And, I was incredibly entertained the entire time. I'll watch Kilson's skills all day long.
I don't know about you, Wheat, but this game's been out for 5 years. If you're watching a game that you dislike, what are you doing with your life? I believe we're going to have an interview with Kilson very, very soon, though, which is going to be super sick. Cannot wait for that. There's so much to talk about, as we really have only just kind of kicked off this entire pretty much year-long season. And we're already seeing players getting back into their phenomenal shape. The practice is intense. Even Kilson alone, the amount of streaming he's been doing leading up to these weeklies, and no doubt he's going to continue. There's just so much entertainment to absorb, but what you do get to see is, any kind of little hidden tricks that they might be planning for the weeklies. And if then, maybe there's stuff they're not streaming. There might be some hidden stuff under the water.
Absolutely. Are we gonna get Kilson?
Yes,
yeah,
I've just been informed that we've got Kilson on the line, and we're ready to do an interview with the man of the hour, Kilson. Hello.
Hey.
So first of all,
Congrats.
Congratulations.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll just do that thing, chaps, where we'll just take it in turns and cycle across. First question I have for you, Kilson, talking about the new hotness, right? We have a new map in play, and you're really kind of pioneering Insomnia so far. And I mean, based on your own findings and the fact that you have clearly streamed a fair amount of it compared to what I've seen from other players, what are your opening thoughts on what Insomnia is doing to the current rotation? What do you think of the map?
Oh, the past practice games, I mean, I practiced a bit with base, this specific matchup, and I was more thinking about maybe I'm not gonna like this map in the end. But now, having like this, kind of sweep over Cypher would, I mean, it was insane, right? Like the accuracies I've been hitting there, and predicting him so well. But it also comes down that his knowledge on the map hasn't been that deep. So yeah, I just knew how to play when he does what exactly, you know.
Okay, well, Gilson, first of all, I just want to say 15 rails in a row for 100% accuracy. Never seen anything like that in the Quake Pro League to date. That was
really?
absolutely insane.
Did I?
Yeah, you were 100% accuracy after 15 shots, so that's quite notable. But as for my question, I just want to ask, is this going to be your season? Because I remember interviewing you in the past and you were like, these maps are not to my liking. I can already tell that this isn't going to be it. But now, there's no Blood Run, there's Insomnia, which clearly seems to be right up your alley. Blood Covenant is back. Do you feel like you've got what it takes to really top the scoreboards these seasons?
I mean, I do know I always have what it takes. But yeah, sometimes, you know, day or feel just is not on your side. You know, anything can happen at any moment, especially with how abilities are working. So you know, on another day, it could this matchup could have been Cypher's, to be fair. So I mean, of course, like always, will try to do my best anytime I can, and that's just the most important to me. Even if I lose, at least I have to, you know, be able to say to myself, look in the mirror, I did what I can this moment, and then, you know, it's absolutely fine when someone just played better.
Kilson, congratulations. Last week I asked you what percentage you felt like you were playing at, and you said like 70-something%. What was today's percentage? Because it can't be any lower than what your railgun percentage was on Insomnia. It was 51 shots, and I think like 79 or 70. I'm not sure, but what percentage? The chat also needs to know. What percentage Kilson did we see today?
I mean, I to be fair, I think on Insomnia, I've been on 90, maybe even a little more. The rest
so
of the
that
match,
wasn't unusual for you.
it happens quite often overall, actually.
Okay.
Like to have these kind of percentages. Like for me, it really became something normal because I just love the gun and to shoot it and to use it. So I do also place like that on the map, on areas. So it's a little based on that also that allows me to hit these kind of percentages. Makes the overall accuracy a little easier then.
Got it. Let me ask you just then a quick little follow-up question, because so far when we've seen you play that map, we haven't seen anyone else control that center. So I just want you to play hypothetical situation here. Hypothetical situation, Kilson, you're not in control. Someone else is there. You are not playing Ranger. What champion are you playing, and how do you regain control there? Or what's your thought process behind it?
I mean, against Solek would be quite difficult overall, actually, because he can maneuver around the map quite well. And if my opponent does know the map really well, Solek is quite a difficult opponent to play against. But overall, it's tough right now. Like, it's still early for the map, so we still don't know about what the meta is going to look like in the end. And there's still a lot more possible. I mean, Ranger overall is just being a solid pick, and it showed in the past over and over again. And I mean, this time I made it work. Who knows? Maybe next time it's not going to work. So, and I do know, I think in the next match, don't we see another Insomnia?
I don't know. I hope
we'll have to double check the picks. I think we have a document. I'll consult it over the break, but I know the players are in the lobby. That much for sure. But it's not map 1, because we're hovering over Vale. But you know what, Kilson? Thank you so much for joining us again. Always a pleasure to watch you play.
Congrats,
I know you
man.
stream all the time, and if anyone wants to check out Kilson, by all means, go and subscribe, support, and all that good stuff, because great place to learn from, and keeping a keen eye on the matches to come. Thank you so much, Kilson.
Thank you very much, guys. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Take care. Bye-bye.
All right, but as I just said, the players are actually in the lobby for our next matchup and final matchup of the day, Rafa versus Base. We're going to go for a quick 5. When we come back, our final match of the day will continue. See you in a bit. You know, it feels like we only just started the stream today, but would you believe it? We're down to one final series. Base going head-to-head against Rafa. I'd like to welcome everybody back to our second week of Season 3 of Quake Pro League. My name's Ketchup, and I'm joined by the wonderful Flea, the wonderful DJ Wheat. It's been a good day, but we're finishing things off strong, I think is fair to say, Wheat.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. We got Rafa versus Base in our final featured matchup of the day. Rafa, former champion many times over, obviously going up against Base, who we've seen, I would say Base has shown these wonderful signs of brilliance, and then other times he just hasn't been able to scrape together what he's needed for a victory, but always a very capable player, and curious to see how he's going to continue on in this season, given that his first week was a loss, but it was to Razy. Now going up against another very formidable opponent, but I love what we're doing here in the QPL, where we're seeing everyone play everyone leading up to it, and this is exactly why to get these kind of matches as early as week 2.
And it's going to be interesting, right? Because ZSX himself said that Rafa is not going to go undefeated this season because of the mixed bracket. So he played Cygib last week. That was, again, I feel, a much more familiar opponent to him. But now he's getting thrown into a series with Base. Now, last time they played was at the Quake World Championships. Rafa did secure the win with a 2-0 match. However, Base is definitely not a player that I think he's that comfortable playing, right? He's not that experienced going up against him. And as we just said, Base can absolutely surprise, right? Flashes of brilliance, overall a very defensively gifted player who can just absolutely let loose and take players by surprise with bursts of aggression. So Rafa has got to be on edge here too.
There's strong potential for that, as I'd like to bring us over to the picks and bans to find out what our last journey of tonight is going to be. Now, things are nice and basic with the Veil of Nath. We have the Ison versus Keel. Been there, done that, worn the jersey. Our next map, though, Insomnia. We get to see that. Kilson was correct. Shoutouts to you, mate. We can see the Sorlag was removed. But at the same time, Ranger coming out to play again does feel like a nice and kind of almost reliable early pick for a new map. And then the Anarchy from Base, which is a champion that we've seen some rather magical things happen with when Base is behind the steering wheel. And the final map's Deep Embrace, Athena and Doom. So I think a nice varied pool of maps and champions, Wheat.
For sure. And, to add to the kind of variables that Flea was defining right before he looked at the picks and bans, that second map is kind of one of those unknown variables. It's Insomnia. I'm not sure if we saw Rafa on it last week. I don't recall. But playing a Ranger, we've seen kind of dominate that meta. And then Anarchy, who I know Avic used versus Kilson last week on Insomnia, really kind of curious how that is going to play out and where these players are going to be in their comfort level on that one. But I'm also very much looking forward to Deep Embrace. I like that matchup, and I like the champion picks that we've got there. So I'm thinking this looks good, right, for both players. There's nothing that is, I think, clearly in favor of one or the other.
Also worth noting.
On that note,
I think that
carry on, Flea.
No, thank you, Ketchup. I think it's also worth noting that there's no really large maps in this series, right? It's Veil, it's Insomnia, it's Deep Embrace. All very intimate, lots of close quarters, high octane, lots of aggression, tend to be pretty speedy maps taking place as well. There's no Ruins, there's no Blood Covenant, so that could be interesting going into the series as well.
Preparation is going to be key. Rafa, undisputedly the best player in the world at being able to essentially adapt on the fly. It's what he does best, and it's what he does better than everyone else, is figure out in the middle of a map what's happening, and if he has to do some kind of immediate adaptation, he's going to do it. Now, Base, nowhere near the kind of defensive-only player that he was known for a few years ago now, because he has since then developed a much more layered style, and that, when Rafa and Base go head-to-head, is where I think I become the most interested. Now, while we're going to be going in for the good luck, have fun, the readies, and all that good stuff in party chat, I want to ask predictions. Now, Flea, before we say goodbye to you, what are your thoughts on this? How do you think it's going to go?
It's always hard, if not impossible, to bet against Rafa, right? His track record is just so strong. And while Base has been looking pretty good himself and could absolutely cause an upset, I do think that this is going to go in favor of the American. Is it going to be 3-0? Perhaps. I'm leaning more towards 2-1, but I still think that Rafa will be the one to take home the victory here.
Yeah, I mean, if you've tuned into the QPL over the past few seasons, you know that I pretty regularly have a bet with ZSX that Rafa will go undefeated. And so just to continue that, even though we haven't actually made the bet yet, Dan, it's on. I'm going to have to go Rafa taking the win here. And I would also say 3-0.
Sorry to be boring, but I have to agree with you. I just think that the likelihood of Rafa winning this is higher. Just results speak for themselves and all that stuff. I'd like to see it be a 2-1, but just that first map is going to let us know what kind of Rafa we're seeing, and it almost feels silly to say that because the Rafa that turns up is almost always surgically on point, and that's why he is such a terrifying opponent. Both of the players have in fact said they're ready to go, which is our cue to say, Flea, see you in about 35 minutes, maybe 40 minutes, when these matches will be done, and we'll be able to jump in and have a little bit of analysis at the end of the day. But for now, Wheat, we have 3 maps to get through. We have a mixture of familiar, new, traditional, and 2 different styles, I think. Rafa and Base are very different to each other. That's always a pleasure to watch. And even in this first map, we do have a stack difference as well, with the Keel for Rafa and the Ison for Base.
Yeah, and you know, I'm glad that you pointed out about Base's evolution of play, right? And even back in season 1 or season 2 of QPL, a lot of people criticized Base for a very defensive style of play, but boy, did he show all the different masks that he is capable of wearing inside the Quake arena over the past year or so. So I do think that, you know, people should be on the lookout for that. Of course, you know, Rafa is a player who is also pretty good at molding to what he needs to mold into to go up against his opponent. Now, additionally, I do want to correct myself because right now, I think that map 2, Insomnia with Ranger, is just an auto win. I've yet to see someone kind of outplay a good professional Ranger from the QPL on that map. So I do heavily favor that one to Rafa, and would agree with a lot of what chat said in terms of like, based off of what we've seen, this is kind of a free win. I don't know. Free win might be going a little bit too far catch up, but it's going to be tough for Base.
I don't know if I think it's a free win. I think the nature of how Ranger works will probably make him an effective pick on every new map, purely because I think the way he has been designed, I just can't see him not working on any map at all. But, you know, I just go back to the Deep Embrace and how we all used to talk about Keel being this almost mandatory pick when the map was new. And then after a few months, he really started to fall out of favor because people started to learn the map a bit more. Obviously, Heavy's got adjusted a little bit too, which matters, but I guess the point remains. As now, we jump into our first map. 30 seconds have already gone down, as will be the next rotation of items. And so far, bit of a slow start, but that's to be expected with these two.
Yep, it is to be expected, and we see this very often, especially from Base, but Rafa also a type of player that likes to feel out the match, the map, the player, etc., and then start to adjust accordingly. Base, taking a lot of tri-bolt damage up there, and now Rafa set himself up for a possible rail shot down below, goes to the mid-level using the LG, just controlling that away, and he does pick it up and lands the LG and rail combo. Will rocket jump up to the top, beautiful grab of that Mega, and doesn't get the frag, but unfortunately puts Base in a place where he does not want to be. Low stack, and first frag yet to be seen, but I'm sure it's right around the corner.
And that defensive play from Base is going to shine through here. I think Rafa definitely would have deemed that encounter worth it, purely because ultimately I have the item and he doesn't. It was enough to get Base to sort of back up and disengage. However, an aggressive push with this LG. Oh my lord, Base still has a bit of armor, and I want to say I kind of would have thought Base might have got a little bit more damage in that encounter, especially a rail like that not hitting its mark. Make that 2! Base should have done so much more damage to Rafa than he has done. However, can he survive this now? Rafa probably going to be able to tank one more, I reckon.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought he was going to be able to get him with that shotty around the corner, but Base with a good run now is going to rocket jump back up to that Mega, grabs it. There's the rail from down below, but not before Base does a ton of damage. The turret does get disposed of, but Rafa's on the board 1-0. Not the cleanest frag catch up, but it doesn't matter because he is on the board and back up to where he needs to be. We're 2 minutes 35 seconds in. Doesn't look like Rafa's going to get any sort of easy conversion off of that frag. Rail from the top, bounces over. Second rail, although the heavy was picked up, and both players desperately low.
I feel like the fact that with how things have been and how aggressive Rafa has been playing, you'd think this is not going to be just a 1-0 so far. It definitely goes to show the slippery nature that Base has on defense, but these defensive rails!
Wow.
Very good, and I'd say good enough for Rafa because Base critically low. I do like that defensive rocket. Base narrowly survives that rail. And there's just no time to put himself on Mega and survive. Rafa gonna make the right call, knowing he's there and prepared. Ready. And that's the brain of Rafa right there. He knows that Base isn't gonna be near Mega yet. Why would he be? He's way too weak.
Yeah, and Rafa had to be asking himself, like, dude, that was 4 rails. How did I not kill Base? And he was so close at least twice. But Base with some good movement and also picked up that health just in the nick of time. So Rafa, though, picked up another one despite the fact the Base grabbed one, and it is 3-1 right now. Almost 4 minutes on the clock. Rafa's going to pick up that heavy again, kind of reset things a bit. And I do think that we've sped up quite a bit here, but both players being able to match the pace. There's a great rail into light armor room from Base, and that is going to make it 3-2. It's only a 1 frag game.
It's kind of like what I was saying before 2 minutes of mayhem that we just saw, is that Base's style in general, it's just being incredibly hard to hit and hard to pin down, which in turn just means way hard to finish off. You have to overextend so much more than you would against your average everyday player because quite literally just refuses to die, it seems. And oh, Rafa! An awkward encounter, but you know what? For Rafa, that's as good as it's going to get. He was so weak, it was a trade or bust. Now, in this case, oh, the rockets on spawn, lovely.
No, you're right. I thought that was going to turn out real bad for Rafa there, but that exchange, the trade was big. And Base is going to be able to bring it back and tie it up, but again, off the spawn is so low. The turret, oh my God, the turret taking all that damage. Somehow Base stays alive, and Rafa has got to be asking himself, what is going on? What a beautiful dance by Base, using that turret as a meat shield and getting the frag with almost no health.
It's not every day you see that weak. I love it. I'm here for it. And got to give Base his props. You know, he was as weak as he was. It was a fair shout to assume that Rafa was going to kind of go in for a refrag. So he already made sure the turret was blocking the entryway. He had a rocket angle prepared. That was Base being more than ready for that fight. And obviously, it paid off in droves. Now Rafa in trouble now because just like that, Base 2 frags in the lead. Heavy is going to be the next objective, but Rafa, even though he's spawning with a large stack, he just doesn't have a lot of the weapons, right? I mean, you can pick up a weapon and go ham, but Base just has the variety on lock and doesn't get the rail. That sucks.
Yeah, he's played so much of this matchup incredibly low, and it might not work out for him here. He somehow manages to dodge that rail. Only 16 points of health, and he has been in this red state for quite a while. Base still hitting his shots, though, when the opportunity presents itself. 4-6, he's got a 2 frag lead, and he's in a great spot right now. Now, he eats a pineapple right down the throat as he goes through the teleporter as well, and then the shotgun to clean it up, and Rafa's going to start to bring this back 5-6 now with about 3.5 minutes left to go.
And even more ideal for Rafa is that he frags Base with a rocket launcher in hand, so even though he'd run out of rockets, he didn't have to go out of his way to pick up more, which meant he was in position to take that Mega comfortably. Now, just like that, the LG 1v1, normally it's the heavy champion that takes the bulk of the damage, but in this case, Rafa just decides, you know what? Nah, I'd like to do more damage instead, please. And 3 minutes left on this clock week, 6 frags apiece. I think the Rafa's doing a great job of stabilizing this. It looked a little bit shaky for a short while. Base just keeping him on the end of a string. It looked like the rail for rail. He's able to get the Mega before he's railable into death. Oh no, the acid. Man melted. His poor feet. The boots did nothing.
That was such a great shot from Rafa there and way to bring that frag back. It looked like Base was going to actually be able to scoot and escape away, but Rafa retaking the lead here. 2.5 minutes left to go. Through the teleporter goes, expecting to maybe have a chance at that heavy, but Base is ready for it. Rafa now trying to stop him from grabbing the Mega. Is he going to be able to? The answer is no, but a lot of damage dished out. Base looking still okay after grabbing that Mega. So going back and forth, got plenty of time here between our next major items. And they will battle it out. High and low catch up. And I'm really liking what I'm seeing out of both players here. Base certainly keeping Rafa on his toes, and Rafa playing like he normally does here. And we have a big battle there at the midsection, but Rafa takes the better of that one with an LG on the lower level, 8-6. Now 2 frag leads suddenly for Rafa.
A couple of heavies ago, that play was Rafa all over, by the way. The fact that he's pushing in towards heavy, but he just goes out of his way to take 2 of the light armors as he goes through. I mean, it's just denying as much as he possibly can. You know, it's not just getting the heavy. It's, let's say the fight goes my way and I take the heavy, you're forced to retreat. You'll realize there ain't nothing to save yourself. Now, Base goes up to try and take this heavy. That is going to be a free frag for Rafa for sure. And that's a bad time to concede, as Rafa is chunky, healthy, has all the weapons in the world, and a Mega at his disposal. With 3 frags, too. I mean, I think it's all coming up Millhouse.
I agree. There's only about a minute remaining. Base almost had the frag, but instead Rafa turns the tables and a rail will make it 10-6. That puts Rafa in a pretty comfortable winning position here on this map, especially after rearming and getting geared up there. Back up.
Oh my god.
Big rocket into another rocket from Base too, but it's not going to matter. Rafa gets the frag, and that will probably solidify his win here on map number 1.
The instant gear shift. The second we had 60 seconds on the clock, Rafa's objective clearly changed. No need to show myself. Allow you to take the heavy if you want. I'll just grab this light. See you later, mate. As long as I have these defensive angles, it's going to make your likelihood of a comeback even more impossible than it once was. And just like that, 13-6 at a bare minimum. Could be a little bit different in these last 10 seconds, but at the end of the day, Rafa will not care as this map goes into the favor of him. Nice and back and forth for the majority of it, but... What? Okay. GG. GG right there.
Yeah, 14-6 was the final score. I'll write that down. 14-6. You know, look, it's hard to sit here as a caster. I'm not good at this game. You know, like, I'm old. I can't play. And to even criticize a player feels kind of wrong, right? Catch up. But I think from an observation, there was some difficulty for Rafa in what I would call like cleaning up his frags there. Really early on, remember, Rafa hit those 4 rails, and I know that mentally Rafa's got to be like, wait a second, how did that rail not kill him, right? Every one of these Quake players is doing some sort of damage mathematics in their head that says, you know, listen, I've done about this much damage. This should be the right weapon in order to clean him up. It seemed like that plagued Rafa a little bit throughout, throughout the matchup. And obviously he still won, but it's just something I saw a little bit, right? His choice of kind of cleaning up. I mean, these are high impact matches. They're high energy. A lot's going on. So obviously, but he figured it out near the end there, catch up, and really pulled it out at the end. But it was a very interesting match to see.
Ultimately, it's one of the most terrifying things to even watch, is that when Rafa locks in the full control, it is like a completely different style of game. Because when Rafa takes control, I feel like I can count on one hand how many times in tournament since 2017 a player has been in a situation where Rafa has locked in that control, where he's cycling not only the major items, but all of the small ones too. And we saw that from Rafa, where he's picking up all the lights around, and he's Keel, right? He's always able to take them. I can count on one hand how many times a player has been dealing with that and able to break out and win the map. Like, you just do not see that. You don't see that. So, I don't know. It's a scary situation to be in, but one of the things that might shift the power in that a little bit is a brand new map that people have varied levels of experience in, and some people might have a trick up their sleeve. The thing that you are clearly a bit concerned about, though, Marcus, is Rafa got Ranger.
Yeah.
Rafa got Ranger.
Yeah, I mean, I need to see the example catch up. I need to see someone, basically, this is how you play it versus Ranger. This is how, even if Ranger's up by 3, you manage to sneak a rail and then right, regain control. I haven't seen it yet, right? I'm not saying it hasn't been done, but that's one of the reasons why I'm excited to continuously watch these matches on Insomnia to see how this meta plays out. But yeah, I mean, I'm definitely sitting here and I'm publishing the first newsletter, and it's like, attention world, like Ranger is definitely OP on Insomnia, like that. I'm there. I'm that journalist. I'm doing that right now.
You heard it here first, folks. You heard it here first. DJ Wheat self-proclaimed Ranger is the only champion worth picking on this map. Now, actually, as we begin, how does Rafa start things off? Now, an early push. Oi! Chucking the plasma. And that's going to be base going down. This is literally the only weapon that Rafa's got. How is he doing so much damage with it, Wheat? Oh, my God. Oh.
I would have never guessed that this match would start off with just the Hyper Blaster and an orb, right? But there you have it. And I mean, I think that's one of the things to talk about as far as Ranger's advantages here on that. That orb, even right off the spawn, gives you such positional advantage and the possibility to take both of the major items, a huge rail up that jump pad. And Rafa does look like someone who has put in a fair amount of time there in this map, and he's nailing everything. We're 1 minute in, it's 4-0. I don't know what's gonna happen here, Ketchup.
No, I actually have to say, you know, we're here having a good time, we're having a laugh. On a serious note, that nail gun appears to be quite powerful on this map. I mean, let's look at how small the corridors are. Everything's kind of thin. Kind of feels like it might in fact be a little bit hard to dodge it on a map like this. There's already more use of the nail gun than I've ever seen on possibly any map so far. And we're only a minute and a half in.
You know, if there's one thing I would definitely give Rafa credit for, it is, you know, he creates his own weapon meta, right? I don't think Tri-Bolt was used all that much until Rafa really started using Tri-Bolt a lot more. And then we saw more and more players use it. So that's not surprising to me. Rafa with another frag, once again, using that orb. As long as you're managing your aggression around that orb or potentially using it as an escape, although we haven't seen him need to do that yet. It's 2 minutes in, 6-0, and once again, Ranger's like, Insomnia, that's my map, and I will stay awake all night long.
The problem is, it's happening again. It's happening again, Marcus. Ranger going all in. Rafa, let's give him his credit, playing exceptionally well, but it's just the oppressiveness of that orb that just looks so hard to contest. We've talked about other potential champions that can work well on this map, but right now, Rafa, it almost feels like he has enforced a level of, dare I say, timidness from base, where base is almost looking a little bit nervous to show his face here. You know, the second he's seen, he's getting railed. If he overextends his welcome, here comes a rocket around the corner, here comes an orb, and I just don't know how you can get a solid footing, because even then, you're dealing with the amount of spam damage, potentially. There we go. A little bit of machine gun action into the Mega. Now, Rafa will be timing that Mega. We did see it get picked up.
Yep, and I think the important thing that we saw there from base were the rails, right? He is definitely trying to stay away from Rafa, but eventually Rafa's going to have that orb. He's going to be able to close the gap quite a bit, and he also got the rail. Now, orb thrown out, it didn't really do anything with it, but another trading of rails, and this time it's in Rafa's favor. Base incredibly low and needs to be careful here. Again, putting himself in those positions where he feels like he can land those rails versus Rafa, I do think that is the right thing to do. But still 5 frags to make up. Base was incredibly low. Heard the inject come out, and there we have rockets coming from down below. Once again, base just, having to be on the back foot, running away. And then Rafa barreling in. He's got that shotgun in hand. Base already knew the moment he saw him, like, this is going to be Rafa's frag. 18 points of health, easily erased by Rafa, and is now 7-1.
Oh, dearie me. That was either going to be a +1 or a -1. There was no changing that fate, but Rafa, at the moment, I mean, he can do the damage numbers in his head quite easily, I think. There really isn't much armor around this side of the map. A lot of the armor kind of belongs on the right. You've got the point near Rocket. You've got the armor near the jump pad, perhaps. Base gets a very, very important rail to kind of give him maybe even a fighting chance. But if someone is sitting near that side of the map and they don't hold the heavy, and they're weak, and they're a light champion, surely you're just going to chase it, because what do you have to worry about? What is there to pick up, really? Oosh! One more. I said one more. I said one more!
Wow. And you heard, obviously, Kilson earlier talking about, yeah, I've been shooting 90% rail on this map, no problem. And after seeing all these players at some of these rails, I'm actually not surprised, even though I'm incredibly surprised. Like, that is bonkers. But 9-2, halfway through, and we said that it was pretty likely. Oh, nice job. The base actually gets the better of that one after the orb comes in. The Rockets can't clean him up. And all right, base, bringing it back now to 5 frags. This is what I think you need to do versus Ranger, but as we were talking about, Ketchup, like, what are we going to actually see it? And at least we're seeing base hitting those rails, making moves here. Rafa with 2 unbelievable defensive rails there, and base is going to have to back off just a little bit. Is he going to go for this one? Ketchup, he's trying to find the shot.
Rafa going to be fighting this one back because he does not want to let it get, uncontested, ready for the jump pad.
Oh.
And he's bang on the money. This is a scary play, it seems. I've only seen a little bit of competitive play on this map, but already have I started to notice fragging near the mega. It kind of almost just creates that spawn trap with a rail right near where Rafa is standing right now. You spawn where this armor is, and you're in real big trouble. Base is surely going to chase that, and yes, he will. Lovely management of his opponent's cooldown. And hang on a minute. This is looking kind of competitive. Rafa may be 5 frags in the lead, but we're already seeing the snowball effect. This is a aggressive map.
It is. And I agree. I mean, base made a really, really good play right there. That's very, very nice. He's going to now fight on the top. Drop back down, try to get that LG kill, but a close range rail. I want to see an alternate dimension map where the railgun's like just an LG or something. I don't know, right? Like, what would this map be like without break? Actually, it could be really, really tough to try to get back control of that middle. But base is doing what I think he needs to do. Rafa's just doing it a little bit better. And you cannot deny the fact that he does have that orb. And that makes a huge difference in this one. But base brought it back. 5 frags. I'm not counting them out yet. There's still just under 3 minutes left to go. And I'm glad that base is able to kind of keep pace here.
Now we are going to exchange rails. And speaking of which, both players failing to hit the mark, but that's an aggressive push from Rafa. The moment he got that mega first, it was a done deal. Nice. Rafa sitting on double the frags. Ooh, good lordy me. Finally gets access to a rail, and not again. That's now 2 self-frags by accident. Like I said, -1 or +1, it really doesn't matter. The result stays the same.
I mean, still managing to pick one up after that suicide, and doing some good work here with the Rockets, too. Base doesn't have a rail quite yet. He goes in to go for one around the corner. He's met up by a Rocket, and Rafa, he capitalizes to make it 13-7. Base has been doing a great job at least keeping it close. Base going to grab that rail, but at the cost of yet another frag. And that, to me, Ketchup, is like one of the real hard things. Fighting from behind, if you control that middle area, it gives you that opportunity to deny the rail, which I think you desperately need in order to be able to bring it back in your favor in the first place. So, tough matchup here for sure. Rafa and Base both incredibly low. but on top of his head, Rafa gets the frag with the rocket. 16-7 now.
Feels like as the season progresses, this map with the Ranger combination might be a little bit of a puzzle box for now. I'm kind of looking forward to, in a few months' time, kind of recapping over the days that Ranger was incredibly dominant, but then this champion or that champion, or maybe this playstyle was able to put a dent into it, and then the meta of the map evolved. You know, I'd love to see that happen. It is, by all means, early days of Insomnia. This map has barely been in the game, and now here we are, really watching the meta develop in front of our eyes, and that's my favorite time for a new map. As now Rafa is not only going to take this map win, but at the same time we'll take the series 2-0. We will play out that third and final map all the same. It's going to be Deep Embrace, but Rafa just continuing to impress. And I know we talked to Kilson about this map. I want to talk to Rafa about it too, because I mean, look, it's not every day you get new competitive content. Let's talk about it.
Agreed. Yeah, absolutely agree. And to your point about the meta of this map, I mean, Deep Embrace is a great example of that. We've talked about it many times here on the broadcast, but that wasn't picked right away. And then when it was picked, we saw that meta really develop and change and form over and evolve over time. I mean, we did not see Athena early on Deep Embrace, and now we're seeing Athena more. So, you know, I expect the players to kind of work and continue to break this map down, figure it out. But gosh, like stillest day, Ranger MVP on Insomnia. It's pretty nasty. And 19-7, the final score there, as you mentioned, Rafa taking the series. But we're going to go on to this third map. I would also say Ketchup. I don't know if you agree, but yeah, Rafa looks, and I'm not surprised, he seems like someone who would put in a lot of time, a lot of reps on a brand new map. He mentioned doing the exact same thing on Deep Embrace. You know, do you think Rafa was putting in time here for, you know, on Deep Embrace?
It very much looks like it. It did kind of look like it to me. There's certain elements of a map that will really, I think, give away how much experience someone might have. I mean, surely it will come down to even the small things, like how comfortable are they pushing through a corridor? Are they going to just try and strong arm their way through all the time? Like, the biggest thing comes down to, I think, trapping people off spawn and stuff like that. That's when you really get to kind of see that. I think some people have gone into custom game and they'll get a frag in this location and they'll kind of just mess around and be like, right, where are they going to spawn? How can I get advantage from this? We are seeing a few players already starting to kind of enforce that trap where you're kind of sitting around. I don't know the exact place, you know, please bear with me there, but it's something along the lines of you're sitting near Mega and you get a frag, and then it seems likely that they spawn down near where the armor is next to rocket launcher. And I think I've seen that about 3 times today. No doubt we'll see it a hell of a lot more, but that's where I think the players that are truly prepared are starting to shine. You know, we see people like Kilson do that all the time. I'm sure we'd see someone like Wenger doing the exact same thing, because these players research, they study, they'll sit on their own and just look for all the small little tricks they can do, and that's what these kind of new maps are all about. Now, speaking of which, we're going to go back a little bit. We're going to go into Deep Embrace. This is the final map, not only of the series, but of the night. Rafa has secured a 2-0 victory at a bare minimum, but is looking to take a 3-0 base. No doubt would like to have the 1 map win at the very least, because as I've said before, and I'll say it again many times over, when we hit the late part of the season and someone's a map short of a placement, we're going to talk about it.
Well, you're absolutely right about that. And I'm excited that the new map of the previous season is the third map of this matchup. We've talked about the meta shifting, changing quite a bit. These two players definitely going to be bringing that as well. And you know, I love that this is going to be the final map of the day, just because it's often very, very fast-paced, high energy. Rafa on the Doomslayer and base on the Athena. Athena has been a more popular pick here on this map over the past, you know, last season, and I'm excited to see more of that. So
it's a great matchup to watch. Athena has just developed so much as a champion across the years of Pro League that we've been having. It still feels like she's arguably the highest risk versus her reward, because when she doesn't work, she just crashes and burns because she's so fragile. But at the same time, when she works wonders, it feels like no one else in the game can come close to doing what she brings to the table. So add the skill ceiling on top, where she's probably the hardest champion to use. I like that, you know, and that's what competitive play is all about. We want to see the best players playing stuff at the highest level to show the rest of us scrubs what we should be doing. I'm here for it.
That's right. That's right. Well, will Rafa bring it home in 3, or will this be a 2-1? We're about to find out as we get started in our third and final map of the series and final map of the day through the eyes of Rafa, who's going to be on Doom, going up against Base, who's on that Athena. How is this one going to play out? We're going to see this first little exchange here. Base using that grapple to hook away to the upper level as Rafa tries to train in with that lightning gun. Now setting up both of our major items about the same time. So we might have a fight over heavy here, but a fight at the rail. Rafa down to 9 points of health. He's got to be careful. He steals away that heavy, knowing that likely death was next, and that's it was. Base is up now, first on the board with 1. 46 seconds in this matchup.
Was a rather calculated beginning to the map, you know, Rafa having to answer the question of how do I press into an opponent when I've only got a super shotgun and a nail gun. You know, LG, yeah, sure, but it's an unusual fight to have to take, isn't it? But one thing Rafa has done a lot is not being shy of using that nail gun so far. Now he is perfectly timing the heavy, bang on there. Thank you very much, stopwatch medal, but 2-2. Rafa with the armor advantage, that is going to only benefit him. But in this case, the only thing he doesn't have is a rail. And I wonder if Base... It kind of looks like Base Wheat has already had a bit of a mission to keep an eye on where Rafa is for the rail. Because every time Rafa's near it, look, Base is always sitting on top. He's trying to prevent something.
You are absolutely right, but Rafa was ready for that too. The tri-bolt damage to start, and then an exchange, an acrobatic display of rockets up and down, but Rafa was able to push Base off there. His win was not only a frag, but also that rail as well. So I like what Base is doing. I like that idea and that concept, especially with Athena. Didn't quite work out for him that time, but I doubt he'll... I think he'll try it again. Like, I doubt he's going to give up on that strategy here. However, now he's got to figure out how to get back in control. 5 seconds till the heavy coming up here. That tri-bolt once again coming out. Base trying to land some rockets through the slats, and he's going to aggressively move up there. And, you know, it was a close one, catch up, but does manage to stay alive. Now back in the middle. Oh my goodness, like Base being ultra aggressive, super risky, and that time it didn't pay off for him. Rafa with another frag, 4-2.
Now Rafa's going to be pretty brave in the middle of this fight because he knows that Base has very little weapons. In that case, I'm pretty sure he only did have a machine gun and a rocket, which is one of the reasons that Rafa's not going to be shy of using double jump a lot more in the fights too. Now, the second the LG exists, that's where Doomslayer's double jump becomes pretty much a non-option. But outside of that, party time, baby. 6-2 now with Rafa. This lead is simply growing by the minute. We've only just started and we've had 8 frags. I mean, that's just the nature of a deep embrace. But now what's Rafa going to do? Base, extremely tender, and it wouldn't be Rafa if he wasn't cycling around and soaking up the important items at the same time. He's so weak. How does Base survive here?
I think that's the hard thing about Athena here, right? Especially if Rafa is stealing away those lights. Not going to make it easy on Base, and if he knows that he's keeping, you know, Base at a point where he can then just find him, nail, get those last few shots in with an LG or even the machine gun or the super shotgun, as we've seen, that he's completely okay. And that's where what you mentioned about denying those light armors becomes absolutely devastating against Base. There he's going to use that grapple just as the heavy spawns, and we see her body fly, and it wasn't pretty. 8-2 now off the spawn. LG versus LG, but that's an easy win for Rafa given the stack that he had.
Now, this is the game of denial that we've been talking about, and what Rafa does better than anyone in the world. Base manages to get a rail, though. Thank you very much. But you'll notice that Rafa, he spent so much of the map just picking up as many of those lights as he can pass, because he'll have timing on those and Base won't. However, Base picks up another frag. Excellent stuff. And although there's been loads of frags in a short space of time, that does mean Base has plenty of time to make the comeback happen. However, that's on the understanding that Rafa doesn't continue to just get them. And with a miss like that, even with the grapple to save his skin, that's untraded damage. Rafa's going to be happy with that.
Real fight from mid to mega. Rafa does land another one, and again, Base finds himself without a stack. And I'm blown away that Base not only is not has a stack most of the time, but also is able to still maintain the aggression that he has been doing. I mean, granted, 10-4, Rafa's in the lead. He needs to do something to bring it back, but I'm actually quite impressed by that from Base. So 5-minute warning has sounded, and Rafa with a very comfortable 6-frag lead. He's going to pick up that Mega. And, I mean, this story of Base, let's look at this. 9 lights, 2 heavies, 3 megas. But, I mean, it means he's been fighting most of this time without any armor at all. That's going to be a rail to tag him for frag number 11 for Rafa. Gets himself the heavy as well. And Ketchup, I'm thinking Rafa's found the groove that he wants the needle to be in, and will play the rest of his tune in this one.
I mean,
getting another frag, 12-4.
Rafa picked up the last light armor that was down there. He had timing. Base clearly did not. Base hanging around, just really wanting it to spawn. Rafa knows that he's down there. He knows that he can push in because Base is too early, and it's the pain of getting caught out on a major item, but on a light item. And he's doing the major items as well. I mean, this is the Rafa effect in full swing. And I imagine it's not all that pleasant for Base to be playing against, but got to give Rafa his credit. Oh, God! The plasma markers, it stings.
It stings, and it has been so effective. And Rafa has definitely always been a player that's like, hey, if this weapon's like on a map, I should figure out the best way to use it. And it's not like we've never seen nail, plasma, etc. before. But certainly there's been a little bit of an emphasis here from Rafa on that. And clearly, Ketchup, you can see Rafa, imagine that every game for Rafa is like a cozy chair, but it kind of takes you a while to, you know, get cozy in it, and then you're like, okay, now I'm relaxed, I'm comfortable. Well, we saw that happen during definitely, map 1, and I don't think Rafa's gotten uncomfortable in the entire time that he's now been playing. There's another aggressive grapple coming in from Base, and at this point, Rafa's just like welcoming him with open arms. 17-4, 3 minutes left to go. And Rafa is just running a clinic.
This is the kind of remaining 3 minutes of a map where everything else that happens is going to be just highlight reel material. Base is going to be aggressive. He's going to push all the way forward now because although he's mathematically unable to win, I mean, what else is he going to do? He has to try and just keep things going. He could GG early now if he wants, to be honest, but at the end of the day, you reach a point where you have to start pushing in. And you have to put your own personal well-being aside! Oh! Or you're going to get clobbered. Rip and tear until it is done, etc, etc. I feel like it's almost ironic that Base is wearing a Doom t-shirt right now.
Oh, a little detail that I didn't notice, but it's
Against
funny
all the evil
yeah,
that hell
yeah.
can conquer.
19-6, as we saw, the punch is the last frag. Base will bring one back in his favor, but as Chad has pointed out, like at this point, this is over. Base is going to pick up another one, 2 frags remaining, and does pick up that heavy, but then immediately machine gun down. Rafa looking real good. Now Base, I mean, again, certainly not playing that defensive Base we've seen in the past. In fact, Ketchup here, I might say he's been overly aggressive, but that's okay when Base is doing it. Certainly that's been the strategy he's tried to do here with Athena, and it just hasn't worked out. Rafa does take a rail to go down to the 9th frag, but is sitting so comfortably at 22. Don't see it ending any other way.
We have very much seen the duality of Athena throughout the course of today's broadcast. This example was just when Athena doesn't work the way that clearly the intention was to go. In a lot of these cases, Base is using that mobility and using that aggression to try and steal away items, to essentially strong-arm his way onto these important locations, and Rafa's just more than ready for it. We're either seeing LGs before it goes down, in a lot of cases we just saw a rail beforehand, and Athena being, I think, the highest mobility Base champion in the game, I think, on a map like this, Rafa was still prepared for every outcome. We saw signs of that very similarly with Sparty when Sparty fought against Saigip, he was fighting Athena in pretty much the exact same way. What's happening right now is just, this is a traffic jam.
I just imagine that Athena's just trying to hug Doom right now. It's not, he doesn't want to fight. That he's just trying to get in close real fast and just give, the most wholesome hug that Athena's ever given. And then it just makes me laugh a little bit. There it is, 25-11. A very, very sick performance here by Rafa. All 3 games. That was just domination. We said we were going to be excited to see Athena, but that's not exactly the excitement that I was thinking about. But nonetheless, let's bring Flea back in. Let's get his analysis on what we just saw in the last 3 games. Welcome back, Flea. Rafa takes it in 3 versus Base. Your thoughts on the series?
I don't think this is terribly unexpected, right? This is what most of the people are going in with the expectations for this series. You could also see it in the predictions in chat. Map 1, of course, we started it off back on Vale, back to what we've known for so long now already. Seemed like there was a moment where Base was almost mounting a comeback, string together quite a few frags, but Rafa, he's so patient, so controlling over time, and ultimately shut that down real quick. Secondly, we have Insomnia, Ranger again, proving himself to be the S-tier pick on this map. Anarchy, really not convinced of the worth of the champion. At this point, it kind of just feels like it's a worse Sorlac in pretty much every respect. The stack is so much lower, movement doesn't really add that much, and you don't have a damage-dealing ability that you can use to lock down the railgun and such. And then lastly, of course, Deep Embrace that we just saw started off pretty evenly, Base keeping up with Rafa for the first few minutes, but then, of course, that liquid diesel kicks into gear and there's nothing that you can do to stem the tide. So very well-deserved victory for Rafa. Base put in the effort. There were a few moments where it really seemed like, yes, he's onto something. This could bring him back into the series, but Rafa, very quick to adapt, always on top of things, and a deserved victory.
We have so much to talk about when we hopefully bring Rafa in to have a little bit of a chit-chat. I mean, there's some new stuff to go over. Obviously, the map rotation is a little bit different to what it was in the last season. The return of Blood Covenant, which I missed a great deal. It's great to see it back. And even then, current shape, practice. Merely days ago, Rafa was doing scrims against Cypher online. I mean, it's like you quite rightly pointed out a couple of days ago, Flea, when you're like, normally we have to wait until the end of a tournament to see something like that. But now, thanks to Quake Champions, we can literally just log on to the internet and then boom, here we go. We've got this world champion caliber of match for as long as they can keep going until someone's got to eat or something. But enough from me. We've got Rafa on the line. First of all, congratulations as always, mate. Welcome back.
Thanks, Ketchup.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think there's a lot for us to go over, but similarly to what I asked Kilson, I'd really like to discuss your thoughts on the new map, because it's really popular already. It's appearing almost all the time. I'm seeing it in scrims constantly. From your own head, what do you think of this new map? Give me your thoughts.
I think, how do I say this? It doesn't matter whether I like the map or not. There's been, plenty of maps back in Quake Live that I didn't like that were in the pool, but it doesn't matter whether you like it or not, it's there, and you need to become the best at it anyway. Because I think it's always a shame that, you get certain players that they literally will ban the same map every single time, whereas, that could be a weak map for somebody else that you're going against. So you're just doing them a favor. You're giving them a free ban, and then they get an extra, ban against you. I think right now the map is not really being played that properly. We're seeing way too high scores, and it's going to be a very, very low scoring affair as the meta starts to go on. I think people are gambling way too much at the moment to get that lead in the beginning to force that control, and that's what happened in my game. He didn't respect the Ranger Orb at the beginning, then I get the free kill, then I get Mega, and then I'm just running the spawns from there. You have to avoid dying cleanly in the beginning, Otherwise, like, it's a really hard map to approach people. It's very difficult to go to the rail area successfully when somebody's holding it down. You know, when somebody's at mega health, it's tough to push there because you have to like jump from up top from the telly, or you have to take a jump pad all the way up there. There's lots of like very defensible positions where you can hit and run, which Kilson did very, very well against Cypher today. And I think we'll see more of people playing Kilson's style, but both players will, and it will be much more slowed down. People will stop taking as many risks off the spawn to try to get control back right away, because you, as you can see, if you do keep gambling and you fail, you will lose a lot of frags right away. But as long as you just, you know, play more solid fights and give yourself a chance, like, you can play the long game.
Awesome.
Rafa, once again, congratulations. I also just have a more general question. You already talked a little bit about Insomnia, but how do you feel personally about just the map pool the way it is right now? Because we've lost Exile and we've lost Molten Falls, but instead we've got Insomnia, the new map, but we also see Blood Covenant entering the pool again. And I think Blood Covenant is historically a map that you've been very strong on. So how do you feel about the new map pool? Is it something that suits you? I mean, you say that you have to be the best on every map regardless, but just your personal thoughts on it.
Yeah, I mean, I like Blood Covenant. I have before. When it was voted out in the first place, I actually voted it out. And even though I like it a lot, I felt like for at least for like a couple stages, we should have it out because we've been playing it for so long, right? It's the same thing with Blood Run. Like, we've been playing the same map. Other maps should, you know, come into the pool, but, you know, we as players decided, okay, you know, we'd rather see, I think the decision came down to Blood Covenant or Molten, and we decided to vote for that. And I'm happy to see it back, especially because a lot of people pointed out in the last stage for QuakeCon that lights weren't getting played as much. That was partly just due to the map pool. There was one less map that really suited their playstyle, but now you have, you know, quite a few. Like Deep Embrace, you see like really good play with Athena and Anarchy there sometimes. Blood Covenant, all 4 light champions are very good. Awoken sees a lot of good light champion action. So yeah, I think it's going to be a good diverse pool as far as like who can show their strengths with champions across the board. So yeah, and you know, we'll see about Insomnia. Like I said, I don't like it right now, but who knows? I've heard rumors of potential, you know, changes to it or whatever. So who knows if that'll go into play in a couple weeks or not? But yeah, I'm always down, even if you know, it's not my favorite. I'm down for new maps to get into the pool, because I think. If not, you know, most players would just play ZTN, DM6, and Aerowalk.
I was gonna say,
time.
like, I don't know what you're talking about, Rafa. That all sounds great to me, but yeah.
But yeah, but the more the merrier as far as like rotating new stuff in and giving it a shot. So I mean, as you see, like Awoken was new, Ruins is new to Quake, Molten was new. Like, all these maps have been very, very good. You know, as they've rolled in, there's just been like 1 or 2 that are just you know, so that's a pretty good success rate. It's very hard to make maps, especially in this game where you have all these different play styles to think about and to balance. And so I think so far it's been pretty good. So I'm excited to continue the season on the map pool that we have.
Congrats, Rafa. I want to continue the conversation about Insomnia just a little bit, right?
Sure.
From a caster perspective, what we've seen is pretty much, you know, Ranger doing really well on that map. So I want to propose a hypothetical situation. The map's picked. Your opponent has Ranger. Who are you leaning towards picking, and what is your approach philosophically against Ranger on that map in its current form?
Okay, I think the way that you have to look at the map is the strongest position on the map is the rail area, because
right.
You can't just take an easy jump pad like you can to Mega that propels you to it. You have to take one that's really vulnerable by the heavy, or you have to rocket jump, or like jump over there, like on like there's like this little walkway, but people hear you coming. And so it's just this big choke point, but it's so strong because it controls heavy, but at the same time you can damage Mega. So it's all about choosing champions that break that position on the map. So Athena, Anarchy, Sorlag, because both Anarchy and Sorlag can take, you know, the jump pads and they can instantly go into the window. They can use their air control to do that and to break it. So I think we'll see like more of those, and Nyx, and who else? Probably Strogg would be good too, because even though you can't like, you know, go up there the same with like rocket jumping like Ranger or like using air control, you can use Peeker to, you know, fight from below and then make them focus on that. And if they want to peek to fight you, then they're going to take a shit ton of damage, and they have to make a really hard choice, you know. And so you're just trying to constantly whittle them down. So I think we'll see more of those picks, but Yeah, and that'll show more when it's map 1 and map 2 because all of those champions are still available. So once it gets to
Right.
like it's a map 3 decider, then you might see differences where Galena will be very, very strong on that map because you can play safe, you can put totems all over the place. So yeah, there'll be plenty of champions that can be played. It just depends on the order in which it's picked for the series.
Awesome. Thank you for that insight. That was exactly what we were hoping to get. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
And on that note, thank you so much for your time. Well done. And just like that, everybody, we're done. I don't know where the time went. I'm kind of looking at the clock and it's 9 p.m. here in the UK. Feels like we only just started. But to be honest, I think it was a fantastic day. We had some absolutely fantastic matches. My standout performance of the day, personally, I don't know if you agree, I feel like it has to go to Dramas. With how everything went out, Dramas rocking up today and on that final map of Awoken, just refusing to miss rails. I mean, what do you two think? Starting with Lee.
I'm going to share the same opinion. I have my list of notes, and I just have one big exclamation mark next to the Dramas Razy matchup, just to be like, you gotta remember this one. It was just unreal. Dramas was playing out of his mind. Biggest upset of the day. Yes, we saw Kielsen, for example, land more rails uninterrupted, even more shots, even higher accuracy. But Dramas was just on fire. I've never seen him play like that, and ultimately it paid off nicely. So that was my personal favorite of the night as well.
Yeah, I mean, I can't argue here. I'd be stupid to. I both of what you said. The only other thing that I just chuckle because, and I know I'm going to be like going to sleep tonight, and I'm just going to laugh a little bit thinking about it. But that real close quarter fight between Base and Rafa, where Base just did a little dance and juked around the turret and had no health, but somehow still got the frag versus Rafa. It's what I live for, is great. But I thought overall, this is what is making me really, really anticipate even the weeks continuing on here in the QPL, is that we're seeing, as Flea pointed out, as you brought back up, catch up, is that we're getting to see some incredible matches here. Boom, right out of the gate, weeks 1, week 2, and it's only going to be better from here. So thanks so much for joining us as always, and I've had a blast yet again.
Couldn't have said it better than... I mean, that's it. Couldn't have said it better myself. That's what I was going to say. That's why you're like a better host than I am, basically. We're going to wrap up the night. I'm going to grab some dinner, have a cup of tea. No matter where in the world, thank you so much for joining us. Thanks to my fellow commentators, Flea, DJ Wheat, always a pleasure. The commentators that aren't here today, but you will see throughout the course of the season. id Software, Bethesda, the hard-working production team behind the scenes, and you lovely people at home that sit here every Saturday and watch Quake with us. My name has been Ketchup, joined by Flea and DJ Wheat. This was week 2 of Season 3 of Quake Pro League. Thank you so much for watching. Much love, peace out, and take care.